All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the video isn't here for me to add. And so as a result, we'll be doing the national anthem via YouTube. Let's go.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and germs. My apologies for being tardy to the party. As you guys know, or as you should know, I am going through a little bit of a personal issue, kind of taking some time in order to address it. So I needed to take some time this morning in order to handle an important call. So my apologies to be tardy to the party, but we should have fire content for you today. As far as I know, I haven't checked it out yet. But Vegan Gains is an autistic internet debater who likes to have a logical path through the topic of veganism, with which he has annihilated dozens of unprepared debate bros who just didn't have a counter to his logical follow through. Now, we've actually had a conversation where I felt like he led me down his logical pathway, and we got 70 to 80% of the way there. But then once we got to the end or whatever, I was just like, yeah, animals are omnivores. We're a part of nature. It's natural for us to consume animals. Therefore, there's plenty of emotional, moral things that we shouldn't be doing in reference to factory farming, but realistically consuming animals, especially if they're like hunted or fished in a, sustainable way. I actually don't care, because death is a part of moral evaluation. And so we kind of got like 70 to 80% of the way down the dialogue tree, but then I kind of ended up like not fully moving over to his vision, which I hope was like more satisfying to him than it was to anybody else that he had debated previously. But anyways, that's him, autistic vegan debater. But he does jump in and throw elbows on occasion on other topics. And apparently he jumped on and threw elbows with Steven in reference to Venezuela. And I think that could be fun. Should get spicy. By the end of it, when he dips out of the call, he says like, oh, that's why I'm never debating ever again. And like, so that kind of tells me that Steven was being frustrating, but probably bringing up real points. And so it should be like a nice, decent, spicy debate. So we should have that. Just checking in with chat real quick. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Patriarch says, hello, mate. How you doing? Bud123 says, hey, I'm still sick with a cold and I can't go to the gym until I recover. My apologies, King. AK Batu Sai says, oh, did we just start? Indeed, we did. I did have an important personal issue that I need to handle this morning. And Fashion 40 says, good morning. Good morning, Fashion 40. Sacred Snow says, good morning. Good morning, King. But Fast and Bulba says, yes, I have AI derangement syndrome, AIDS. How could you tell? Nice. Fashion 40 says this will always slap. True. I need to make I'm going to let the current music video last through the Trump term. Then I'll probably make a new video for the JD Vance run and maybe the JD Vance presidency. And I'll include JD Vance like as an AI, like singing the Never Trump song or whatever. And then eventually when JD Vance is gone, maybe we'll change intro songs. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Maybe we'll have the, I plan on dying in like 2067. I think that would make me 80 years old. So if I was, somewhere in there, 2065, 2067, somewhere in there. So if I was approximately 80, maybe we'll be listening to I'm a Never Trump guy in 2063. I don't know. I don't know what the world holds. AK Batu Sai says, maybe this can get the other songs stuck in my head out. Good. Evan says, good morning to all the Never Trumper Vance guys and gals. True. AK Batu Sai says, for like 5 days, Lady Gaga telephone won't go away. Ooh, well, now you got it stuck in my head. Eben says he's now unprepared. Vegan gains, that is. Ooh, good. AK Batusai says, did he convince you cows are people? No. And cows are not people. Cows are dumb 1,000-pound forest, not forest. They're 1,000-pound field dogs. So yeah, like they have an emotional life. They care about whether or not they live or die. They're capable of experiencing pain, all that kind of stuff. And we do not need quote unquote to consume them in order to survive. But you know, a cheeseburger once a month is tasty. What do you want? AK Batusai says Vegan Gains also says men should get vasectomies when they're in their 20s. Yeah, he's an R-slur in reference to that. Mystic Jin says, I get so lit when I'm here in the time for the song. Well, Mystic Jin, you can always rewind it. You know, you know, a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of Never Trump guy. It's not going to do you wrong. Nightingale Wing says Vegan Gains' entire argument was that there is no evidence that Trump will invade Greenland, along with Ben Shapiro thinking of the guardrails will hold. He just joking, does the thing, defends the thing. Oh, fun. Keep your Bill Stein says morning all happy MLK Day. Was this the day he died, or was this a different day? Horse God says streaming on MLK Day. How dare you? Oh wait, Trump downgraded it to be like any other day, so you're good. Just remember to take off Trump's birthday so you can visit national parks for free. Oh, that's fun. Politics JK says, good morning, King. Eric Dom says, how funny is it that Persians might end their America is the Satan Nation period while Europe is entering it? Yeah. Barabas Antioch says, I'm a Never Trump guy. True. 67. Ooh, I need to die in 67. True. I need to die in 67. Skillful Dunce says, oh my God, I'll be happy if I never hear from Vegan Gains. I'll be happy. Well, sorry. Today we're probably doing that. It's going to be bad. Mystic Jin says, it's not the same, but I do. True. Cows are Rob Nor, or Rob is a cow. Fast and Bulba says that Trump letter to the Norwegian PM is so pathetic. I hate this guy. I hope somebody shakes his hand too much. It gets septic and then he dies. That's what I hope. Honestly, it's like, it's so annoying because you know, like I know that through Trump's incompetence, there are people who are alive right now who will die as a result of him holding power, and that there's a bunch of actually intelligent people who are enabling him. And yet, because he's just, you know, the guy that's in charge of the right wing right now, we just have to like wait for the storm to pass over. It's kind of crazy. Giga Impact says, Connor, have you seen the link I sent you in the Discord DMs about the 16K Iranians? Yeah, I did, Giga Impact. So what I was saying that I think you and some other people were kind of like wanting me to take a harsher stance on is that the fact that during the Iranian protests, Khosra, who we still haven't seen come back yet, Khosra, Kasra, and then CH. Haven't seen them come back yet, so I hope they're doing okay. I hope they're still alive. But Khosra was Iranian, and probably about 3 weeks ago, they said, don't remember their gender, but they said that, hey, protests are kicking off. We don't know how it's going to go. So if you don't see me for a couple of weeks, I'll try to keep you posted as quick as I can. And if you don't see me ever again, I'm dead, which would be really sad if we actually lost a community member during the Iranian protests. But basically what I was saying is that I've been alive since the late 80s. And so as a result, I've seen this happen 2 or 3 times. And typically what happens is there's pro-democracy protests. They're pretty fiery. They're hitting the news. There's some videos that are getting smuggled out onto social media websites in order for us to be able to see like tens of thousands of people in the streets protesting the Iranian regime. And then there's like a super hardcore crackdown. And then the protests disappear for like another 5 to 10 years. So, I mean, if they overthrow the regime, amazing. But I don't think we're going to get like news of them overthrowing the regime until like it's already happened. Like it will, the protesters and or militias and or insurgents will have already stormed a parliamentary building and killed a bunch of soldiers and killed a bunch of cops and, deposed the people in power. And like, we'll find out about that 48 hours after it happens or 24 hours after it happens, or we'll get like a live stream of it happening, but then they'll black out the internet, but then we won't know what the outcome of it happening was until 24 to 48 hours later. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. Sager Snow says, I had viral cough develop into bronchitis, and I coughed so hard this weekend I had to go to the ER to get a CT scan and pain meds. That was a fun way to blow 2,300, kill myself. Well, don't actually kill yourself. Also, I hope you have health insurance. That way, like, you're not responsible for 80% of the bill. Here's another option that you have in reference to medical bills. Bad advice, but I'm going to give it anyways. Don't pay them. That's another option. What are they going to do? Are they going to come repossess your lungs? There was a movie about that, and it was okay. But as of right now, they don't have a man who will physically come and cut out your lungs for you not paying a medical bill that you can't afford. Eben says, if any Republican in office doesn't invoke the 25th Amendment today, they should all be stripped of their office. Well, that's not going to happen. So they should all be stripped of their office morally. Sure. Well, QC John says, good morning, Girl Hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers when blowing stuff up. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Brother Chaplain. Well, QC John, I do appreciate it. Thank you guys for being understanding about me showing up tardy to the party. My apologies again for what's going on. Fast and Bulbous says, Trump has Iranian blood on his hand. He said help is on the way, emboldening the protesters and not helping. Well, I mean, realistically, in that part of the world, you should probably know. Thomas Dudley says, looks like the Lincoln CSG is going to go to the sandbox again. T3 to T4 days until they're in range. You know what's funny? So in the military, there's something called Indo-PACOM, which is like the Indian Ocean Pacific Command. And effectively, it's like where the United States military wants to be. They want to be in Australia. They want to be in the Philippines. They want to be in Japan. They want to be doing exercises. I don't think we do exercises with the Indians, to be honest, but they want to be doing exercises with like the Thai and the Malaysians and the Filipinos and this, that, the other. And the whole point is to like contain China, which is a serious geopolitical, military, and economic rival. But what keeps happening is because the Middle East and North Africa is the world's energy supply. Whenever it gets destabilized, we have to go into the Middle East and North Africa again. And so it's really funny because there's like all these pivot to Asia memes, because that's what Obama wanted to do. Obama wanted to pivot to Asia. He was sick of dealing with Middle Eastern and North African bullshit. But what happens is every time we try to move into Indo-PACOM in a serious way, Middle East and North Africa pops off and we got to go back. It's pretty funny. I mean, it's bloody and terrible, but it's also ironic and funny. And God is, you know, if God exists, if there is a conscious or unconscious but incredibly powerful construction in the firmament of reality that kind of dictates how reality plays out in a ordered way, then God, he likes sarcasm. He likes sarcasm. He likes irony. He likes, you know, comedic tragedy. He loves all that shit. He thinks it's hilarious. Gig Impact says, by the way, they can also not be dead, but injured or arrested since there are tens of thousands of arrested. Yeah. I think somebody was saying, I think your DM said 16K somewhere in there. First T says, cover the church occupation protest or you're sweeping. I don't know what you're talking about. I guess I'm sweeping. Real Serious says, hello, friends. True. AK Batusai, for once we aren't getting breaking news 10 minutes later. Giga Impact says, also, Connor, 16K makes it the largest massacre of protesters in history, more than Tiananmen Square in 1989, the Hungarian Revolution of 56, and the Rabat Massacre, Egypt, 2013 combined. Yep. Sacred Snow says, 5K deductible, so they covered the third of the bill. All right, well, tell them to go eat a dick. CD Sockdem says, it can you fuck your credit if you don't pay, though. Well, you know, credit, what's that? Vazraka gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Cool. Thank you, Vazraka. Thank you for being Brooklyn used to be my favorite orbiter. Vazraka is now my favorite orbiter. Barabas Antioch says Indo-Pacific. True. Bud123 says, but I did push-ups at home yesterday. Okay, just don't like rip your lungs doing push-ups, okay? Yeah. Thomas Dudley, Indo-PACOM. They can't keep getting away with this. Yes. Fenix says it was Talisman Saber when I served. Oh shit. Okay, Fenix, I didn't know you were a vet. That's cool. Giga Impact says Middle East is in Asia. Duh. Well, yeah, but obviously like Indo-PACOM and CENTCOM have different areas of responsibility. Justin says Destiny and Vegan Gains had relations. Probably. But that's not relevant to the debate. Agent Smith says, hi, Agent Smith. How are you? Michael H2970 says, how you like my middle finger, bro, crying smiley face. I don't, you know, it's a lot of people are giving me the middle finger right now, man. It is, Unfortunately, I'm used to it. Unfortunately, I'm used to it. Nightingale Wing says another thing Trump messed up with the tariffs. It took multiple U.S. administrations to open up India. Trump placing tariffs has messed up India the most. Now India has placed tariffs on U.S. lentils and grains. Yeah. Any gains gained by the Trump administration are countered by what was lost before they gained what they gained. It's all about optics. It's not actually about practicality. Dank Brandon says, I'm a firm believer that we live in a simulation that is written by Mel Brooks. Yep. I don't think so. The consciousness in the firmament of reality is, I would say, is like 30% Mel Brooks. I agree. It's like 30% Korn, the god of blood and rage, also the metal band, and then it's 30% Mel Brooks. I agree. Agent Smith says Connor was adopted by Pisco. In what way? Tell me things. More like Indo-Pascom, the way we're ignoring it. Boy, do I have a joke for you that I'm going to keep to myself. Horse God says USS Abraham Lincoln doesn't arrive until this weekend, so we will find out what our intentions for Iran are soon. Yeah, sure. Destiny Burns vegan gains. Yeah, Burns as in like Burns in a debate. Pisco is Connor's daddy. Adoptive. I am a lot taller than Pisco. A lot taller. What was the debate about? I think it was about Vuvuzuela. Wouldn't the list be shorter of streamers who Destiny hasn't banged? At this point, maybe. Can I point out something funny though? So I do think it's funny that Destiny is bi or whatever, but I do think it's funny that a bunch of commentary YouTubers were like, yeah, from 2019 to 2023, every streamer claimed to be bisexual, but only had sex with the opposite sex. I thought that was pretty funny. Like Vosh was like, oh yeah, I'm pan. And then like, who does he talk about hooking up with? Girls. You know, Destiny's like, oh, I'm bi. Who does he hook up with? 95% girls. Turkey Tom is like, yeah, I know it's not cool to be bi in this arena, but I'm bi. Who's he hooking up with? Girls. I think there's a lot of bi and pan. I think there's a lot of performative bi and pan people. Absolutely. Thoughts on Michael Cohen heel turn? I don't know what you mean. If Michael Cohen was like a former Trump lawyer, and if he's screwing over Trump, then I mean that's been happening for years. If you're saying that he's now simping for Trump, then I would just say he's worshiping power. So that's all it is. AK Batusai says, I thought Roosevelt was already there in the Red Sea. Was I wrong? Doesn't matter. We're never leaving CENTCOM. Somebody say, Fenix says it's a Pisco short. Okay, well, good luck with adopting me. I've been pissing off my parents and pissing off everybody who's been around me for 30 years. So if Pisco knows me for the next 30 years, I'll be pissing him off too. Horse God says, Connor, appeal your Twitter ban and be sure to tell the AI review how cool Elon is and that you hate immigrants. That way you can get your account back already. Damn. Maybe I should do it. Maybe I should appeal my Twitter, but I should be like, Elon Musk is amazing. Immigrants, deport all immigrants. We must repopulate the earth with white people to the maximum degree possible, period. Resubmit. See if they take it as a shit post. Maniac says it's bad for Midas Touch. They dropped Cohen. Oh, okay. Got you. I get it. I don't know what they were doing. If that, what did Michael Cohen start simping for the Trump admin again? But have I argued with Destiny about Renee Good? No, but to be honest, I kind of want to check out and see if he has any debate content and do it. But we covered Renee Good a lot last week and on the Thursday, Friday, the week before. So I'm kind of trying to like pace myself because once again, you have to understand like shootings, like controversial shootings that get national media attention are bad, right? And they're interesting because they pull at the legal and moral ways in which our society operate, justly or unjustly. Okay. And people perceive them differently, obviously. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about it. However, since that has happened, there's been like another dozen people who have been killed by cops, and there's probably thousands of people who have been killed by other civilians. So at least hundreds. And so the point being that like this kind of violence that pops into your newsfeed every now and then is the tip of the iceberg of violence that is committed on a daily basis. And so you have to keep it within the context of everything else happening in the world. Like we talked about Renee Good for, you know what, like 2 weeks now, and 16,000 people in Iran just got wiped out. And to us, it's not even a story like necessarily worth covering, because what's the narrative? What's the through line? What's the moral contemplation? Authoritarian regimes are bad. Yeah. Massacring civilians is bad. Yeah. Now for them, for the Iranians, it's an existential spiritual struggle for the future of their nation and its role on the world stage. For us, it's another dystopian, authoritarian, Eurasian regime that's massacring its own people. And, you know, we've just seen that dozens of times in the past decade, let alone the past 50 years. So Renee Good is a bigger story than 16,000 people getting massacred by their own government. It's just kind of the nature of human psychology, I think. AK Batusai says, speaking of Venezuela, my cousin was visiting. He told us his buddy was one of the ones that was in Ven, and he talked with his bud the day before, and his bud didn't tell him it was going down. Yeah. Oh, you're saying like he was an SF guy? Yeah. SF guys are normally pretty tight-lipped, especially while they're in service. I know the stereotype is that everybody just gets like a book deal and everybody talks about all the kills they got and their deployments and how everything operates and this, that, the other. I mean, even I do that. But the point is that like while you're actually doing the operations, and you being a blabbermouth could actually get people hurt or killed, typically, you know, they don't talk about details until it's already done. They don't talk about what's going on until nobody has the power to stop it. Real Serious says the thing is, if you had 1 D but 10 wussy and you say you're straight, people will say you're a closet gay guy, so saying you're bi is easier. It's a public facing. Oh, I know what you're saying. Like once you blow one guy, you're a dick sucker for life, so you might as well just say you're bi. Yeah, sure. I get it. I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of that because dudes are so repulsive to me that I understand why women get repulsed by dudes. And then also, I also understand why like people would be like, oh, you know, you do it once. That's what you are. Nike Wing says, please no more, sir. I can't watch any more Renee Good. It's so much Renee Good. I agree. Hood Monkey says, see, every time I hear someone say I'm pan, I respond with I'm walk. Weird how people have fetishes for cookware. Yeah, there we go. Mayshak says yes. He says he was pressured to testify against Trump in the New York business fraud trial. Oh, what a coward. Probably true. But still, like, he could just stand on business and be like, no, this guy sucks. Butter123 says, I lost my hearing in my left ear on Friday night due to my cold, and it felt like I was underwater. It got better, though, and I can hear good now. Good, Butter123. Saldus says, can I be a Counterpoints orbiter? Yeah, sure. Just start making content. The Gan says, building 1,000 bridges, but suck 1D. Yeah. Build 1,000 bridges. You think that your legacy would be that you're a bridge builder. Suck 1 wiener, and you're a wiener sucker for life. Absolutely. Yep. So true. Hood Monkey says, what's the old Dave Chappelle Fear Factor skit where the homeless guy, yeah, he makes him eat horse wiener? God, Chappelle Show was so good, man. Like, I know it only lasted 2 seasons, but it had such a big cultural impact. If you would have told me before I was familiar with the Dave Chappelle story that it only ran for 2 seasons, he quit, he walked away from a multi-million-dollar deal, and Comedy Central was trying to like strong arm him into increasingly obnoxious racist skits, and he thought that like the whole point of the Dave Chappelle Show, or at least in my opinion, is to show, of course, stereotypes of the Black community, hood community, Black culture, etc. But it's also supposed to be pointing out like the absurdity of racism. Like it should be like, yeah, we're different, but also these people are like human and funny and smart and cool and weird, and they got crazy stories and this, that, the other. Like I'm thinking of the Charlie Murphy skit, like the Charlie Murphy like pisses off he pisses off Rick James, and Rick James was doing a shitload of coke at the time. So Rick James just like walks up to Charlie Murphy, and he's wearing like a basically a brass knuckle ring that says Unity on it, and he like goes Charlie Murphy, and he punches Charlie Murphy in the face. But because he's wearing this like Unity ring brass knuckle thing, Charlie Murphy has like Unity 4 printed in his forehead. That shit was hilarious. It was hilarious when it came out. It's hilarious now. And so yeah. But I think Dave Chappelle was saying that like people weren't laughing with him. They were laughing, Unity. They were laughing at him and at black people. And they were like, oh, ha 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 ha. Black people are, stupid savages, and we can laugh at them being crazy. And he was like, that's not the thrust of what I'm trying to communicate. And that's not the thrust of what I want my impact on the world to be. Therefore, I'm going to walk away. And I think that's laudable. I think that's laudable. Horse God says, I used to work for JSOC and got a message to watch the news from past coworkers. 8 hours later, Obama walked out and announced we killed bin Laden. I fully expected that to be the announcement. Based. The Gon says, you might not know this about me, Mr. Rogan, but I smoke rocks. True. Hood Monkey says, Connor, pull up the Dave Chappelle, George W. Bush skit and apply that to Trump today. And the entire conversation is uncanny to today's politics. Yeah. The motherfucker tried to kill my father. Dude, 20, 30 years later, Dave Chappelle's still killing it in my book. Politics JK says Cohen was going off how he was willing to help and was waiting for them to call them originally. He knows where it's all buried, why they didn't call me. He cowered to threats when he was in office before. Gotcha. Eric Dom says the SEALs are mostly responsible for that reputation. I think having that much culture sitting on books for weeks does that. They have to talk about something during those times. Oh, sitting on boats for weeks. Yeah, they're bored. They're bored. I get it. Charlie, what did the 5 fingers say to the face? Slop. Oh, what a classic, man. What a classic. Dave Brandon says, actually, Oprah kidnapped him and had a clone made. That's why Chappelle looks like that now. The real Dave Chappelle is being held in an underground bunker in Africa. You know what's funny? I wouldn't be surprised if, like, because they have steroid healthy Dave Chappelle, right? Dave Chappelle came back. He started doing stand-up comedy again in order to make his bread. Because he was already a multimillionaire from the Chappelle Show, he was able to continue off of his public reputation, even after retreating to Africa for a year and a half. He's still married to his Asian wife and has a couple of kids. He jokes about cheating on her, but I don't know if he's serious or not. But he also like did steroids and works out a ton. He still smokes cigarettes. He still drinks. He still smokes weed as far as I know. But he also like lifts weights and shit. And so I'm actually wondering if there are steroids can be unhealthy for sure. So the reason why steroids are unhealthy is because the element in steroids that makes your muscles grow, not only are you pumping that through your body, but you're pumping it intravenously. So it's going through your blood system and it's going through your heart. Obviously, your hormones go through your blood system and your heart as well, but I think your body has the ability to control it better when it's not exogenous, when it's not extra. And so one of the things that happens with like steroid abuse, is that if you take too much if you take too much testosterone, then it hardens the aorta. Like the aorta in your heart have to be flexible in order to move the way they need to move in order to pump blood. And what happens is it actually calcifies your heart a little bit. I don't know the process, but that's one of the things that I've seen several steroid guys say, is that basically it strengthens the muscles of your heart and your aorta. But then what ends up happening, excuse me, sorry for belching in your ear. My sincerest apologies. I know it's nasty, and my apologies. Seriously, it's so gross. I should have looked the other way. But it hardens the lining of your heart, and so it can fuck you up. Anyways, bro, kids give you lights or something? No, just got bored. Cut my hair. All right, I'm gonna read a couple more. We're gonna get cracking. Two Hinge says, "Hey Connor, which one is gayer, having sex with a trans woman who has a penis, or getting pegged by a cis woman. Well, I think getting pegged by a cis woman is technically less gay, but you're also saying like pitching is getting pegged by a woman less gay than being the top in a trans relationship. I'm going to say getting pegged by a woman is straighter, but you know, I'm open to being fought on it. I'm not like crazy dedicated to my position because I actually think they're probably close to about the same kind of gay, but I do wonder. It's like a 51-49 thing for me. I think I think it's like 51-49 either way. CD Sockdem says, bro, kids give you lice or something. Nope, just cut my hair. Got bored. Hood Monkey says, I'm so happy I lobbed this Dave Chappelle grenade on a Monday before we talk about less depressing stuff. Yes. Thank you for doing so. Fashion 40 says, hella behind on stream, but I do have to make political content to be an orbiter. No, of course not. Hella, no, you can make whatever you want and I'll still shout you out, especially if I think it's good. Horse God says, those Netflix contractual obligations result in a lot of bad comedy specials. True. Also, steroids destroy your lipid profiles, decrease HDL, and increase LDL. Yeah, that's terrible. That's not good. Jonah says, steroids make your heart enlarge too much and gives you a heart attack. There's a reason Space Marines have two hearts. Connor would fail Andrew Tate's straight test. Yeah, probably. Bud123 says, also, no. The Megyn Kelly with a wiener versus Hulk Hogan with a vagina. I would go Megyn Kelly with not Megyn Kelly. Megan Fox. Megan Fox with a wiener. I would go Megan Fox, obviously. Bud123 says, also steroids destroy. Oh, I think I read that one. Also, steroids destroy your body's ability to make testosterone. Why do steroids or TRT when my body makes it for free? Depending on how low it gets. So what's interesting is I had a physical in the past year and I was at 568. And I think that the average mega milligram per deciliter or whatever it is, I think the average healthy rate is between 500 and 800. I have a friend who works for a PED shop in South Florida. He actually just like sells PEDs. So he's a part of a testosterone replacement therapy clinic and they give free treatment to everybody who works there. So he's saying that he's at a constant 1200, which I'm like, that's bananas. That's crazy. He's always at 1200. But he basically doses to always be at 1200. And then my other friend though, who is, I think, largely vegetarian, they had like a blood tester or whatever that they took. And the blood tester had him in the threes, like 368, 350, somewhere in there. And so kind of the consensus amongst the three of us, bear in mind, none of us are doctors, is that I think I'm doing fine. I don't think I need to inject any testosterone. I just need to accept the fact that I'm getting a little bit older and I need to keep lifting weights. The guy who's at 1200, I think he needs to drop down to 8. And the guy who's at 3 actually needs TRT and he should bump up to 5. That's my prescription. I don't know if it's accurate, but that would be my prescription is 300 guy gets up to 5. I stay where I'm at. And then 1200 guy drops down to 800. Excuse me. Two Hinge says, my friend asked me this question the other day and I literally couldn't answer. Well, that's my answer. It's a 51-49. They're both pretty, they're both kind of gay. Bud123 says, also steroids destroys your body's ability. I think that's the one that I just answered. I make trash, but my streams are okay. Good. Pegging by a trans woman is one hell of a trolley problem. True. Real serious. Do most people in chat here stream? Not everybody, but I'm sure there's a half dozen creators in here. Two Hinge says, the problem with anabolic steroids is that their dosages are unmetered. It's like having high circulating T, and higher testosterone is why men expire younger than women. Right. Which is why I'm going to ride my body to the rickety end. Two Hinge says, estrogen is protected from cardiovascular disease and testosterone is the other way around. Oh, shit. I'm going to start taking E. Yes. I'm joking. You can have low T, but if you don't show any of the side effects of low T, it's fine. Oh, okay. I would say he has a little bit of side effects of low T. My prescription would just be he's a little bit depressive, but he also lives in the north, the wild northern wonders. And so the question is like, is it seasonal? Is it environmental? Like what is it? Like I wouldn't just want to say, yeah, boost your T levels by 300 and call it a day. Fast and Bulbous says, I've never had a physical, but I also don't go to hospitals either. If I'm sick, I just use leeches. Based. Medieval maxing. Jonah says, I've thought about streaming, but I wanted to get a job that pays well enough for me to get by first, and then I'll stream on the side. Yes, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're going to start the content momentarily. I'll start pulling up the content. Oh, let's see Destiny be mean to the point that one of his orbiters cries again. Geez, Steve, you're not going to have any friends by the end of this. The Destiny streamer. There we go. All right. And the good news too is if Steve goes live a little bit earlier today, he's been going live every now and then and just kind of doing. He's been doing earlier live streams, but they're also not trying to be rude, but they're kind of like just like playing video games and hanging out and yapping with orbiters. I haven't seen him doing a lot of dedicated content. So if he jumped on early a little bit, I would yap to him about Vuvuzuela and Renee Good. So, all right, let's make sure that I can pop it on. Let's make sure that I can pop it off. Quick shill before we continue. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Liking is free. It's the nicest thing that you can do for me that is free because it tells other people that we are live and therefore they can come join, they can come hang out, they can have a good time, right? So like the stream. Share it with your friends. If you have somebody who is in the Twitch and YouTube political sphere and they're kind of like a contrarian right-winger, so you guys fight about random policy issues, or they're a liberal or a progressive who is sick of liberals and progressives being wussies, then, you know, tell your friends, say, hey, I listen to this guy Connor. He's kind of a douchebag, but, you know, he makes cool content on occasion, and therefore you should check him out. Participate in chat. Participating in chat obviously boosts metrics, but also there's lots of cool, interesting, fun, crazy people in my chat. So I think we disproportionately have a higher quality chat than a lot of other streamers. And then also super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. The chippers have chipped and the oilers have oiled. So if you are broke, and we've had a good month, we're on pace to have almost as good of a month as we did during the Christmas season. And I'm not going to lie, during the Christmas season, it was slow for the first 2 weeks. And then pretty much when everybody realized that Christmas wasn't going to bankrupt them, you guys just like exploded, just oil out the butt. Not out of the real butt, but you know what I'm saying, right? It just oiled like crazy around the weekend, the week of Christmas. And so we had a really, really, really good December. So yeah, so if you're broke, don't worry about it. I don't care. If you have an option between buying yourself a soda and a peanut butter M&M or super chatting, I would prefer if you got the peanut butter M&M and the soda. That being said, if you do have money, then chips and oils are always appreciated. So I'm going to oil out the butt Diddy style. Indeed. Another excellent phrase for counterpoints out of context shorts. Let's do an intro and let's get content cracking. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and boy, do I have a debate treat for you today. I got Vegan Gains. Vegan Gains is a bodybuilder, but he's also vegan, and he has a line of argumentation, a logical line of argumentation about going vegan. I've been through it. Pretty much everybody in Twitch and YouTube politics has been through it. He's an okay debater. He's all right. I think he's all right. And then we got Destiny, the liberal, sometimes progressive debate lord, who has been in an endless amount of controversy and therefore does not have the debate sphere in orbit that he used to, but he's still quite a powerful character that likes to come out onto the scene and throw elbows. They're going to be talking about Venezuela. They're going to be talking about other topics. We're going to let them break it down. I'll be pausing intermittently to share my thoughts. Let's go.
There's a number of reasons why the U.S. would have legitimate reasons to invade Venezuela. Worst case scenario, it seems, we got rid of a horrible dictator.
And replaced him with the vice president of the horrible dictator.
Have you been talking to Clav and getting some of his crystal meth?
No.
Trump's never going to invade Greenland. How about you give me a few Bitcoin if he ends up not invading Greenland by the end of his term? Because, like, it's just silly.
Sure. So
That you
as long
think
as you
this
want to
is,
wager on the other end that we won't set up any long-term refineries, that we won't have any formal agreements or negotiations we
I
do with
never
Venezuela to
said
control
that
any of the
we
terrorist
would.
stuff going on in that country.
I never said that we would. Okay, so you're just wasting my time. Okay, so you're all just a waste of my time. I'm not gonna do any debates ever again. I'm so pissed.
With the December 9th.
Don't do testosterone, kids.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
I didn't talk to you about Venezuela again.
Okay. What's up?
So, from my perspective, for the time being, I only see positives with the, Trump invading Venezuela situation. So again, it gets China out of South America. Again, they're importing missile systems into Venezuela that could reach the United States and could certainly help to give them power over the Panama Canal. Venezuela was also training Islamic terrorists from Hezbollah and other Iranian proxies. That's why there's like big Muslim communities in Venezuela right now. It's because terrorists are just bringing their friends and family members over. So also not a good thing. And there's also them trading oil with China and Russia. So, the United States does get some control over the oil resources in Venezuela. Might be a little hard to actually take advantage of that because, there's a whole bunch of issues with oil investors wanting to even bother in that region because right now they don't have the best security guarantees. And they're hesitant since, Venezuela has nationalized their oil industry before and basically stole everything from them. And, their oil extraction and refineries are basically non-functional. I think they're operating at like 20%. So that is kind of like when people say, the U.S. invaded Venezuela for oil. I don't think. What do you think?
Oh, sorry. I literally just fast forwarded. He was doing his intro, so my apologies.
China and proxies, the oil resources in Venezuela. Might be a little hard to actually take advantage of that because, there's a whole bunch of issues with oil investors wanting to even bother in that region because right now they don't have the best security guarantees. And they're hesitant since, Venezuela has nationalized their oil industry before and basically stole everything from them. And, their oil extraction and refineries are basically non-functional. I think they're operating at like 20%. So that is kind of like when people say, the U.S. invaded Venezuela for oil. I don't think that's really what it was.
Are you guys okay with 1.10? It seems a little crazy at first, but typically if you just relax, it'll be fine. Just jumping ahead with this is that there's no guarantees that China isn't going to continue to put stuff into Venezuela. Just because we proved that militarily in a surprise special forces mission, we were able to kidnap their president, doesn't mean that Venezuela is going to be like, oh, well, we're just going to dismantle our entire security apparatus and stop working with our allies. It's obviously a million times more complicated than that. And then also when it comes to support for terrorism, once again, we have not dismantled the security apparatus that provides training to Middle East and North Africa. I would also need to see that more evidence. It's not that I don't believe that it's possible. So for instance, like one of the oil tankers that we seized in the past couple of months was allegedly destined for a place to like Iran. It was destined for Iran to be refined. And the way that it works is like it gets refined and then it gets sold. And then the money that gets sold from the proceeds of this thing are going to Hezbollah. And, I have no idea whether or not any of that information is verified. But that's that's American intelligence services are asserting that. I just haven't seen the evidence for it. And then, and then when it comes to oil, I'm sure it actually is quite complicated in order to get access to the oil resources. And so we would need American companies and the United States government and the Venezuelan government to work on a collaborative project in order to develop the oil resources. So yeah, we're screwing over our enemies and our rivals, which I think is great. If we actually did improve our relationship with Venezuela to the point that we were helping them develop oil resources, then that would be fantastic. But we haven't seen any evidence of that. And once again, Donald Trump seems like a dog chasing cars, where once he gets what he wants, he doesn't know what to do with it. And that's kind of how I feel like we are with President Maduro, where it's like, yeah, cool. We flex nuts. We showed China and Russia that we still have the capacity to do complex special operations missions that defy the imagination of our rivals and enemies. We've screwed over their energy infrastructure to the point that they're probably experiencing some shocks in the market. But what else, right? Because everything else we're talking about is infinitely more difficult than what I've just said. So I'm sure Destiny will go down that line of attack, but I do want to, if Destiny does say something crazy, then I'm going to object to it, obviously.
Was for. It's more of a national security thing where they're just trying to create a checkmate against China. And
oh, sorry, real quick. I do want to shout this out. Horse God says, great job in the Expanse video, by the way. Yeah, guys, check out Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Check out Counterpoint's Star Wars. So Star Wars, I'm making my way through the Clone Wars 2D animation, which is some of the best Star Wars content that's ever been created. And for Counterpoint Sci-Fi, I am 2 episodes into the TV series The Expanse. The Expanse is the best near future hard sci-fi I've ever seen. So some of the special effects are a little janky. Some of the firefights and battle scenes are like, could we have done that better? Probably. But is it good enough to grip you into it and make you think about really, 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 really cool things while also giving you awesome aesthetics and good action set pieces? Absolutely. So strong recommend checking out Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Anyways, back to it.
just weaken Russia.
Okay. Let me. I'm just 1 sec. Opening stuff over here. I wrote down your points. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Okay, that was dumb. Okay. For the first point, you said China is sending missile systems to Venezuela. First, can we clarify, what do we mean when we say this? Do you have like an article or something for me to read so I can check out this claim real quick? I just Googled China missile systems Venezuela.
Ryan Macbeth talked about this. He covered it. They're medium range.
Okay. Sorry, that's interesting. We had a recent delve into serious geopolitical creators, and Ryan Macbeth was one of them. And then the other guy, William Spaniel, was the other guy. I didn't like Ryan Macbeth's analysis at all. He was saying because China financially owns the Panama Canal or whatever, that's why America has been like beefing with them. That's why they've been beefing with them for control of the canal. And we've been using private investment firms in order to shore up our financial backing in the Panamanian Canal. But then because they control the canal, they could put a commercial vessel in the middle of it and then blow it up. That's still true. Like, even if we had 100% ownership of the Panama Canal, it would be entirely possible for China to take 2 civilian commercial vessels, put them on either end of the Panamanian Canal, and synchronize, blow them up. That way, American warships have to sail around South America in order to get into PACCOM. Now, I also think we have enough Pacific assets that wouldn't even necessarily matter. But that was one of those things where, like, it sounds good on paper. Like, oh, China's like this big, scary monster. China is this thing that's totally going to screw us over, which is potentially true. But then it's just like this analytical detail that doesn't show very much like deep thought. And so as a result, it's not like I'm trying to knock Ryan Macbeth totally. Like, if he hits something out of the park, then I'm gonna give him credit for it. But that was one of those things where I was like, how much of this is performative fear and anxiety from somebody who's supposed to be a subject matter expert for clicks versus how much of this is decent analysis? Whereas I think that William Spaniel, one of the videos that he did, I just praised highly because all of the questions I had from the Ryan Macbeth video, William Spaniel answered. And yeah, so citing Ryan Macbeth is kind of like a yellow flag for me. I'll put it that way.
Range missile systems. So basically, they could reach a little bit past Florida. So they could directly attack the United States in theory.
Can I see? I just need to see one thing for this because I've never heard this before. So that they can launch
Hey, Grid, how are you?
aggressive, offensive, intermediate ballistic missile attacks against the United States because of Chinese imported missile systems. I'm searching for this.
Well,
just
I don't think they're ballistic missiles. I don't think they're ballistic missiles.
Well, for if they're shooting them from Venezuela, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're ballistic missiles.
Are they long range? Do people
they're
shoot?
Medium range. Yeah, they're like medium range missile systems. Some of them could reach a little bit past Florida.
Okay, can I see real quick? I need to see like one link or source for this because I'm not seeing any of this. I see a bunch of apparently defense systems or whatever, but I'm just trying to find just so I can get.
It's Dubois with the 2. It looks like it says it's W, but he has wa at the end, so I have to make orc sounds with the 2. If Connor comes on, I stayed up entirely too late. Sorry, King. Go to bed. Here's me telling you to go to bed, all right? Go to bed, catch it as a VOD, watch it at 1.5 speed later on. Also, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I am trying to pace myself with engaging with chat. That way, like if Ved Sunil is like, what do you think about Venezuela? I'm probably going to talk about it in the next like 30 minutes. So I'm not going to answer that question as I'm scrolling through unless, unless I think like, no, I'm not going to remember to address that. Therefore, whatever. But Ved Sunil, since I saw your question, let me go ahead and answer it now. What do I think about Venezuela? Venezuela, the decapitation strike is interesting. And on Friday, the Friday that it happened, my position was like, Trump is a psycho. He's a unilateral monster. I can't believe he didn't do this without an AUMF. I can't believe he didn't do this with any kind of congressional insight. He should be impeached, F him, right? And then I started hearing arguments over the weekend that were effectively like, hold on. When it comes to Obama with Syria, he tried to overthrow the Assad regime. Didn't have an AUMF for that. In Libya, we provided air cover for rebels in order to take out Muammar Gaddafi. Didn't have an AUMF for that. When it comes to Clinton in Serbia and Kosovo, we engaged military assets in that region in order to prevent a genocide. Didn't have an AUMF for that. Herbert Walker Bush in Panama didn't have an AUMF for that. Who is it? Ronald Reagan with Grenada. I think Lebanon, we did have a AUMF, but I think with Grenada, we didn't. And with Lebanon, the second that we got bombed, we backed out. And I don't think that was with the consultation of Congress either. So the point is that like we could go back further, all the way back to the inception of the country. We did not have congressional authorization to do acts of not war, where we're just declaring open hostilities between a nation, which is a people, and a state, its government. It seems like the president of the United States can do everything up to that threshold, and then they can like fall short of that threshold without congressional authorization. Same thing with Vietnam, where Vietnam, we did have a congressional authorization, but we did not have, I don't think we might have had a declared war against North Vietnam. I don't remember. I think we'd have to take a look at it. And then same thing with Korea. Korea was done without an AUMF. There was no authorization from Congress. And yet we lost 36,000 troops in what we called a police action in the Korean Peninsula. And that didn't have congressional authorization. So once again, like, if I look back 100 years and U.S. presidents have been doing crap like this for the past 100 years, arguably 200 years, then how am I supposed to freak out on Trump for doing something that's insane? The reason why it's insane is because he kidnapped the foreign president of a rival or enemy nation. Then he's treating that nation as if it was a client state of the United States. And there's no geopolitical reason for us to believe that just because we captured the figurehead, Venezuela is going to fall into line. That's what's crazy about Venezuela. Anyways, back to it.
Let me see. They have sent a variety of military equipment to Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
They have, in fact, Let's see. So much of this might be just because of it might be hard. If you're just Googling this, it might be kind of hard to find anything because like literally everything is about the dumb current invasion. I might give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. I see that they have a shipment of Chinese C-802A anti-ship cruise missiles, which can target vessels about 190 nautical miles away. For the past several years, been channeled to Venezuela. China's armed sales have included various armored vehicles, artillery, and light aircraft, and the regime in Venezuela has often obtained such assets at discounted prices in exchange for oil deliveries to Beijing.
This one covers I think it just gives a basic mention of military equipment being sent to Venezuela from China. I can send you that.
All right. I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
I don't know if the U.S. could.
Well, again, that's one of the reasons why they invaded Venezuela.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing any proof that that even was the case. I don't think that ever happened. I think at most maybe there are some missile defense systems for like surface to air things that apparently didn't function well during the U.S. attack, but I don't think that they were getting long range missile systems from China.
Well, I didn't say long range. I said some of them are medium range that could go as far as like about Florida.
Yeah, but that would be.
And Texas. So that was Ryan McBeth's analysis real quick, was that there were ballistic missiles that could be, or that China might have been selling Venezuela, and it would have been easy for them to strike our oil capacity in southern Texas. And it would be one of those things that we could just kind of like ignore, where we're just like, oh, well, I mean, they're medium ballistic missiles. We got limited missile defense. You know, they're a few thousand miles away. How good could Chinese and Russian technology be? And then, boom, if there was ever like a hot war between the United States and China and we were lackadaisical about it, they could take out our oil refining capacity in the southern United States, and then we're at a disadvantage in a hot war. So it's all about like geopolitical, military, technological, and logistical maneuvering. So, but to dismiss it out of hand, if we have a, analysis, like I'm assuming Ryan McBeth, while I think some of his analysis was very surface level, I'm assuming if he's talking about these Chinese systems going into Venezuela so they could hit our oil capacity, that's got to be based in something, right? And then also, here's another thing too. On principle, do we have the ability or right to dictate to rival and enemy nations what they're allowed to trade amongst each other? Now, we assert that right. We say, oh, well, we're not going to, in reference to Cuba, we're not going to tolerate long-range ballistic missiles being in Cuba. And so we will withdraw our long-range ballistic missiles from Turkey, but we are also going to blockade commercial vessels going to Cuba that are carrying long-range ballistic missiles. So, like we've asserted that right, but on principle or moral, how are we able to dictate that Venezuela is not allowed to buy or develop medium-range and long-range ballistic missiles? They're a sovereign nation, right? So it's only through this like paternalistic dictatorial thing that we could say like, oh, well, China, you can't sell these long-range ballistic missiles to the United States because we don't want you to. And China could tell us to go fuck ourselves, and they would have the right to tell us to go fuck ourselves. So that's where for me, it's like, it's more the principle than it is the logistics, because China could tomorrow, they could change their mind and be like, yep, we're sending long-range ballistic missiles to Venezuela, and you can't do shit about it. Right? Yeah, Fast and Bulbous says modern ICBMs can hit anywhere on the Earth from anywhere in the world. Yeah, like Russia could hit us, China could hit us, Korea arguably could hit the West Coast. There's no reason to think that Venezuela will be any different. But if Venezuela is going to have intermediate or long-range ballistic missiles, why wouldn't we, on principle, want them to get back into our orbit? You know what I'm saying? So, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the 3 people who have donated so far. Quick shout out to Vazraka and It's Dubwa for donating so far today. And then I did set up a goal, 10 super chats, $2 or higher over the next 2 hours. I would appreciate it if you'd like to stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's go.
The long range, intermediate continental ballistic missiles. That would be like, that's a long range. This is like over 1,000 miles, I think, or maybe to reach.
Okay, well, I don't know if that would be the appropriate technical term.
Sure, I don't know the technical.
Regardless, apparently they did have missile systems coming from China that could reach the United States and could very certainly reach the Panama Canal. So again, some of this was to just kind of checkmate China in case they invade Taiwan and a bigger war breaks out.
I'm actually okay with that. I'm okay. Let's say that China wanted to invade Taiwan, and we saw like a bunch of commercial vessels, because China has been creating like a crazy commercial fleet that's dual purpose. It's military and it's commercial. And one thing that I saw recently was that commercial ships, they effectively have detachable storage containers that carry missile systems inside them. I want you to think about this, okay? Normal commercial vessel, it transports cargo. That's what it does, okay? And what China has developed is they've developed cargo containers or cargo container-sized missile systems that do not rely on the power system of the commercial vessel. And so effectively what they can do is they can mass produce this missile system. They can throw them on commercial vessels. Then they can put those in the Taiwan Strait and then fire those missiles into Taiwan in preparation for an invasion. And then they can also use amphibious and paratrooper assets in order to overwhelm Taiwanese forces and then establish a beachhead and then use commercial vessels in order to ferry troops onto Taiwan. And they have the numbers that they could overwhelm Taiwanese forces and then establish a beachhead and then invade Taiwan. So if what we're doing in response is we're saying, hey, you want to go after Taiwan? Well, Venezuela is a third of the proven oil reserves. They're in our hemisphere. They're in our backyard. They have difficulty developing their product. And on top of that, Russia and China benefit from their product because they're selling to you guys almost exclusively. As a result, we're going to put, you want to stick your finger in our eye by invading Taiwan. We're going to stick our finger right outside. Like, look at your screen right now. As a matter of fact, I'll go full screen for this because this is important. Okay. So what the United States, what Vegan Gains is saying is that we're not poking our finger in China's eye. We're just doing this. Okay. So it's like you see China like warming up their fingers and like stretching in order to poke us in the eye. And instead we do this. We just put our finger right outside their eyeballs. Right. So I'm okay with that. I think that's okay analysis. Grassroots with the 20. Thank you, King. Thank you for the oil, King. If chat hits the goal, I'll black bag Keir Starmer for the memes. Excellent. Excellent. Hit the goal. That way we have an international incident. All right.
Okay. I want to move on to the second part because I don't think this first claim is true. I just don't think there's any evidence for this. I think I would have heard about it. Okay. I think it would be a bigger deal. I think we'd be able to find tons of news articles about it if China was shipping intermediate ballistic missile systems to Venezuela. I think everybody over here.
I don't know why you'd figure that.
Because that would be a really big deal. It's almost like Cuban Missile Crisis tier of like countries being able to shoot missiles into the United States from South America. Why would they even need those missile systems? I think that would be really spooky.
I don't know why.
Why wouldn't they?
I don't know why you'd figure the news media would be all over that.
Real Serious says, does Connor ever do viewer call-ins? No, but I might have news on that front for you in the next couple of weeks. So stand by. It
would be a really big deal. No?
Again, apparently the Trump administration considered a big deal, which is why they invaded, or part of the reason.
We don't know why. They've said it's for drugs. They've said it's for oil. They've said all sorts of things. So it's hard to, it's hard.
Well, there's a variety of reasons. And again, I would say the primary reason is just national security.
Okay, that might be the case, but there's no evidence of this missile system thing. For the second claim, you brought up terrorist training. Let me look this one up. What is you're saying Hezbollah or terrorist training?
Yeah, I think the main group was Hezbollah.
You guys keep asking sane but also silly questions in current media environment, okay? Bud123 says, why is the Syrian civil war and the imminent collapse of the SDF portion not making the news? Because it's been going on for like 10 years now, bro. We've been talking about, to some degree, the Syrian civil war since 2014, and people don't care. So during the Obama administration, prior to Donald Trump taking office, Obama wanted to overthrow Bashir al-Assad because he's a modernized but Russian and Chinese friendly dictator. I think he was like Western educated. I think he was educated in the United Kingdom, and I think his wife was educated in the United Kingdom. But there was geopolitical reasons why we wanted to do that, because it would screw over Russia if the Assad regime was overthrown. And so we backed the rebels, but we didn't back the rebels enough for them to successfully overthrow Bashir al-Assad. So we've been hearing Syrian democratic forces have slaughtered tens of thousands of people in the city of blank. And then we've heard ISIS forces have slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians in the city of blank. And then we heard government forces have dropped barrel bombs on the city of blank, resulting in 200,000 dead. And so we've been hearing that for a year, where 500,000 people in the Syrian the Syrian country, have like 500,000 people have died in the Syrian civil war. So people are just exhausted, man. They're just exhausted. Like, oh, okay, another civil war faction is fighting another civil war faction in Syria, and the current president of Syria is a former ISIS member in a suit who seems to want to be nice to the West. Okay, now what? Right? That's kind of the story. It's like, okay, a bunch of people got slaughtered. Now what?
Okay, this is an older one, but 70 million.
There you go. Thomas Dudley says that there's an official term for the Chinese commercial vessels. It's called the PLA, People's Liberation Army Maritime Militia. Boom. Now we got a technical term for it.
From Venezuela to Germany, January 2013, running training camps, international narcotics, Venezuela, Bolivia. Okay. I'm sure if it was active then, it was active.
Horus God, what is Aleppo? Exactly. Quick memes. There was a guy who I would have voted for named Gary Johnson. And Gary Johnson was the libertarian presidential guy. And it actually looked like he was going to get like 2 to 3% of the vote in the, what was that the Clinton? I think it was the Clinton Trump election. I think it might have been 16. Somebody can correct me if it was earlier. I think it was 16. So anyways, he seemed like he was doing okay. All right. He was doing okay. Lots of people hated Clinton. Lots of people hated Trump. Lots of people thought, oh, it was 16. Okay, for sure. So lots of people hated the two candidates that were there. And Gary Johnson was coming out and he was saying like, hey, man, both of the parties have lost their minds. I don't want to tax the hell out of you. I want Americans to be involved in like innovative business practices. I want to reduce the hostilities with international players. I want to do this. I want to do that. And so nobody really thought he was going to win, right? But they did think that he was going to take like 2 to 3% of the vote, right? Like on a good year, which is amazing for the Libertarian Party. The Libertarian Party is effectively a joke. And so if a serious libertarian candidate stepped up to the scene, got 3 to 5% of the vote, maybe that would be enough for like this cultural wave of libertarianism to like seize the national discourse and therefore get deeper inroads into the American political life. But what happened is Gary Johnson went really quickly from being like a serious contender to get a few percentage stolen from the general election to the Syrian civil war was like the most important geopolitical event that was going on. And some reporter was like, hey, what do you think about what's going on in Aleppo? And he was like, what? And that had been like the story for 90 days was like Aleppo. It's the city in Syria that's getting the shit bombed out of it by government forces. And there's rebels in the town and the civilians are getting massacred and all that kind of stuff. So it would kind of be like the only way you couldn't know what Aleppo, Syria was is if you hadn't watched the news in the past 2 weeks. And if you're running for president of the United States, you should either be watching the news or you should be having your team brief you on what's going on in the news on a weekly basis. And so he's like, what's Aleppo? What are you talking about? And so that kind of became a meme where it's like the libertarians, once again, fumbled the ball, not taking their own job seriously. And then effectively from that moment, it seemed like Gary Johnson stopped taking his own campaign seriously. And then he just used it as an excuse to get paid to smoke pot on podcasts. And he just he just did the podcast circuit, smoked weed, hung out with people, talked about libertarianism. And that was like the death. That was the death of Gary Johnson's attempt to get 3 to 5% out of the general election. It was actually really, really sad. Grasher says Gary Johnson's answer to that was based, I'm not running for president of Syria. Sure. But if libertarians want to be taken seriously as presidents of the United States, they have to understand geopolitics. Even if they want to take a more isolationist lens and they want to dismantle the American empire, they're going to have to talk to normie neocons such as myself, and they're going to have to say how the world isn't going to cannibalize itself the second we leave it alone, and going, well, that's not our problem, so fuck them. That's not really like a good answer that's going to get me to cast a vote for you. You know what I'm saying? Real Serious says, oh my God, Connor, can you please show the video of Gary Johnson being booed by the Libertarian Party when in a debate panel he was asked if people should have their driver's licenses? Yes. And that's the other thing. I'm not going to show the clip because I'm not going to take the time to pull it up. But that was the other time that the Libertarians effectively just like killed themselves. They might as well have taken out like a 500 Smith & Wesson revolver, lined it up with their own foot, and then blown half of their foot off. Because effectively you have Gary Johnson, supposed to be the most serious Libertarian Party candidate in the past decade. A naked guy shows up to their what do you call that? He streaks the Libertarian Party convention. Somebody asks if on principle people should have driver's licenses. He says yes. The crowd boos him. And then another person goes up on stage and they're like, well, I think that I don't think that like kids should be able to do heroin. And then the crowd also boos. And it's like, okay, guys. All right, this is 22 seconds long. Gary Johnson booed at the Libertarian debate for supporting driver's licenses. This is why Libertarians are a freaking joke. Okay, this is why no one's taking you seriously. You're not going to get more than 2% of the vote in any given year, is because you're so adamant about not having any level of state involved at all, that you're having an entirely different conversation than the rest of the American people. So volume's up. Let's hear it.
Should someone have to have a government issued license to drive a car?
Hell no.
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
Dude, that was in Orlando. That was at the Rosen. I could have gone to that. Ugh. Listen, man, and there's like a part of me that wants to like join the Libertarian Party, because obviously like liberals, if you say liberal, sorry, I'll get back to the content momentarily. But when you say liberal, you're saying center left, right? You're saying we need a little bit of taxes, we need a little bit of education, we do need the free market, we do need freedom of expression, we do need individual rights. But was there the streaker? I don't know, man. I could Google Libertarian Party naked guy and I can see the guy. He's like fat, he's hairy, he's ginger, and he's naked, and he's in front of the podium. I don't know what year that was, but that's another Libertarian Party meme. So I would go to the Libertarian Party and say like, hey, the center left has their thing, which is effectively the Liberal Democrats. The center right needs its thing, which should be the Libertarian Party. But I'm a statist, and I think that there are certain things that the state should do in order to reduce human suffering. And then I'm pretty sure what would actually happen is they would be like, okay, you're not one of us, right? That's exactly what would happen, is they would be like, no, you're not one of us. Therefore, you can buzz off. Can I link a meme? I mean, you can try, and if I can click it, I might pull it up. But I also don't, guys. I was on the ball. I was naked libertarian guy. I was on the ball. I was reacting to the content. We did not have attention deficit disorder. We were making our way through the content. I was responding to relevant chats, and that's and I was talking about it. But here we go. This is it. This is the Orlando, Florida Rosen Hotel. So the same place that they were at. I don't know if this was 2016, but yeah, dude, here's he's not naked. I guess he's wearing underwear, but he's basically proving why we're not taking libertarians seriously. It's because you had a political conference of people who are supposed to be serious about winning a large chunk of the electorate. That way the libertarians can become a third party in the United States. And this is your response to it. Why would we do this? Violence licenses also cucked. I hate you guys. I like to drive my helicopter by vibes. Yeah. Okay. We're going back to the content. Okay. We're going back to the content. In summary, libertarians cannot be taken seriously on the national stage. And why aren't we talking about the Syrian civil war? It's because everybody's exhausted after 10 years of hearing about the Syrian war. It would actually be cool if Syrians stopped killing Syrians. It would actually be super chill if everybody just like went and voted in a local election. And if somebody won that you didn't like, they didn't institute authoritarian rules that like dispossessed and slaughtered tens of thousands of their own countrymen. And then if everybody was just chill, and then if they participated in the next election, that would be super duper. All right.
More recently, but is there anything recent about time to designate Venezuela as a state sponsor of terrorism? Under the authoritarian rule of President Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela is a hub of illicit drug trafficking and a sanctuary for terrorist organizations. The Maduro regime has cultivated mutually beneficial relationships with armed groups such as Lebanese Hezbollah and Colombia's Marxist rebel group ELN, allowing them to exploit Venezuela's laws and environment for their own nefarious ends. Practice on Tehran, allowing them to collaborate to undermine U.S. national interest and further entrench their...
Hold on. This is actually funny. I did pull it up for real serious with the Argentinian ARS. Today I will vote for a third party. Right. Libertarian. Winner. No government. Right. Yeah. So weirdly enough, we have, is it Javier Milei? Javier Milei has won. I don't know. Is he Argentinian? He's won in some, I think it's Argentina, right? Or is it Chile? I don't know South America, bro. Javier Milei, Argentine. So he's the Argentinian. Yeah, give him another 20 billion. So he's the Argentinian laissez-faire libertarian leader who has slashed vast swaths of the Argentinian state. And there was like some indications that the privatization of the economy was increasing economic effect. But then there were also indications that they were on the verge of economic collapse. And so the United States actually recently gave Argentina $20 billion. Now, I think it's a loan. It's probably a no interest or low interest loan. And or there's some like economic concessions that we're getting. I forget what it is. But we gave Argentina $20 billion to stabilize. So, it remains to be seen because I still think Javier Milei is in power. It remains, I think they did double it. Actually, it might be 40 billion now. It remains to be seen if a libertarian can actually like kickstart an economy. But we're kind of like in meme territory now because this is so recent. I think it's only been like the past 3 or 4 years. We actually haven't seen what's going to happen to Argentina going forward. So yeah, people are saying. We bought $20 billion worth of their currency in order to stabilize their currency. That makes sense. We doubled it to 40 billion. Okay. Grid says we actually made money on our deal with Argentina. That's cool. And we also bought all their beef, which effed over American ranchers. Well, hey, screwed over Admiral Gibbs. So I guess there you go. It's the guys, it's the hold on. What's the trolley problem? Let's pull up the trolley problem meme. And you guys are distracting me again, okay? If you're a VOD viewer and you're like, Connor, please go back to Venezuela. Please shut up. Blame my chat, dude. They're distracting me, okay? So here, it's the trolley problem. If you pull this lever, then nothing happens, and we kill a few people, but we don't kill that many people, and we just let the American war machine and empire continue as it presently is, okay? If we pull this lever, we kill 3 million Africans, and we spend $40 billion on Argentine beef and stabilizing the Argentine currency, but also we screw up Admiral Gibbs's business. Do you pull the lever? Do you kill 3 million Africans to screw over Admiral Gibbs? Answers in chat.
Their respective illiberal governance models in a propaganda post produced by the office of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Maduro was featured alongside other prominent pro-Iranian leaders, such as Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah and Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Okay. Following the recent Iranian missile attack on Israel, it is necessary to consider the global reach of Iranian proxies and allies, particularly the well-sourced Lebanese terrorist organization Hezbollah, using Caracas as a base for their subversive activities in Latin America. Hezbollah operates a criminal terror network in the tri-border area of Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina that generates important revenue for the terrorist organization. Largely driven by narcotics trafficking, Hezbollah operatives can largely move to and from Venezuela discreetly, and many have roots in Venezuela's sizable Lebanese community. But the Maduro security apparatus the clandestine foothold in Venezuela threats Iran and Hezbollah with closer access to the U.S. homeland, as well as potential soft military targets in the Western Hemisphere. Famously in 1992, Hezbollah with Iranian support bombed the Israeli embassy in Argentina 2 years later. Hezbollah. Okay, all right, this claim is at least true. Okay.
So there's a lot of Hadalaka people with 9/11-ish last names that are being flown to Venezuela for terrorist training.
Razzle Smasher, good to see you, King. Good morning, Connor. Good morning, chat. I started a new job, so I've been as active here lately, but I'm still listening to the streams on my commute. Also, Vegan Gains was fully R-slurred here. Based. Good to see you, Razzle.
Another reason, again, why Trump wanted to invade Venezuela.
Okay. I'm not sure about that one, but we can see that there is a definite link between Venezuela and Hezbollah, that there is at least money exchanged. People can move back and forth. There might be training. It seems there have been some attacks in South America related to this.
Like, what do you think they're doing?
Probably that, I would imagine. I don't know about...
Like, they're not going there for, like, I don't know, a cruise or
I think it's probably
holidays.
Yeah, I think it's probably bad. Yeah. Okay. Is there any other thing that we could do besides invading a country to try to... I
don't know if you'd call this an invasion.
Sanction and blockade. That would be my answer.
Well, we went into the country with our military and we kidnapped the leader and deposed him.
Okay. Has Iran invaded the United States?
No.
Has Iran invaded Canada? Okay, well, they have hundreds of Iranian agents that are embedded within the U.S. and Canada. So,
yeah, but even if we say...
I don't know what you classify as an invasion. So, yeah, the
so
U.S.
like uniformed military services, like an Air Force, a Navy, or whatever else, doing a military operation in a country to depose the leader of that country is a military.
So, okay, so...
We don't tell any...
School for two. Thank you, King. More beef is always good, no matter who gets hurt. True. What I was going to say, though, is the invasion. I think the reason why I would press Stephen on the definition of invasion is that if we're using like the colloquial term, then of course you could say we invaded their airspace. We invaded their sovereign territory. We invaded this. We invaded that. But I think that we often refer to the war in Iraq as the invasion in Iraq, and sending in a few dozen military special forces operators to wipe out 3 dozen Venezuelan, maybe it's 100, to wipe out 100 Venezuelan security personnel, kidnapping the leader, and then dipping out before anybody knows that better. That is not the same as the invasion of Iraq, right? The invasion of Iraq was like 250,000 Americans in trucks, in tanks, in amphibious assault craft, in all sorts of crap, rolling down the streets of Baghdad and then occupying, Iraq. An invasion is a forceful entry into another's territory or rights, often by an army for conquest, but also refers metaphorically to the unwelcome arrival of anything overwhelming like pests, disease, or an infringement of privacy. It signifies a hostile takeover, intrusion, or aggressive encroachment, whether by military force, large groups, or even microscopic pathogens. Okay. And key meaning, a large-scale hostile entry into a country by a foreign army to occupy or conquer. It's like the Roman invasion of Britain. And so that's where I'm saying, like, this definition implies large scale and occupation. And so I think destiny is wrong. But if we were quibbling over the definition of the word, because I don't have autism, like let's say Steven and I got into a fight and he was like, well, an invasion can technically be an infringement upon somebody's privacy. And we absolutely infringed upon the privacy of a sovereign nation and also that of its head of state, Nicolas Maduro. And then I was like, okay, well, the word invasion implies like large scale. It also implies, occupation. And then if he's like, well, it doesn't have to, then I'd be like, okay. And I'd be like, let's move into the bigger point. And the bigger point is whether or not the president can do this without congressional authorization, which legally, the answer is no. Historically, the answer is yes. And that's kind of an interesting state of affairs. And then the other question is, do we actually have geopolitical interest in Venezuela that justifies us taking aggressive action against it? The answer is also yes. And so it's one of those things. There's this quote from Bill Barr that I often repeat, which is that if you want a thing that Donald Trump advertises, right? Like, let's say that Donald Trump says, I want to secure Venezuela and break off their influence from Russia and China because this is in the geopolitical interest of the United States. Guess what? I do too. I think that's geopolitically brilliant. But Bill Barr says Donald Trump is the last person that you want to execute your policy because he is so stupid and inane and self-interested with a huge ego that doesn't care about anything. Bye, Dana. Good to see you. Got to go. Thanks, everyone here for the chat. Sprinkling valor, love everywhere. Have a safe day. Thank you, Dana. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for tolerating us crazy people in the live stream. I really do appreciate it, Dana. Thank you for showing up. But what I was going to say is I wanted to say goodbye to Dana. Geopolitics, quibbles over military invasion, geopolitical interest. Bill Barr goes on to say that Trump is the last person you want executing the policy that you want because he will do it in the dumbest way possible. And he will create such a backlash effect against the thing that you want that you will be worse off than if he had done nothing at all. That's a direct quote from Bill Barr. Okay. So that's where, for me, it's like, yeah, Bill Barr was an integral part of the Trump 1 White House. I believe Bill Barr. Okay. Back to the content.
An invasion, you call it military operation, you call it whatever you want, but
and see, because Steven doesn't have autism, he says call it a military operation, call it whatever you want. See? PB and jelly. Peanut butter and jelly.
wait, what?
Did the U.S. invade Pakistan to get Osama bin Laden?
Arguably, yeah. Although we didn't target a Pakistan government or Pakistani leadership, we were targeting somebody in Pakistan. But I mean, people would consider that a type of invasion, sure.
Oh, okay. If Osama bin Laden were the president of Pakistan, you'd still call that an invasion, right?
Absolutely. But I don't think we would have done it if he was the president of Pakistan.
You don't think the United...
Wait, we did that in Afghanistan, bro. We deposed the Taliban. What do we talk about here? Now, we had an authorization from Congress. That's true. But I mean, we love deposing leaders. It's like our favorite. Connor, you need to flip your mic. It's in your face too much when you are making good points that can be clipped into a short. Okay, I'll move it a little bit out of my face. But pretending that the United States doesn't have a hobby of deposing foreign leaders, that's like our favorite thing, man. If deposing foreign leaders is America's hobby, it's America's hobby the same way that like Warhammer is my hobby. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just kind of what we do. Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, we just kind of love doing it. It's kind of like our favorite thing.
States would have captured Osama bin Laden if he was the president of Pakistan.
Probably not.
Okay, dude, have you been talking to Clav and getting some of his crystal meth?
No. But we just generally don't
Like,
target
dude,
and
that's
kill.
insane.
Well, the insane thing is killing or kidnapping leaders of sovereign states.
Muammar Gaddafi, Bashir al-Assad.
That's a crazy, insane
Well,
thing to do.
guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what? Venezuela is not a sovereign state. Nobody recognized Maduro's presidency. He's had an arrest warrant out for him for years. The guy's been working with the CCP, Islamic militant groups, full-on terrorists.
Do you think it would be justified for the U.S. to depose China's leader to kidnap him?
Oh God, yes. I need to look up the definition of the word turgid. This is a family show after all, so we have to use sanitized language when we're ever discussing vulgar concepts. So hold on. Let's look up the definition of the word turgid. Turgid means swollen and distended, often by fluid, like a plant cell or a vein. Okay? So there's this older show. I say older, but it's not. I'll Google it. I won't say it. But if we militarily invaded, I know we shouldn't do it. Okay? I know we shouldn't do it. I know it's very dumb. I know it would be so dumb to send in a special forces team to kidnap not Mao Zedong. Although if we kidnapped Mao Zedong in the 60s or 70s, that would have been hilarious. If we kidnapped Xi Jinping and we were just like, hey, China, just to let you know, we could do this at any point. We're not invading, but we have, we kidnapped your boy. We got your boy. We got your boy. So Krieger, Fatimo says, Connor, Googling Google again. I Google because my Chrome browser defaults to Yahoo. So if it's defaulting to Google right now, amazing. But there is a mad scientist who's in the TV show Archer, and he says, stop. My phallus can only get so turgid. And I'm using sanitized terms because this is a family show. So yeah. So if we kidnapped Xi Jinping, totally terrible policy, horrible, destroy international relations, probably would have huge blowback effects, huge blowback on the economy. But I could only get so turgid.
Well, I'm sorry. Different set of circumstances.
Well, no, I'm just asking. If you're saying that them getting weapons from China could be a reason, do you think that deposing China?
Trust me, I know I can put Google as my default search engine. It reverts back to Yahoo. Don't worry about it.
China's leader itself would be valid from a U.S. interest?
Okay, why are you bringing that up?
I'm just
Obviously, at this point in time, that would not be tenable.
Well, I'm not asking if it's tenable. I'm just saying would it be justified if we had the ability.
So why are you bringing that up?
Well, if we had the ability to go into China and kidnap Xi Jinping or whatever and depose the government.
Oh my God, please.
There and get out with minimal losses or no losses. Like would we be justified in doing that?
That question is nonsensical. What would be the objective?
Capture the leader.
What would be the best outcome?
Capture the leader and take no damages.
And what would the possibility of mission success be?
Let's assume 99%.
Dude, I hate grassroots commentary. I'm all the way back in current chat. I still see you guys in current chat, but in chronological chat, we're still on driver's license and pilot's licenses. And grassroots hegemon is like, how am I supposed to know if I'm a good pilot or not if they don't let me try it out? Arguing that he should just be allowed to get into a plane and flip buttons and take it out for a test drive. With no government oversight, no licensing, no nothing. Okay, bro. Okay. Machine guns and vending machines. I get it.
Okay, then sure.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, because I think that the concept that every sovereign state in the world's leadership is now looking to both defend against foreign capture or assassination, or is looking to commit foreign capture or assassination, puts the whole world in a more aggressive and on edge posture. It makes everything less peaceful, makes it harder to make trade deals with each other. It makes everybody less trustworthy of almost everything, immigration, military stuff, whatever. I just think
sure. We should only kidnap foreign leaders as a treat. We shouldn't do it all the time. If we're good for a couple of years, we haven't deposed any regimes, we haven't overthrown any governments, we haven't engaged in any, limited military operations, then we should just kidnap one foreign leader as a treat. It should not be the default American diplomatic and military position that we, like, when we don't like you, we just get to kidnap your leader. Probably not a great default political position. Thank you to the people who are chipping. Thank you to Real Serious for the 100 ARS, chipping into the Let Grassroots Kidnap the UK PM fund. Thank you, Real Serious. I do appreciate it. And if he does it, that's on him, man. Like I'll laugh. I'll laugh, if Grassroots gets caught, I don't know where he is. Isn't it like 310 Buckner Street or something like that? I forget where it is, but they always have like the prime minister talking in front of some like townhouse in London, So it'd be hilarious if, I'm not saying he should do it, but it would be hilarious if the prime minister goes out for a speech out front of his townhouse in downtown London, and there's Grassroots with a balaclava and a potato sack, 10 Downing Street. There you go. His townhouse in 10 Downing Street. It would be hysterical. Do you guys remember when 221 Baker Street? Yeah. Is that Sherlock Holmes? Yeah. Do you guys remember when Borat tried to kidnap Pamela Anderson in a potato sack? Do you remember that? I'm gonna Google it real quick. So Borat, Pamela Anderson, potato sack. Apparently this was like an unprompted stunt. Okay. So Borat is in love with Pamela Anderson. Pamela Anderson, I think, was 40 or 50 at the time. And he proposes to marry Pamela Anderson. And like, she was in on it. Oh, okay. Good. I hope she was in on it. Otherwise she would have been. Sacha Baron Cohen says Pamela Anderson's Borat kidnapping scene led to her divorce from Kid Rock. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of funny, though. But anyways, he shows up to a Pamela Anderson book tour, and then he has this like ceremonial kidnapping blanket bag thing. And so he's like, "Oh, I want to marry you," and she's like, "Oh, haha, you're so sweet, ha ha ha." And then Borat, oh, here's a gif of it. He tries to throw her in the marriage kidnapping blanket. So yeah, so if wouldn't it be hilarious if Grassroots Hegemon went to 221 Baker Street or 10 Downing, wherever the prime minister's townhome is, and then showed up with a marriage kidnapping sack and tried to kidnap the prime minister of England? I think that would be amazing. Vazraka also gave $5 for the kidnapping the prime minister fund. All right. Appreciate you. Let's keep going.
I think it creates an overall more tense, worse world.
Yeah, you notice it's Russia and China that are saying that. Oddly enough, weird. I wonder why.
Well, but even Russia and China aren't typically assassinating foreign leaders, right?
Oh, you don't think they are?
No.
Russia didn't try to assassinate Zelensky?
I mean, they tried, but I mean, the countries are also at war with each other.
Okay. So you're saying it was a bad idea for the US to go after Maduro because it makes Putin on edge that somebody might be interested in assassinating political leaders, even though this guy murders everybody he doesn't like left and right, including foreign political leaders.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
When was it? What foreign political leader did Maduro assassinate or murder or capture?
We're talking.
Hold on. If he says Putin, hold on. Let's see if he says Putin.
Talking about Putin.
Oh no! Can I say this is mad funny? Because this is what I asked. This is what I asked Steven during the Docs War. I was like, hold on, you can't prove that Queeman or J-Stock or Doobie were involved in doxing. So how can you attack every member of their community and them for things that they didn't do? And Steven was like, oh, well, they're all related and they're all bad and they're all my enemy and they're all my rival. Therefore, I can do whatever I want. You know, that's like mad funny. So, but then when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to, you know, what the United States can do, then he has a principle against like unlimited warfare. I know it's just an analogy, but that's why I depicted him as the Mad King. I depicted him as the Mad King because on Monday he's going to say, well, you can't punish individuals for the sins of a collective group. That's crazy. And then on Tuesday he's going to be like, oh, hey, Twitter people, here's J Stock's first name and last name, and here's his dead dad's obituary. Okay, that's crazy. All right, let's be real. That is crazy. That also happened. What is it? J Stock sent me a Discord DM where apparently Steven, despite the dox war supposedly being over, he posted J Stock's first name, last name, and his dad's obituary. Kind of crazy. I would have advised against that course of action. But anyways, I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
What foreign leader did Putin murder or assassinate or capture?
Literally.
Oh, it's without dispute that Putin has assassinated people. There was that spy that he hit with like polonium like a decade ago. Absolutely, Putin has killed people through extra legal means.
I wasn't talking about Maduro doing that. I was talking about Putin doing that.
Sure, who does Putin do it to?
You brought up this idea. That, you know, taking Maduro sets this precedent where anybody can go after any foreign leader. Well, the only people who are saying this stupid shit are Xi or the CCP and Putin of Russia. And what do these people do? They kill all political dissidents they can get a hold of, including foreign leaders, especially Putin. This guy's tried to assassinate foreign leaders again, left and right, including
who are these attempted assassinations left and right? You keep saying left and right like it's over and over and over again. Who?
What do you mean? There's at least a few dozen political assassinations.
Then name a few. Name like two of them. Who? That foreign leaders or foreign diplomats or foreign government officials?
Well, no, I was spies. So no, I said political dissidents
from their own country, their own nationals. Yes, their own nationals. Yes, but that's a lot different than other countries. Yes, that's different than other countries' citizens or leaders.
Sorry, they did it. Putin has assassinated Russian political dissidents that defected and became citizens of the UK.
Sure, that's possible, and that's bad, but it's still way different than going after foreign leaders. Yeah.
By the way, Russia has also done like some of the most shit when it comes to some of these assassination attempts. They had Russian agents put like some sort of nerve agent on a hotel doorknob. Mm-hmm. Anybody could have touched that thing and killed anybody.
Sure, but wasn't that attack targeting Navalny?
So what does this matter? You acknowledge Russia kills foreign citizens of other nations.
No, I don't think they generally target. I don't think that's generally Russia's MO. No.
I'm not saying they targeted innocent civilians. I'm saying they are responsible for civilian deaths with these like insane, reckless assassination attempts.
I just don't think that generally happens. No.
And again, Putin is the guy who's saying, oh, this Maduro thing is all wrong. You shouldn't go after foreign leaders, while he goes after foreign leaders like Zelensky.
Well, Zelensky is different because at the very least, those two countries are at war with each other, right?
Okay. What you do understand, like Russia is to... there is like a cyber war going on between Russia and the United States and United States and China.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying it should be okay for us to go after Xi? You wouldn't have a problem with us assassinating him, since
I mean we haven't really the world hasn't decided that like
they've been trying to find all the nuclear launch sites. They've been trying to install malware into all of these computer systems that control heavy industry like nuclear reactors, any energy production facilities. So they're trying to engage in cyber warfare that could completely cripple the United States in case of an all-out war.
Yeah, and I think that's really bad. And I think we need to have a conversation about, like, I think you could justify military action for that type of stuff. But right now, as per the agreements from countries all over the world, we just don't really do military responses for cyber warfare.
Yeah. So it's just very strange that you have a situation like Maduro, where he's bringing in Chinese missile systems that could be used to directly attack the United States.
That's, to be clear,
would
that's not
almost
true.
certainly
right?
be used to shut down the Panama Canal.
That's not. We don't know if that's true either. Right?
They are helping train terrorists.
That could be.
They're
happening,
helping
yes.
fund terrorism.
It's probably happening.
They're
yeah.
trafficking drugs.
Okay, true.
And you have a country that has rich oil reserves, and they're getting completely like they're just not getting taken advantage. Like they're not taking advantage of it because their oil industry is just being turned to absolute shit because of this regime. There's a number of reasons why the U.S. would have legitimate reasons to invade Venezuela, especially considering this guy's presidency is completely illegitimate. The operation was a great success. You're talking about very minimal amount of people that had to be killed. They were in and out, and so far, it hasn't turned into
In and out, Morty. 20-minute adventure, Morty. In and out. We're going to topple the leader of Venezuela, Ricky. In and out. 20-minute adventure.
to Iraq just yet, and we have a somebody who was Maduro but seems to be playing nice with the United States right now. So this seems like a pretty clean operation. Seems like all kind of win-win for the United States, and at the very least, some of these oil industry execs can get some of their money back from the theft that occurred when their oil industry was nationalized. So it's just kind of strange that the only real pushback I've seen you make of this is, oh, well, other world leaders are talking about how this is making them worried that this sets a new precedent that we can just go after other world leaders. The only people who are saying this are fascist dictators like Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin.
I mean, other South American leaders
who
are
they
saying
themselves
this, but,
are engaged in this exact kind of behavior.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a take. I'll say this with 95% confidence.
Yeah, what's the problem with the take? It seems like so far they've been establishing the take. I want to know what the problem with the take is.
Nothing will be done to stop the ties between any foreign terrorist group and Venezuela. Nothing will be stood up long-term for any kind of U.S. oil extraction. This idea will probably be abandoned within a few months because this administration has the foresight for literally nothing.
True. Not totally true, but partially true.
We haven't made any administrative change whatsoever in Venezuela. It's the same regime that was there before. We didn't put the other one in power that had won the election. So if you really were concerned about the results of the last election, then the current administration totally betrays that idea. There were no missile system ship. I don't know where we got that idea from. There's no proof of that. And I seriously doubt that happened because we would be talking about it. And I don't think we've damaged their relations with China or Russia at all. And there was a superior way to go about literally all of this, which would be building an international coalition of partners.
What do you mean we haven't damaged their relations with China and Russia? We literally captured Russian oil tankers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Sorry, I was eating a chocolate bar. But no. I totally disagree with Stephen here whether or not it's a big deal. No, it's absolutely a big deal. Okay. And the reason why I would say it was a big deal, or I wouldn't have thought it was a big deal because the media wasn't paying attention to it, but that has nothing to do with whether or not it's a big deal. Setting up a Caribbean naval blockade, blowing up I say random, but blowing up suspected drug traffickers, but also blocking the shadow fleet that is moving sanctioned oil out of Venezuela into the rest of the world. That's going to choke the energy supply for Russia, Iran, and Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and China. And you say, oh, well, Iran already has its energy and it has the capacity to back Russia and China, therefore they don't need Venezuela. That's totally true. But when you look at the major players who still hate the United States, it is Venezuela, Iran, Russia, and China. So you're talking about significantly effing over one of our geopolitical rivals and peers that is a part of a 4 or 5-way alliance against us. Think they were sanctioned. No, they were sanctioned. So not only were they were sanctioned, but we weren't enforcing the sanctions. So we were saying like, Venezuela for XYZ, crimes against humanity and political intrigues and stealing of our national resources and stealing all the shit from ExxonMobil and this, that, the other. Nobody within our alliance group should buy Iranian oil. And if anybody wants to do business with us, we're going to punish you if you do business with Iran. I keep saying Iran, Venezuelan oil. We're going to punish you if you do business with Venezuela. And then in reference to Venezuela, we are going to cut your oil production by like 90% because number one, we're taking away all the technical and technological advisors. They're all leaving the country. But number two, we're going to make sure that there are not that many buyers for your product. And they have a product that is really dense that has to be cut with Middle Eastern and North African oil in order to be sold on the market. And effectively, the only person who's going to help them do that is Iran, who I'm sure we also have sanctions against. And so we're putting our rivals and our enemies into this geopolitical pressure cooker. But one of the release valves of that pressure cooker was the Shadow Fleet. Effectively, the story that I've heard is that Russian, Chinese, and Iranian and random country affiliated vessels who wanted to take a risk, they were making port in Caracas and whatever other ports they have, loading up sanctioned oil and then driving it released in order to be sold and then have that deposited back in the accounts of the Venezuelan government, which is also dangerous because they became like the way that you can become like a unicrop, like a single crop agricultural area. Venezuela became a uni-commodity economy. They became socialist. They nationalized the oil. Then they based their economy on oil. And then because the United States retaliated because of them nationalizing their oil asset, oil crashed for them. And so that's part of the reason why their economy is total shit. So basically, how do I phrase this? Targeting the Shadow Fleet, chasing the Shadow Fleet, and harassing and capturing vessels of the Shadow Fleet that are probably worth billions of dollars. The ships themselves are probably worth, I don't know, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. How much does a commercial transport vessel cost? I don't even know how much a commercial ship costs. And then add on top of that, the loss of trade because that vessel is now captured and impounded. Then on top of that, add the value of the oil that was on the vessel. Then on top of that, add the value of the oil that would have been exported in the future. And we're talking about billions of dollars of damage to the Venezuelan economy. So Venezuela shadow oil is the car spare change of oil reserves. I mean, if you're talking about globally, sure. But if you're talking about Venezuela, I don't know. How else are they making their money? How much of the Venezuelan government revenue was the Shadow Fleet? Let's take a look at this real quick. I'm going to read the AI summary, but if it doesn't seem comprehensive, then I'm going to check out the Yahoo Finance article. AI overview. The Shadow Fleet of tankers is crucial for Venezuela's oil reserves, allowing the regime to bypass sanctions and fund essential services, but specific revenue percentages are elusive. Data suggests less than 20% of Venezuelan crude exports use shadow tankers, yet these ships facilitate vital sales for the Maduro government by concealing origin, even as they represent a fraction of total oil output, but a significant mechanism for revenue generation from discounted oil. Central to survival, the Dark Fleet enables the export oil, providing the primary revenue source for the government, funding everything from food to weapons. Circumventing sanctions by cloaking location and identity, these vessels help evade U.S. sanctions, allowing U.S. Venezuela to sell discounted crude oil to willing buyers. Market share. While vital for the regime, shadow tankers carry a smaller portion, less than 20% of total Venezuelan exports compared to Russian or Iranian oil. Okay, so weirdly enough, it's saying that like it's not a large part. It's like 20% of the total Venezuelan economy, but that percentage is specifically important for Venezuelan governmental services. I don't know why. I don't care. Just know that it actually is a big deal. That's the main thing. That's the main thing that I'm trying to communicate.
Like Russia literally cannot get, same with China. They can't get any of these oil shipments to Venezuela.
Don't they buy more oil from OPEC? I don't know what the current things and produce their own oil more. And didn't we say that
But that helps us.
Venezuelan refineries aren't even working that well anyway?
We know for a fact there were Russian ships transporting oil.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure there were
now
some.
they can't anymore.
Sure. But I mean, I don't know
what you mean. It hurts their.
Mira Doll with the horrible joke from like 30 minutes ago. Dude, brutal. I asked earlier, should we let 3 million Africans die in order to screw over Admiral Gibbs? Or should we not let 3 million Africans die? And Miradol said, you had me at 3 million Africans. Wow. Dark. Disavow.
Their relationship, doesn't hurt their relationship with Russia or China. They're not able to do what they're doing there anymore. So again, they aren't. I don't know what you mean by Trump administration isn't going to do anything to prevent terrorism. I would imagine there's like especially considering how racist Trump is and how he really doesn't like Muslims. I would imagine, even if he was kind of a lazy, stupid, incompetent guy, he would kind of be motivated to actually, stop Hezbollah or whatever other Iranian-backed militant groups are getting training in the area. Well, they're like, I don't know. You
don't know. He doesn't know. Like, did we rebuild Gaza? Do you think that's happening?
Look, I'm sure if we're assuming this was one of the reasons why they invaded Venezuela, they would have some kind of a plan in place. So
why would we assume that they don't have a plan in place for anything else they've done? What you're just making, that's a total baseless assumption. They don't have a plan for Gaza.
Well, look,
they don't have a plan for a comprehensive plan for literally anything this administration does. They can't even run their own Department of Justice. Why would we assume they have a plan for a whole other country?
That's not true. The plan for Gaza is to let Gazans live in the rubble of their destroyed nation so they die of diseases that are really easily preventable. And then the only way that the Gazans can rebuild their society is if they totally capitulate to the IDF, turn in every single weapon and every single rocket and every single, militant Hamas member. And then maybe the IDF will consider letting them rebuild Gaza. But until that happens, we're just going to let them live in the rubble. And then some of them will probably apply for some kind of asylum through NGOs. And they'll say, hey, I'm tired of the rubble. I'm tired of the infrastructure being collapsed. Therefore, I'm going to get out of here. And so they'll get out through like refugee and asylum programs. So the game plan is basically like a really slow, miserable ethnic cleansing. And so, I wouldn't say they have no plans for Gaza. They're just malevolent, slow-rolling, evil plans, right?
Well, look, this wasn't just Trump's idea. Okay, there are people who are smarter than him that would have told him,
no,
hey,
there's not.
look, Trump, there's this reason, this reason, this reason.
No, I don't think so. I think that he's eliminated. I think Trump has eliminated almost all of the intelligent guidance that exists in his cabinet.
Geopolitical strategies.
What complex geopolitical positions has the Trump administration successfully navigated?
None.
None.
I think they're doing a much better job in Israel than the Democratic Party was.
Why? They haven't done anything.
At least they were actually. Yeah, they were promptly selling missile systems and bombs to Israel, whereas along with other munitions. Whereas no, they weren't. They were delaying shipments.
They got what they needed.
Especially
they
right
got
before the election.
Tons of aid.
They were delaying shipments.
They got tons of aid. What, were they losing fights or something? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Sorry, old meme, but funny meme. Sacred Snow says, the U.S. deposes leaders like I paint Warhammer, except they do it faster and more often. Classic.
There were shortages of munitions, especially large, like bunker-busting bombs, that was delaying the invasion.
I don't agree with that. I think that the delays that were happening were because they wanted to see more evacuations of citizens or humanitarian pauses. It happened right before the initial invasion on October 7th, and it happened later on before they went to invade Rafah. They wanted to see the million people or whatever evacuated north. I don't think there were any meaningful delays.
No,
of
there
arms
were delays. There were absolutely delays. The Biden administration was basically promising some large munitions, and sometimes those munitions shipments, they were delayed by like 2 or 3 months. So they were definitely.
Skillful Dunn says this is out of context. Have you seen Farscape? Farscape consistently gets recommended by members of my chat and community for being a really good sci-fi show. I think the vibe, somebody's going to have to tell me, is that it's like a more militarized Star Trek. I did check out some clips the other day just because obviously I always check out like random sci-fi stuff that you guys suggest to me. So I was watching like a big CGI battle, and I forget what the context of the battle was, but effectively it's like their version of the Federation, their version of the good guys had set up a battle between them and like a really bad faction, but there was some like subterfuge in it where effectively like they were deploying this massive battle in this area as a distraction so they could go do this like really important objective. I forget what the context of it was, but like the CGI, man, I'm not gonna lie, it's like 90s CGI. You know, it's like, have you guys seen Beast Wars? I know I'm dating myself with this reference, but have you guys seen Beast Wars? Because Beast Wars was my jam back in the day. Transformers 3D cartoon. This shit was so corny compared to the amount of love that I have for it. Okay. So if you look at Beast Wars 3D animation, look at this stuff. It's a giant metal robot with leopard skin with like a gun running. And dude, this was my jam. When I was growing up, watching like Beast Wars on a Saturday morning, eating some like breakfast cereal, this shit was fire. All right. This shit was so fire. I freaking loved Beast Wars. But you see the animation quality where it's like you're an 8-year-old and you're like, this is liquid hot fire, but you're probably 40 and you're like, wow, this sucks ass. So if you look at Farscape, I'm not looking for art. I'm looking for like an actual CGI battle. I'll have to take a look at it. But anyways, there was like a CGI battle where I was like, dang, this is like hardcore late 90s, early thousands CGI. I was still having a good time, but you gotta accept the aesthetic. Okay. You just have to say, this looks a little CGI. This looks a little corny, you know, and then you just go, I'm gonna enjoy it anyways. That's what you got to do. Fell Runner for the 5. Thank you, King. Please skip to 4930 when you are bored with the current combo. I'll skip in literally the next minute. Thank you for the chip, by the way. Grassroots says Beast Wars was base. Batu Sai says I'd fake sick to stay home and watch Beast Wars. Base. My uncle got me like 20 of those Transformers figures. Lol. True. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Quick shill. I'm probably going to jump. I'm going to jump to 4930. It's not because I care that much, like one way or the other. It's not like I'm bored. I'm having a good time. I like the content. I like Steven and him fighting. But I think that this is where we just kind of have to admit like what's real. Okay. What's real is that regardless of whether or not the Trump administration did this course of action, it was in our geopolitical self-interest to take Maduro out and try to pressure the Venezuelan regime to fall into our orbit. Now, the truth is, we probably have not succeeded. Okay? Deposing Maduro in a quick regime change is hopefully like a shot across the bow to the Chinese in reference to Taiwan, but it's not like a lasting diplomatic or war resolution. It's just a, hey, if we want to fuck you up, we can fuck you up. That's what we said. We basically said, if we want to jack you up, we can jack you up and you can't do anything about it. Which is cool. But because Trump is such a loose cannon, I understand the criticism, but then that criticism also applies to Obama, Syria, and Libya. It applies to Bush. No, I don't think it applies to Bush. I think Bush actually had AUMFs the entire time. It applies to, although he probably didn't have sanction for the torture program. So you could say the torture program. It applies to Bill Clinton for Kosovo. It applies to HW for Panama. It applies to Reagan for, I think, Lebanon and I think Grenada. It applies to the Vietnam War for Cambodia and Laos. I saw somebody bring that up. It applies to the Korean War. So if I just go back and I see a century or two of American presidents doing whatever the hell they want when it comes to war, as long as they don't call it war, then I don't think we can get Trump in any more trouble than any of the other presidents of the past century. So that's kind of where I'm at. It is in America's geopolitical interest. It is dangerous. It's a spicy move, guys. It's a spicy meatball of a move. But the United States, like we've mentioned earlier, deposing random leaders is kind of like our hobby, right? This is kind of like what we do. Like every 3 or 4 years, we're like, hey, we don't like that guy. Fuck that guy. He needs to get out of power. Maybe we should provide air cover to his rebels in his country. That way they stab him in the butt with a bunch of knives. Oh, I don't like that guy. That guy's kind of a douchebag. He's friends with Russia. We want to overthrow their naval base. Okay, we're gonna back a bunch of like alleged pro-democratic militias inside their country. But realistically, the pro-democratic militias are going to turn their guns and weapons over to jihadist terrorists. That could be funny. Let's do that. Like I could go back and keep making memes of it, but I think you guys know exactly what I'm saying. So I will fast forward to 4930. I want to see what the Greenland part of the conversation is. I want to see what other memes they get into. I probably will fast forward to the after call where Mr. Vegan Gaines freaks out and smashes his keyboard, but we'll take it from there. Anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We are at a 6 out of 10 with an hour left on the goal. We got 4 goals, 4 super chats left. They can be $2, man. They can, if you're brokies and you're tapped out or whatever, you could do a $2 super chat. It still counts towards a goal. And if we hit 10 super chats in 2 hours, then Grasser Tejman is going to try to kidnap the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in a marriage potato sack, similar to Borat. So just something to consider. If you think that's worth your money, we might kidnap the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom for a laugh.
Totally be in favor of somebody taking out Trump and arresting him.
What if the leaders what if there was a military operation from Denmark that captured Trump because Trump is threatening to invade and capture Greenland?
Yeah, that's just him being a windbag.
Holy shit, that would be funny. Holy shit, that would be funny. Oh my God. I would laugh my ass off. If Danish special forces were capable of like invading the White House, kidnapping Trump, and then dipping out to either Greenland or Denmark, and they said, hey, this guy was like threatening imminent war against us. He was threatening like all this illegal shit. So we did a preemptive strike. And as a result, we took him out and, we want good relationships with America. But until they give up this aspiration of invading Greenland or invading Denmark militarily, we need to, this is what we needed to do in our, I can only become so turgid, guys. I can only become so turgid. That would be amazing. Now, it would probably, let's be real, on principle, it would probably have a blowback effect where we would just invade Denmark or invade Greenland as a counter response to our leader getting kidnapped. But that's because we're the most military on the planet. But on principle, that sounds sick.
They might not view it that way after we deposed Maduro.
Again, ridiculous. Oh my God.
I wouldn't even say ridiculous. I'd be like, that'd be dope.
God, do you want to debate that stupid, silly topic? Trump's never going to invade Greenland. It's never going to happen. That is just Trump being a silly idiot and thinks it's funny. That's all it is.
Okay, you realize nobody else thinks it's...
No, it's not. It's not just Trump being a silly idiot. Let's pull up Geopoll. I know you guys love Geopoll. You guys freaking love Google Maps, huh? Me too. Greenland, Google Maps. Okay. So what's happening when my page opens is there's a variety of reasons why we would want Greenland. Okay. Well, let's take a look at this. All right. We're in the United States. Connor's down here in silly old Florida in the Caribbean. We're talking about the invasion of Venezuela, which has a third of the proven oil reserves. So, taking this over because they're in our hemisphere and or making them allies, that way it screws over Iran, Russia, and China, is in our geopolitical national self-interest. We should probably do it legalistically. We should probably have the backing of Congress if we were to do anything more than enforce the sanctions, enforce the blockades, and pursue and attack the Shadow Fleet. We should probably have congressional authorization. However, if we go up here, here's Greenland. Okay. Now, Canada, realistically, like almost all of Canada's population is on the southern part of their country. This area, somebody has told me, despite it being incredibly green, apparently their topsoil sucks. Somebody told me this. I don't know if it's true, but they effectively said not only is it cold here, but the topsoil doesn't really have what you need in order to grow the right crops. So even though this is like a huge green space filled with like mountains and forests and this, that, the other, it's actually not that great of agricultural land. So realistically, if like global warming was a thing where it effectively turned, I don't know, the equator into a belt of sand because it was getting scorched by the sun so bad that we, it was no longer good or whatever. The Canadian Shield, yeah, it's basically just bedrock. Yeah, so what we need to do is we would need to like farm in the northern United States wherever there was good topsoil, and then maybe we unironically would need to load up all the topsoil that was getting cooked by the sun, and we would need to move it into the Canadian Shield, as some people are talking about. I don't even know if that works. I don't even know if you took the topsoil and brought it back up to Canada because the temperatures were so bad, if we would be able to do that. But we could figure that out when global warming actually becomes like, I don't know, a life-threatening emergency to middle-class, upper-class Americans. So anyways, and the point is we already have Alaska. Alaska is huge, dude. Look how big Alaska is. And this is also 90% depopulated. All Alaskans are in Hitakori Batutai. What? Is that like a war cry? I don't know. Zatuichi. I know the blind swordsman Zatuichi, but the blind swordsman Zatuichi jumped into my chat and then said Hitakori Batusai. And to me, that sounds like a war cry before Japanese dudes start charging me with katanas. So that's actually scary. Anyways, 90% of Alaska's population lives in the southern part of Alaska. And then this is also wildly depopulated. And so as a result, if global warming's a thing, then we're moving north. That's all I'm trying to say. So Greenland, I don't know why we need to militarily occupy Greenland, considering Denmark is an ally of the United States. Only 50,000 people live here. We have the capacity to probably build as many, bases as we want. And if there were rare earth minerals that we wanted access to, we could probably just come up with a deal where American corporations go in and pull out the rare earth minerals, and then we give a cut to the Greenlanders and the Danes, and we wouldn't need to invade. So this entire thing, the Trump saber rattling is entirely silly. But the other reason why we want this territory allegedly is we also want it, maybe for global warming, but we also want it because it is a gateway. I forget which one's the Arctic and which one's the Antarctic. I'm assuming the Arctic is the northern one and the Antarctic is the southern one. Can somebody correct me on that? Is the Arctic the top and the Antarctic is the bottom? But the point is that like it's a Arctic is the top. Thank you. Okay. So it's a gateway to the Arctic. And not only is it a gateway to the Arctic, but weirdly enough, I know that we're traveling on this map, but weirdly enough, shooting missiles and sending military forces that are capable of traversing the Arctic is one of the fastest ways into Russia. Now, of course, we have Finland just joined NATO. Sweden just joined NATO. We have friends in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Ideally, if Ukraine was ever split up into a two-state solution and was at peace, we could add Ukraine to the NATO alliance. And then at that point, Russians just have Belarus as a buffer state. They have this small area of Russia that has a port in it. They might still have Crimea, but then at that point, you effectively have like an American foothold in Europe that allows us to constantly pressure Russia to play nice, right? But then not only that, we have a threat to Russia through the Arctic, right? During the summer, I'm sure it's still covered in ice, but if we had like crazy icebreakers, we could just send like 1 million dudes north, cut through the Arctic Ocean, and just like arrive in northern Russia and be like, hey, what's up? Which doesn't make sense to me because we could just do that through Europe. But whatever. Anyways, the point is there's like real military, economic concerns with Greenland. Having them in orbit is great, but we could achieve the same goals with the Danes and the Greenlanders rather than threatening military invasion. So I do think Trump is an R-slur, but I also think that Trump is serious. More Connor out of context stuff. Great. Hit the Corne Batuzari. Keep Your Bill Steins says the Canadian Shield, it's basically just bedrock. There we go. It's unstable. Imagine the Dust Bowl. Okay. Bong and Stuff says Glacier scraped all the stuff off and pushed it down into the U.S. Sucks to suck. But, you know, we could bring some of that with us. Keep Your Bill Stein says mercatorial projections skew the size. True. Laugh my ass off. Connor out of context. True. If global warming threatens farmland, we can always go Soylent Green. Okay. Hitakori is an assassin. The minerals are not worth it. It is way too cold for the minerals. It would be too expensive and too cold. Well, you know, maybe global warming's the thing. I don't know. Son Patriarch says, I'm up on that honey-do list grind today. Based. All right, we're still at a 6 out of 10, guys, and we got 45 minutes left. I know that everybody's probably chipped out, oiled out because they're waiting for their next paycheck. If you're broke, don't worry about it. But I do want to break at least the first goal. That way, Grassroots Hegemon can try to kidnap the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So if you got $2, $5, $10, and you can chip in order to get us past our first goal, please do so.
That's funny, right? Literally nobody else is finding this funny, right? Other world leaders are worried. It's undermining the position of NATO.
That's why it's funny to Trump. But it's ridiculous for you to bring this up and try to act as though I have some sort of double standard.
Okay.
So it's never happening. Trump just thinks it's funny. That's why he's saying it. The guy is an unhinged dumbass with no tact.
Aw, okay. Well, a lot of you guys, a lot of the libs in my chat, whenever you say something mean about the Republicans or whatever, but you're still saying, you're still saying like, oh, well, here's why Trump's right, but realistically, Trump is still a dumbass. A lot of libs and progressives don't hear the second half. They just hear the first half. And so I just want to say, Vegan Gains, I hear you saying that Trump is an unhinged dumbass and that we should not be doing it the way that he's doing it, and he's kind of an arsler and this, that, the other, because a lot of other people, they'll be like, oh, you're a Trump simp. You're a Trump simp because you're backing him invading Greenland. You're making excuses for him invading Greenland, invading Venezuela. That must mean you love Trump. And it's like, no, I actually have critical thinking. Send Patriarch for $2 says, for my wall husband's dream. Based. Thank you, King. And thank you for getting us there. Fatsimo says, is Grassroots a male model? No, but he could be. People in 2026 still get frazzled by that Trump doesn't act presidential thing. Yes, they do. AKA Batusai, because threatening to invade your neighbors is not cool. But anyways, thank you. We only have two more super chats left, and I have a feeling we're going to hit the goal. So thank you to Send Patriarch and for Fatsimo for chipping in.
And again, that's why he's saying it, because he knows it'll ruffle so many feathers. So this, again, does not make him comparable to Maduro in any way.
I didn't say made him comparable to Maduro, but I think that Denmark could probably feel they have some justification to try to capture the U.S. leader if he's...
Which, once again, I must say is mad funny. And I would approve... I of course would say that if the Danes snuck into the United States of America, kidnapped Donald Trump, and brought him back to Denmark for legal prosecution, then the United States would have to probably respond militarily and then actually take Greenland and or invade Denmark in order to get Trump back on principle. But I do think it would be mad funny. Super funny. Definitely worth like a few dozens people's lives and the peace of the international order. So Denmark, if you watch my stream, go for it.
making comments about this, and you keep saying it's a
Great.
joke, but
Again,
multiple people in the
it's really not.
administration have talked about different ways they could do it, amounts of money that they could send, some sort of purchase or buyout, talking about the percentage of Greenlanders or whatever that want to be independent and that they should vote for it. So,
well, running with the 5, getting us to the 9 out of 10. Please read Trump's letter from this morning explaining why he will not pursue peace anymore as part of the segment. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll pull it up now so I have it on hand.
Again, I don't know why you'd make the comparison between that. Everyone.
well, didn't you
knows
say one of the problems earlier was
silly
Donald Trump
nonsense.
making jokes, or was Maduro not taking Donald Trump seriously? Didn't you say that was a big issue from Maduro? Maybe he thought they were jokes as well. No.
Well, what do you mean? The U.S. was clearly planning an attack for at least 2 months.
So that's super
And I
clear.
can guarantee.
but
And by the way,
Maduro
and by the
thing,
way,
or I'm sorry, but the Greenland thing is very clearly a joke. What does it say when the
What
rest of the world
has
hasn't been able to?
Trump
Do you think it? Why is the rest of
What
the world
has
having
Trump
trouble
done?
understanding this?
what has Trump done to suggest an imminent invasion of Greenland?
He invaded. We invaded
US Navy
Venezuela
vessels?
and we deposed the leadership there.
Wow. Let me read this. This is like legitimately psycho shit. This is where I want to be like, no. AK about to say, I don't think you can say that. You say, yeah, Jesse, don't ask dumb. Let's read this because this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen an American president say, past or present. Let's read it together. President Trump says his controversial push for U.S. control of Greenland comes after he failed to win the Nobel Prize last year, adding he no longer feels obliged to think only of peace. In a message to Norway's Prime Minister, Jonas Gahr Støre, on Sunday night, Trump criticized the European country for not giving him the prize. Considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America, Trump said in the message. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland, Trump added. This message was reported by PBS NewsHour and was later confirmed by Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre in a statement. Gahr Støre said he received this message on Sunday in response to a text he and Finland's Prime Minister Alexander Stubb had sent to Trump, in which they had conveyed opposition to Trump's proposed tariff increases on 8 European countries over the recent Greenland dispute and pointed to the need to de-escalate. Norway's position on Greenland is clear. Greenland is a part of the Kingdom of Denmark, and Norway fully supports the Kingdom of Denmark on this matter, Gahr Støre stated. He also supported the NATO in a responsible way, is taking steps to strengthen security and stability in the Arctic. Gahr Støre also pointed out that while President Trump claimed that Norway decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize, the government of Norway is not responsible for the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel Peace Prize has been awarded by a 5-member Norwegian Nobel Committee since 1901. The Peace Prize, which was... I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't be laughing. I should not be laughing. It should be serious, bro. It should be serious. It should be serious that the current president of the United States is threatening European allies in order to obtain a giant ice chunk in the Arctic. That, yeah, it's important to American military strategy. Yeah, they might have minerals that is like worth, you know, some people are saying that it's so not worth, like the amount of energy put into it, like extracting the minerals would not be worth it or whatever. But yeah, that's crazy, man. I shouldn't be laughing. Yeah, he's a toddler. He's a baby. He's just joking around. Yeah, dude, this is like sad. This is sad. This is R-slurred. Or they could just sell it to us. Yeah, sure. Sure. What is Trump's price offer? Okay. Wasn't it like 500 billion? What did Trump offer to buy Greenland? Because if it's 500 billion, I'm not gonna lie, I might have taken that deal. Proposed United States acquisition of Greenland in 1868. Okay, no, I'm not talking about 1868. Hold on. What money did Trump offer for Greenland? Because if it's 500 billion, I'd be like, eh. The weak business case for Trump acquiring Greenland, $1 trillion price tag. Okay, is it $1 trillion? President Donald Trump, dogged determination to annex the icy island of Greenland, relies on the idea that doing so would be a U.S. and untapped treasure trove of natural resources and strategic military positioning. But the harsh environment, enormous financial investments, and massive infrastructure and workforce build out required to create an economic engine cost at least $1 trillion over 2 decades and make little to no economic sense, according to industry and geopolitical analysis. The prize is great on paper for a real estate tycoon like Trump. After all, Greenland would exceed the Louisiana purchase as the largest geographic acquisition in U.S. history, but multiple specialists in the region and its resources dismiss the economic reason as nonsensical, given that Greenland already is open to greater U.S. investment in military scale-up. Yeah. Like, why do we need to own it? Why can't we just go develop? If it's worth it to develop the resources, and if it's worth it to put in military bases, why can't we just update this with a status of forces agreement? You know, there's something called a SOFA, a status of forces agreement. We have one with Japan. We have one with Germany. We have one with France. We have one with England. We have one with Spain, Portugal, Italy. Every European nation has a status of forces agreement. Every ally has a status of forces agreement. So we could actually unironically just update a piece of paper that says American corporations can come into Greenland, a territory of Denmark, and develop natural resources as long as they give X portion of revenue or profit or whatever to the Kingdom of Denmark. And then we could say, we are interested in building these 5 bases with these military capacities within within Greenland, which is a part of the country of Denmark. Therefore, therefore, here's an updated agreement saying that we can build these bases, right? Trump Scotia. He wants to name it Trump Land. Oh my God. Yep. Also, nothing is keeping the U.S. from building the Golden Dome in Greenland. Yes, unironically, we could just, what was it? We were supposed to be building a IDF style missile defense system that would take down ballistic missiles from Russia and China the way that the IDF dome, Iron Dome, is supposed to protect 80 to 90% of missile and drone threats out of Israel. So yeah, we could absolutely do that. So what's the problem, right? But then, so here's where a financial investment might actually be mad funny. Okay. This is where this would be mad funny though, because there's 55,000 people in Greenland. All right. So 500,000 million billion. Okay. And let's divide this in 2, because let's just give half of it to the Kingdom of Denmark. We would just give them $250 billion. Hey, here's $250 billion, eat a wiener, right? Now we divide $250 billion, divide that by 55,000, because there's around 55,000 people in Greenland. That means that every Greenlander would get $4,555,455.55. So, dude, I'm not going to lie. If I was like living in Greenland and I was freezing my balls off and I just lived there because my parents lived there and I was a part of the Kingdom of Denmark and I kind of wanted independence, but the United States wanted to buy me. And then the United States said, hey, bro, we know you love Greenland. So we're going to pay the Kingdom of Denmark $250 billion to F off, and we're going to pay you individually $4,545,454.55 in order to shut up about whatever we want to do with Greenland. I would do that. that might seem a little cynical, but I would do it.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So, you know what? He gave weapons to Israel to like fight Hamas. Maybe that's an indication he'll like just blow up Canada. Like, again, this is just stupid. So, again, Trump moved U.S. Navy vessels all around Venezuela. They were attacking drug boats.
Cise Puede asked me a question that somebody else said in chat before. They were, what if China offered the United States the same type of deal so you no longer get to be American, Connor? No. A part of the deal would be I get to move wherever I want to move. So let's say that China says, hey, we really want Florida. Like the Caribbean's in our geopolitical interest. We promise we're not going to do anything nefarious, America. We just really like Jimmy Buffett. Okay. We love Jimmy Buffett. We love mahi mahi. We love marijuana. We love bananas. We love oranges. And we want like guaranteed access to oranges, bananas, Jimmy Buffett, motorcycles, methamphetamine, strippers who wear Confederate bikinis. Like that's what we want. And so we're willing to offer the United States $250 billion for Florida. And then we're also willing to offer each Floridian citizen $4,554,454.55. Okay. Then I would say, thank you, China. I'm going to take my $545,454.55 and I'm going to move to Massachusetts or Maine or San Diego or Canada or Mexico. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going, but I got $4,545,000, $454.55. I'm going somewhere. So, yeah. State pride isn't compared to country pride. I know. On principle, we shouldn't do this. Okay. You guys need to hear me. I'm kind of like making a joke out of it. On principle, Greenlanders should be independent. Okay. If Greenlanders want independence from the Kingdom of Denmark, they should just have independence from the Kingdom of Denmark, especially if they vote on it democratically and there's like a super majority. If 60% of Greenlanders want to be independent from the Kingdom of Denmark, they should be independent from the Kingdom of Denmark. If they want to remain sovereign, that's totally fine, but they need to be an ally with a status of forces agreement with the United States. Or else maybe in a couple of years, we'll get a little regime changey and then we'll kidnap the president of Greenland. Okay? So, yeah. Anyways, I'm mostly memeing. Like 60, 40, 70, 30 memeing. But I also want you guys to think about, like, if somebody offered you everything you've ever wanted materially in order to occupy a territory that they're going to develop, and then you have the ability to stay in that territory or leave that territory, what's your answer? Maybe I don't have enough national pride. Maybe I'm not thinking patriotically enough. But I think the answer might surprise you if you actually sit down and think about it for a second.
They're making clear indications that Maduro is, a target. He's had an arrest warrant out against him for the last 6 years. There was every indication that they're going to, kidnap or arrest Maduro and overthrow his regime. And chances are they gave warnings to Maduro about this, especially given how he was acting on TV, kind of making a joke about some of these things. So what indication has the U.S. made that they're going to invade Greenland?
They keep talking about it over and over again.
Have they been maneuvering?
Yeah, exactly. Politics, JK. That would be just me. If we were dividing it up by every Greenlander, then if as a 4-person family, we would get $18 million. Yes. If somebody walked up to me and said, hey, I'm going to give you $18 million and you have 2 options. You can stay in Florida, at which point you will be under the Chinese Communist Party government, or you can move more inland to the United States. Then I'm going to say, hey, Florida, that was fun. I'm taking my $18 million and I'm moving into the United States. The same way that a Greenlander, hypothetically, if the United States bought it, they could either stay in Greenland or they could move to the Kingdom of Denmark.
U.S. Navy vessels? Are they blowing up drug boats around Denmark? Are they saying anything about Denmark's leader being a corrupt drug trafficker? Is there anybody from that country with an arrest warrant out?
Okay. I mean, they don't have those things met yet.
All you have is, Trump said a gaffe on TV.
Sorry. AK Batusai brings up an interesting deal, which is effectively that whoever is president next, let's say Trump actually did it. Okay. Let's say Trump made that offer. Kingdom of Denmark is 250 billion. The who is it? The Greenlanders get $5 million per citizen. So a family of 4 would walk away with almost $20 million. And they have the right to move to the Kingdom of Denmark, stay in Greenland, or even move to the United States because now they're US citizens, right? Then let's say that the Democratic president came in and they were like, hey, that was kind of messed up. So like, our bad. Also, Greenland, you can be independent. We just want like a really favorable status of forces of agreement. You're now a sovereign nation. That would be hilarious if the Kingdom of Denmark played us like that, where they get to walk away with $250 billion just because we're idiots. And also, Kingdom of Denmark, I want to see what their GDP is. Because their GDP is 400 billion annually. And so that would be the equivalent of somebody offering the United States $10 trillion. Okay. Because our GDP, our taxes, our annual tax revenue, or what we spend, I should be more precise. I think our annual tax revenue is around 4 trillion. I think our annual budget is 6 trillion. But I think the American GDP is actually pretty stinking big. Like, I think it's around $20 trillion. So American GDP 2025 total is $30 trillion, dude. So imagine if, somebody like a space civilization offered us $15 trillion to occupy the United States. And then 15 trillion, so that's 1,000, million, billion, trillion, divide by 330 million. That would only be $50,000. So I'm not gonna lie. If there was an alien civilization that offered us, $50,000 per citizen, maybe no. If China offered me $50,000 so they could own Florida, I'd probably say no. I'm just going to be real. Sorry, I know I'm being autistic and I'm probably losing a couple of VOD viewers just by doing this, but I want to check out one more thing. What's the population of Denmark? 6 million. Okay, so the deal might not be as good for them. Okay, because if they got $250 billion, let's take a look at this real quick. 250,000 million billion divide by 6 million. Yeah, that's only $40,000 per Danish citizen. So I could understand why the Danes would be pissed, because for the Danes, if you were like, "Hey, I'll give you $50,000, but then we get Greenland," then they'd be like, "No, like I don't need $50,000 that bad. I like having Greenland. I like us occupying this huge territory that is geostrategically important. And if you want it, then we can just negotiate how you're going to use the territory. But realistically, we want to maintain it for the prosperity of our progeny, right?" Yeah, I can understand why the Greenlanders, I think, should probably say yes. I think the Danes should tell us to raise our price. Oh, Fashion 40 says they won't let me super chat. I'm trying to help the goal. Gosh darn it. Okay, well, hey guys, we got 30 minutes. No, we got 20 minutes. Okay, and I do want to see Grassroots Hegemon attempt to kidnap. And I don't think Grassroots should do it. Okay, I don't think Grassroots should chip or oil a super chat, because realistically, we're trying to see if the COG can come together in order to finance kidnapping the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So if anybody out there, Fashion 40 wants to donate but can't because the super chats are messing up or whatever. But if anybody out there has $2, $5, $10, whatever you got, it doesn't have to be much. We just need to beat the goal. If you want to hit the goal, then Grassroots Hegemon is going to attempt a kidnapping on the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So, $2, guys, $2. And then we try to Borat kidnap the UK PM. He just existed. AK Batusai, he says, what does the United Kingdom Prime Minister do? What did he do? He existed. All right.
A gaffe? It's
Trump
not just a
said it,
gaffe. There's
so
multiple. Wait, hold on.
obviously-
Can you admit that it's not just a gaffe? This has been a conversation topic for a long time.
Well, it's not a
that
gaffe. Yeah, it's
multiple
not
members of the
literally a
administration
gaffe.
are talking about. Okay.
It's not literally a gaffe, but I mean, like, look, dude, if I say on fucking, like, if I tell you I'm gonna fuck your mom tonight, should the police be worried? Should they be on alert like that? I'm actually gonna fly to wherever your mom lives, Florida or some shit, and fuck your mom.
If you've already fucked
look,
the
when
neighbor's
Trump
mom,
says
maybe.
anything, literally anything, we should take it absolutely seriously. Like, we don't need any other indication that something is actually going on. Oh, Trump said it, so I guess that's the way it's going to be. So your evidence that Trump is going to invade Greenland and Denmark should be worried is, well, he said it on TV a bunch of times.
I mean, he's the U.S. president of the United States. He's kind of the final call on it. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? He's also Trump. We know he's a
and he's a
Bro. Cise Puede says, weren't the oil ships, the Ghost Navy or whatever, weren't they already sanctioned? Yeah, they were sanctioned. Yeah. We did it. 1776 is going to commence again. Start the techno music. All right. Grassroots hegemon. Let me know where to ship the potato sack. Oh, let's do it. All right. I'm resetting the goal. No big deal. I understand we're later in the month. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Operation Potato Sack is a go. Grassroots hegemon, I expect you to wait for the next Prime Minister's conference, and I expect to see you there with a balaclava and a potato sack embroidered with a sigil of your house. from the ashes for two. I'm doing my part. Thank you, King. Thank you. I think we need grassroots hegemon. You said that you wanted to be Olenna Tyrell, so I think it's only fair that you get a human-sized potato sack, a burlap sack. You sign in. You can pick your sigil. So if you want to do a different sigil, do a sigil. If you can't think of a sigil, then you sew in the sigil of House Tyrell, and then you attempt to kidnap the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I think it's only fair. Everybody chipped in. Everybody hit the goal. So now it's on grassroots to do, From the Ashes did their part. You need to do your part. Oh my God. Okay. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. I'm going to watch this for a little bit more, and then I'm going to watch the crash out. I kind of want to get like maybe, as a matter of fact, don't you think we're kind of good on Greenland? I think we're good on Greenland. Let's fast forward to the crash out. I'll do like the last couple of minutes of invading Greenland, and then I'll do the crash out.
That's it. We shut him down now. What percentage of oil is China, Russia been getting for Venezuela? Like 2%?
great.
Okay.
All right. Looks like it's getting spicy towards the end there. So I'm gonna rewind 5 minutes just so we can see the spice. Grassroots hegemon going dark. Pulls the nods down on his face. Nice.
God.
So saying that I'm considering invading if I don't
saying?
have that is technically dialogue.
No.
How is that forced?
No, that's
This is like saying
I don't
I'm
see
not
how it's a
invading.
clear violation of Article 1.
okay.
it's not invading. I'm
It
just,
says
hanging
force
on your fucking land.
specifically.
Threat.
Yes, it said force specifically. Are you saying that is the use of
No,
force?
it says a commitment to peaceful negotiations and a commitment to dialogue stuff. Is yeah, I can go and read it after I get out of this lobby if you want, but
There we go. ARS Sirius for 200 ARS. Is there any meaningful difference in how the U.S. is able to protect Greenland between them owning it versus doing it through NATO? I think the U.S. has said, hey, we want 200% increase in military. They would have said yes. Yeah, there isn't real serious. There is not. It's the aesthetic of ownership. So, for instance, we have a status of forces agreement with Japan. Okay. Now, the Japanese technically could tell us to buzz off at any time, but they probably don't want to. Some large portions of the Japanese population do want to tell us to buzz off. Like if I had to ask As a matter of fact, we could probably just check polling real quick. I think how many Japanese people want the United States to leave? I gotta say, it's probably a quarter of the population or a third of the population. How many Japanese citizens want the United States to leave? There's no single number for Japanese citizens wanting the U.S. to leave, but opinions vary significantly with strong anti-base sentiment in Okinawa due to noise, crime, and accidents, while a national majority often supports the U.S. alliance for security, especially against China, though support for bases themselves is lower, with surveys showing that most Japanese don't want bases near their homes. The opposition in Okinawa is high. Residents of Okinawa, where most U.S. troops in Japan are stationed, strongly oppose the bases, citing environmental disruption, crimes by personnel, and safety concerns, with large protests and referendums rejecting base relocations. With large protests and referendums rejecting base relocations, that's what I'm saying. It could easily be like 25 to 40% of the population, like, once us gone. But the businesses, the people who do deals with them, all that kind of stuff, there's enough of an economic, deeply entrenched interest that I still think even Okinawa, the vast majority of people want Americans there, even if they hate them or dislike them or think they're rude or think they cause rapes or think they cause car accidents or think they drink too much or think they fight too much or think they have a disruptive cultural influence on Okinawa. I seriously think that even amongst the people who want the bases to stay, they would be like, yes, American Marines in particular are drunk, obnoxious, criminal, marauding, violent freaks, and I don't want them anywhere near me. However, the economic benefits outweigh the social cost. So base proximity says, despite national support for the alliance, surveys show a large majority, around 82% in one study, of Japanese people don't want a U.S. base located near their home due to noise, crime, and accidents. I mean, that's reasonable. That's totally reasonable. I totally understand that. So yeah. Excuse me. And sorry, I'm trying to answer the real serious question while also just checking out the Japan thing as an analog. Yes, we do not own Japan. Japan is a sovereign nation. They have their own parliament. They have their own president. I don't even know if the emperor is still alive, but maybe the emperor is still alive. Does Japan still have an emperor, or did they abolish the monarchy at some point? Does Japan still have an emperor? Yes, Japan still has an emperor. The current monarch is Emperor Naruhito, who ascended the Chrysanthemum throne. That sounds cool. In 2019, after his father, Emperor Akihito, abdicated, making Japan the world's oldest continuous monarchy with a symbolic ceremony role as the symbol of the state under its constitutional monarchy. Wow, I didn't know Japan was still a constitutional monarchy. That's cool. But anyways, yeah, so they still have an emperor. They could technically do whatever they want, but they want us there as a military counterbalance against China. So, China. All right. So, yes, we could do it with the status forces of agreement. I've repeated myself 3 times, so I'm going to move on. Skillful Dunn says, did we get a Dark Mirror type video with a pig after the capture? I think that's gross for the pig. So, no. But, Grassroots Hegemon is his own operator. So, I'm saying no because I don't want to endorse that. But Grassroots does Grassroots things, man. I can't stop them. AK Batusai says, my understanding is that Japan has the ships and manpower, but we control their weapon systems and firing controls, so we could be told to buzz off, but then we deactivate all their better weapons. That's probably true. Although I do trust the Japanese to develop their own really good weapons really fast. Cise Puede says, yeah, Okinawa versus mainland is totally different with their opinions. True. Key says, that was a funny one, Connor. I'm 50 minutes behind. I try. Thank you, King or Queen. Real Seer says, don't let Trump know. No, we should let Trump know. We should let Trump know that we don't need to militarily occupy Greenland in order to get whatever we want. It's crazy. Targan says, isn't it cringe to name yourself an emperor when you're not an empire? Probably. Dr. Zaya says, the chrysanthemum and the sword was an episode of Mad Men where Don becomes a weeb. No way. No way. And then Fatsimo says, did you ever eat the banana at the banana show? No. No. I'm going to Google the Okinawa Banana Show real quick and see if there's any safe for work things to share with chat. Okinawa Banana Show. Not videos. Okay. So the Banana Show, for those of you who don't know, is a woman who has very strong control of her lower body. Okay. I'll put it that way. And so what she does is she puts a banana in her lower body, and then she cuts the banana with her lower body, and then she feeds it to people. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm using sanitized language. Okay. And so what people do is they go there and they hang out and they get drunk. And then some people will eat the banana. Okay. And so back in the day, this was probably in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. People were like, oh, this girl was cute. So, not that big of a deal. Just kind of like a wild, crazy, insane thing that you could do in the 70s, 80s, or 90s in Okinawa, Japan. And it's kind of become something that Marines tell to other Marines over history. But what's happened is time is a thing. And so she's now 50, or at least she was 50 she might be 70 now, because I think she was like 50 in the 2000s. So people still went to the show, but yeah. Yep. Bud123 says, when is Goonopolis going to be made on Greenland, and when do we deport the Gooners there? Now? Well, QC John says, does she cut it or peel it, and is it peeled first? I think it's peeled first. Right? I think it's peeled first. I'm going to move on because this is a family show. But, yeah.
But
Okay, whatever. Like, none of you are actually giving any argument for why we should
And no, I did not eat the banana.
consider like Trump's Greenland threat serious. Like, they're just silly.
Because it's the
Like,
president.
well, the
it's-
actual argument,
only
the
reason you need, he's the
actual,
president of the United States.
yeah, that's really the only argument you need. Anything else that you put out is
Okay.
massive cope on the other end. And you trying to use this like weird argument that like we
Okay,
just
great.
shouldn't
Well,
take
how about we
seriously
wait-
what the
yeah, why don't
president of
we
the
wait
United
for
States
this
says is like an
presentation based
unbelievable
on-
statement.
Well, how about you give me a few Bitcoin if he ends up not invading Greenland by the end of his term? Because like it's
I think that this is a reasonable bet. I think that because what's a Bitcoin worth right now? Isn't a Bitcoin worth like a few $100K? What's a Bitcoin worth? What is a Bitcoin worth? One Bitcoin is worth $93,000. Okay. I would bet like $100. Okay. But I would easily, because I'm not a 7-figure streamer yet. Maybe when I'm a 7-figure streamer, then I'll bet a Bitcoin. But the point is that like I straight up think that he's correct. I think that Vegan Gains is correct. I think the chances of a full-scale military invasion of Greenland is less than a percentage point. I think the mobilization, I think people would freak out during the mobilization. If there was straight up like all East Coast Marines, a bunch of American infantry divisions were like stationing themselves in the Northeast or on the East Coast. That way they could easily be ferried up to Greenland. I think people would freak out like at that time. And Congress would actually pass a war powers resolution saying you are prohibited from invading an ally. You are explicitly prohibited by Congress. That this is an act of war. We do not endorse this. We do not want this. I think Congress would actually overrule President Trump if he tried to do a military thing. And I could see Trump like mobilizing to saber rattle to try to pressure Denmark into doing it because he's a total psycho and he has sycophants around him. But I do not see us militarily invading Greenland, and I would bet $100 against it. So if Destiny was like, okay, bet $100, I bet $100.
it's just silly.
Sure. So
Like,
as long as you want to
this is,
wager on the other end that we won't set up any long-term refineries, that we won't have.
See, and then I don't know what he's saying. Set up any long-term refineries. I would say that the chances of us doing this are low, that we would not set up long-term refineries, that we will not have long-term bases. But that's not because that's not in the geopolitical interest of the United States of America to do. I actually think it's like a 50-50 shot on whether or not we do that. It wouldn't be because of Trump. It would be because of people in Trump's administration actually saying like, hey, man, we don't really need to own it in order to do all this stuff. So while you're continuing to threaten to invade Greenland, we're actually just going to work in the background to get more military bases and also to develop minerals. Like, I could see that happening. So either way that Destiny is betting on our future developments in Greenland, if he's saying Trump is too stupid to do these things, then I would agree. And if he says, oh, no, I think people underneath Trump will do these things because of how much they're saber rattling about the conflict, then I would be like, yeah, maybe. So Fellrunner says, like, who is the person stopping Trump right now? I have no idea. I got no idea, bro. I had Mad Dog Mattis back in the day. I had General Mad Dog Mattis. So Anonymous Chatter for 10. Thank you, King. Christian Vlaris, leader of the Pile People, Order of 69. Oh, Captain, my Captain, I stand and salute you with a hand, an arm, and something else. We shall follow you into the depths of the pile. Oh, my God. Okay. I think we need a ceremonial role, okay? Because there's like the mayor of Goonopolis. For those of you who don't know, Beef Supreme and Christian Vlaris are both running for the mayor of Goonopolis. It's a very sought-after position amongst the liberal and progressive side of the community of grill hottists. I think whoever doesn't win, like it has to be a number 1 and number 2. We're not going to make up new positions in the Goonopolis, but I do think that I think the commander-in-chief of the pile should be like another role. So if Christian Vlaris won mayor of Goonopolis or governor of Goonopolis, it's an alliteration. Then I think that whoever else should be a commander-in-chief of the Pile People, and it should be like a military role. So, yeah. Fashion 40 says, now I can chip. Thank you, King. Thank you, King.
Any formal agreements or negotiations we do with Venezuela controlling the terrorist stuff going on in that country?
I never said that we would. I never made those claims.
Okay, then that whole invasion was pointless.
No? What do you mean?
We didn't accomplish anything. It's the same administration.
What do you mean we didn't
We're not
accomplish
getting any
anything?
oil. All we did was waste money
I'm sorry,
on deposing a foreign leader. We didn't get anything for it.
I'm sorry.
Not yet. We got a few oil tankers out of it.
So weakening Russia and China.
We didn't weaken anything.
Again,
They're still going to work with
this is
them.
Only being... How?
Because they're still going to have a relationship with those countries. What do you mean?
And I think we still have a blockade that's ongoing right now.
So capturing Russians' oil, some of Russia's oil fleet.
Okay, what, 2 tankers? That's it? We've shut them down now? What percentage of oil is China Russia been getting from Venezuela? Like 2%?
Sorry. Well, QC John says something that's really important and vital to this conversation in VOD. He says, I feel sorry for the 90s kids that missed out on DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, and the original Ninja Turtles. So true, King.
Great. So they're not getting any oil from those countries. Again, presumably, this is one of the reasons why the U.S. invaded, was to stop the influx of terrorism. Presumably, they're going to try to do something to stop that.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Presumably, they won't.
Islamic
But hey, we'll
terrorists
see.
being trained there?
I think vegan is kind of right. I think the country with the balls to do anything would be France. And France, I think they might actually pull hands and fight.
Grassroots says, all right, I got him. What do I do now? You run. You run. You find the Harrigans. So that there's this show that keeps getting, sorry, VOD viewers, for me getting distracted. We're literally at the climax of the show and I'm distracting from the content. But I think Grassroots, either you stay and you're the prime minister now, right? I think that's what Sen Patriarch says. Aren't you king of Britain right now? You might actually just be the prime minister now since you kidnapped them. So you should probably double check. So if you're prime minister now, you just stay, right? Now, if you have them, then I think that you need to go get like Irish gangsters. Like there's some new TV show with Tom Hardy out. It's about like gang families. There's some dirtbag son gangster who's the son of like effectively like a king in the gang underworld in the United Kingdom who's Irish or something. And it's played by the guy who used to be James Bond, but he's older now. I forget his name. One of the more handsome James Bonds. The Bond from the 90s and the 1000s. I forget that. Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan is playing an aged but still hyper violent Irish gangster. So go find Pierce Brosnan and Tom Hardy and see if Pierce Brosnan and Tom Hardy are willing to get you hooked up with the UK underworld, and then see if they're willing to throw you on a transatlantic ship back to the United States. Preferably like Guantanamo Bay. Like if there's any ship bound for Cuba, then I think, you could kind of two birds, one stone it, where you just go straight to Cuba and drop the prime minister off at Guantanamo Bay for interrogation. So that's my recommendation. Or run.
U.S.
We'll see.
Well, good thing for NATO, it's a collective thing. So if France wants to do it, then everybody has to.
Okay,
That's how it works.
so you people sound like you're completely brain broken. Like the idea that
you
Trump would destroy the NATO alliance, get rid of every U.S. military base, and have hundreds of billions of U.S. military equipment just locked up, unusable, and could be used against the United States if he commits hostile enough actions. It's just retarded.
Okay.
Like I'm
pretty
sorry.
Well, yeah, Jaquil modifies the bet in a way that I think is interesting. Will Trump to invade Greenland versus will Trump successfully invade Greenland? I think successfully invade Greenland is a hard no, like 99.9 no, 0.01% yes. I think attempt to invade Greenland, it depends on where we draw that line. Could I see Trump mobilizing troops to the east coast of the United States as a part of a saber rattle where he legitimately says, like, I want to invade Greenland. Let's invade Greenland. And the generals are like, no, like you need an AUMF from Congress. You need a declaration of war. Like we can't just invade a NATO ally because you feel like it. Like, I think that's probably, we could get that far because he is a toddler.
You're brain broken if you think that's a likely scenario.
You want to put some money
Did
on
anyone
it?
say it was likely?
Dan, you don't
Well,
pay
look, he has another like.
Did anyone
3
say it was
years
likely
left
to
in
be
his
engaged?
term. Then why are you mentioning this?
Because
What,
just because
you-
it's unlikely doesn't mean you don't take the risk seriously.
Oh, okay. So maybe we shouldn't let the monkeys, talk to each other for too long because they mightn't write the next Shakespeare.
It's a good idea.
Okay, let's.
We got to
let's
shut down
keep
them
apart.
zoos.
What do you think the odds
Like,
are
this is just-
comparatively?
Okay, so you're just wasting my time. Okay, so you're all just a waste of my time.
What if I was?
You
He
left.
left.
Damn. I was wasting his time. He got me.
I wasn't. I mean, I think it is pretty fantastical that Trump is going to go and invade Greenland.
You would
and
think,
start
you would
a NATO war. But
Only starts a NATO war if NATO fights
it's
back.
that we have to talk about it.
Well, the issue is that like we've moved so far along a gradient that I mean, is it really that? I mean,
No,
the
it's
the
not.
Venezuelan shit is crazy, and we seem to have moved on
Yeah.
from it in a week and a half or 2 weeks.
You would have told me 4 years ago that Trump would go and steal the president of Venezuela. I would have called you who need the rope. So
You know? Call it a 10% chance that he invades Greenland. Like, that's still way too much.
Vegan Gains is smashing his desk. What was he smashing his desk over?
I think I accidentally triggered him. I wasn't even trying to do it.
Because you realized it walking out of there.
Yeah, sometimes he runs into thought loops. I don't know what I would call them, and it seems like it's hard for him to not do that.
Ah.
Like you can't say what's the evidence for.
Wait, hold on. I want to see the clip. All right, I'm fast forwarding a little bit. They like tease the clip, but I want the clip.
I'm not gonna do any debates ever again. Like maybe rare exceptions where I think I could actually learn something, but I'm never doing a debate ever again. Completely pointless arguing with anybody on anything. It's just so fucking stupid. Completely pointless. I'm just so sick of listening to stupid, nonsensical shit. Have people waste my time, change topics, straw man me. I'm fucking done. Don't ever ask me to debate anybody. I'm not fucking doing it anymore. I'm so
pissed with the December 9th.
Okay, I'm closing this for a sec.
All right, that's a spicy meatball. Dang. He actually like, man, I got a cheap keyboard, man. I could performatively smash this keyboard and I would lose like $20. You did, dude. Okay, so Grid says, "What did I just watch?" Let me tell you. Let me tell you. So what happened was, Vegan Gains, I would say, is above average intelligence. I don't think he's like 130s, 140s. Not like the 3,000 IQ community of Grill Hottest chat. Everyone here is a Giga Chad, a Giga Stacy, and has 3,000 IQ. But he's probably 105. He's probably 110. He's probably above average smart. He's capable of reading complex sentences, understanding them, digesting the information, coming up with his own insights, and then regurgitating those insights into the world. He's smart enough for that. And so Vegan Gains came in to have a highfalutin, energetic debate with Stephen Bennell II, one of the best liberal debaters on the planet, I would argue. And what ended up happening was they had a frustrating debate about whether or not there were geopolitical and national reasons for the United States to do what it did in Venezuela. I think that Destiny is right that it's alarming to randomly kidnap leaders of foreign nations. I think Vegan Gains is right that we've done this in the past and it's in our national self-interest and it wasn't as destructive as a lot of people were projecting it to be, right? The Maduro's in New York. He's incarcerated. He's being prosecuted. We've stopped the Shadow Fleet, or at least we're harassing the Shadow Fleet. For the car? No, it's in the car. I just started the car. Then what else was I thinking? Chasing the Shadow Fleet is actually in our interest. And if we could pressure Venezuela to abdicate to us to become a orbiter of the United States per se, that would be excellent. That would be excellent for us. I again agree with Destiny, though, that he's saying, like, I don't think Donald Trump is disciplined enough to actually achieve any of those geopolitical rationales that you have for why we should invade Venezuela. Then they kind of moved to Greenland. And I think that because of how crazy the Trump administration is, because of what they did in Venezuela, they think that using military force in order to obtain Greenland is definitely on the table, right? Whereas I think a lot of people, including me, are saying there are even limits to what Donald Trump can do militarily to a declared ally. And so as a result, that's going to be, you know, it's probably not going to result in a military invasion of Greenland. It'll result in a diplomatic scenario between the two parties where they actually do agree to a sale or sovereignty or a new status of forces agreement or something like that. Or it'll result in Trump eventually backing down and getting distracted with another political priority, one or the other. I don't think it's going to result in invasion. So Fashion 40 says, don't say it in chat. It's fine. It's fine. Steven likes to go live sometimes a little bit early. I'll jump onto Steven's show and you know, just kind of chat with him about it and all that stuff. Trader's about to dip. It's all right. It's all right. They'll see me on the other stream too. Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let me take a look at this real quick. We almost hit 2 goals today, all right? You guys donated a bunch before we went live, and then you donated a bunch so we would kidnap the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So I'm going to thank the people who have donated. Thank you to Vazraka for the gifted membership. Thank you to It's Dubois with the 2. Thank you to Grassroots for the 20, Fell Runner with the membership renewal, Grassroots with the 10, Old School with the 2, Vazraka with the membership renewal, Real Serious with the 100 ARS, Vazraka with the 5, Fell Runner with the 5, Send Patriarch with the 2, Fatsimo with the 2, Fell Runner with the 5, Horse God with the 10, From the Ashes with the 2, Real Serious with the 200 ARS, Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Fashion 40 with the 2. I appreciate you and parasocially love you, and thank you kindly so much for your financial support and for your viewership. Fellrunner says, Connor posted your Greenland take on Discord. Make it into a short. Thank you, Fellrunner. Thank you. That we do need to do that where we need to track our shorts because I'm probably going to be doing counterpoints out of context primarily through the pre-show stuff. So for instance, like we're hanging out before the stream goes live, et cetera, et cetera. We're bullshitting with chat. And then we do, well, what do I say? We just say a lot of goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? We say a lot of goofy shit before the stream starts. And so I think it'll be really easy for me to watch the 30 minutes to an hour before the show and just find a bunch of silly, goofy shit, clip it all together, make it obnoxious, post it on TikTok, post it on YouTube Shorts. And I think that'll be fun. And so I'll be doing that. But if there's something good, if there's like a really silly rant or if I say Hikatori Batusai in like a really racist Japanese way, and you think that it would be good for the short, you need to tag me in Discord with a link to the video and with a timestamp, and then I'll chop that up and I'll put it in the content as well. So yeah, let me go ahead and just pull real quick. I need to use the restroom. I need to get some water. I will literally, as soon as Steven goes live, even if it's just, excuse me, even if he's live and he's like, I'm just trying to play Arc Raiders and chill, I'm going to be like, okay, well, you went live early today and you steal a portion of my audience. So I'm going to pick your brain on these two topics. And by the way, there was something else that we should be picking Steven's brain on. Let me go full screen for a second and let's see what it was. So it was the ice shooting, isn't it? So I need to fight him about the ice shooting. Basically, I need to fight him about officer cause jeopardy, because those are the only two things that anybody's brought up that's worth caring about at all. Pisco, officer cause jeopardy. Will the lethal force reduce the chance of harm to self or others? Which are two training standards that are not currently in place. So Steven's like, oh yeah, ICE is filled with murderers and pieces of shit, and we should charge them and incarcerate them. It's like, no, you're being soy and you're encouraging your audience to be soy. And then I would say with Venezuela, if I was to stake out my positions for Venezuela, it would be that Venezuelan incursion is not without precedent, that the Venezuelan incursion could benefit the United States geopolitically and has rational reasons backing that. And then I would say harassing / impounding the shadow fleet is good. I would say shooting across the bow of China and Russia in reference to Taiwan and Ukraine is good. I would say getting Venezuela into our energy orbit is good. And I would probably just take it from there in order to fight. So yeah, I would probably, we could start with Venezuela and Greenland. And truth be told, if he's like chill, we don't have to scream at each other. We could have like a pretty sane conversation. And then if he gets spicy, then we'll get spicy. And then Greenland. Sorry, my shit is off. Greenland is in our national interest, but we could do it with a status of forces agreement. So Trump is an arsler. And if he has beefs with that, we could fight about it and make some spicy content. So you guys, Connor went live. Yeah. Fashion 40. I'm tugging yours. Not twisting, just a little tug. As long as you don't pound the desk afterwards. Yeah, just a loving tug. Oh, okay. Oh, you guys are being cute together. Okay, so let me pull up. Who am I going to pull up? I'm going to pull up the Wix Sitchin Atom program. I'm actually going to fast forward to Wix Sitchin Atom. Somebody said around like the 2 hour mark was where they got spicy. So I'm just going to go while we're waiting for Steven to go like live where we could talk to him. Am I not subscribed? Oh, this is the Valor thing. Sitch versus left-wing streamer Wick takes
get arrested. That's part of the protest.
10 minutes.
As soon as you
that's
start
crazy.
Trying to
Somebody
go
said that they got spicy around 150. So I'm just going to jump to 150. I'm going to let y'all listen to them getting spicy. 153.20, somebody says. 153.20. So I'm going to let them get spicy. I need to get some water. I'll be right back.
People down. I'm talking just being brutal as a matter of course. And I argue that that's happening, that is the norm
rather
Be right
than
back.
the exception at
Love
this
you.
point.
Like the stream.
I
Share it with your
don't
friends.
think we're
Engage with
there
chat.
yet.
Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Parasocial love.
Not for
Catch you
my
soon.
liking.
I guess I just see these videos coming out and I see them going papers please to people who are, again, of course, seem to be doing nothing wrong. There's also videos out of them. There was a video I saw. Someone threw a snowball at one of them. Okay, which is fair. You could be mad. He goes to chase him. He trips. I don't think anything untoward's happened yet. But then he gets up and he staggers into another protester who's got his back turned towards him and is not really doing anything. And the ICE agent thinks that this person hurt them or pushed them. And so they tackle this person and just try to like wrestle them to the ground. That is indicative that these people are not trained. I don't know if they're not trained to do this or they're just not following their training. But most good policing forces are trained to de-escalate. And ICE is not doing that. And I think that just on its own is enough for me to be anti-ICE at this point.
So, to be clear, because I haven't, is there a video of this? I haven't.
I can find it for you. Yeah.
Okay. You're saying someone throws a snowball at an ICE agent, and then the ICE agents respond by tackling them. That was
but it's not the guy who threw the snowball. Here,
they tackle the wrong person.
Where do I send this? How do I get this?
Is it a YouTube link?
It's a Twitter link.
Oh, I mean, you can just DM it to me or DM it. Yeah. If it's on YouTube, you can put it in the launch together at the top.
Let's see if I can get into YouTube.
That's not going to do a Twitter video.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let me just share it to you, and you can.
Okay. Because I mean, if you're throwing
Send
shit
it to me, Wick. I can bring it up.
Oh, sweet.
If you're throwing shit at
There you
law
go.
enforcement and then you get tackled, like that's
I said, no problem if he
that's
tackles
par
the
for
guy
the
who
course
threw
at
the
that point. That
snowball.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem if he's tackling the guy who threw the snowball, but
Right.
just watching how he deals with the situation in the crowd, it's just well, watch. You can bring it up and you can see it. And everyone
Okay.
can- I sent it to Mr. Adam.
I did it 20 seconds. I'll send it to you, Sitch. Go ahead and read another super chat. We'll watch in a
Oh,
second.
Become the Knight for $10 says, I just wanted to tell Wick that I love him. Even though we're watching different movies, I can be a drunk jerk on Twitter sometimes. I guess I like Sitch and Adam too.
Nice.
Well, who is
Always
that
glad
secret
for the
admirer? Who was it?
enthusiasm.
That was Become the Knight.
Oh, hello, Become the Knight. I know Become the Knight. He's a good guy.
Okay, I have the video up if you want to do a 3,
So
2,
do I.
1.
You ready?
On this Twitter video.
Let's see. 3, 2, 1, go.
Shame on you!
For those of you just listening,
All right, let me not dox all of Destiny's info. Let me pull that up. Let me jump into the call. And
be Jon Snow being a Targaryen or whatever. It was like the most pointless reveal of all time. That girl finding out that she found out the real dad was the weird white nationalist dude, right?
Yeah, it just didn't matter at all.
Well, I don't think any of that had none of it. There was no like my real dad versus my biological dad versus my oh god, yeah, I don't know. That whole
tried to
movie was
resolve
just
that by like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like my dad is like the person who raised me.
yeah, but that's like a thing that you would pay attention to. You would give time and attention to it. I hate that you just said that. That's my number one fucking trigger. I understand what it can be, but I'm just saying that that's the thing that you explore that on the screen and you give like time and detail and attention to it. It's not just like a thing's like, oh, well, you're supposed to imagine all that in your head about how important it is. Well, why not like is there a single scene of the father talking to the daughter about her real father ever?
No, I don't think the dad ever found out.
He might not even. Okay, yeah, he might not even know. Yeah, I don't know. There's so much of that movie I thought was cringe and stupid.
That movie
Hi, what's
leaves
up, Connor?
a lot of the meme of like,
what's up, guys?
It's just like up for you to think about. Yeah. How's it going?
Which movie we talking about? I was still watching the live stream in the so we were talking about Lord of the Rings. What are we talking about now?
One battle after another. Did you see this movie?
I haven't seen it yet, but I mean, I trust it to be good. It's sad that sounds like you don't like it.
It's not that we don't like it; it's that it's really bad. It's horrible.
It's not that we don't like it. It's
And
just
trust
that it's
me,
not good.
Connor, you will hate it. Okay, watch it and you will hate it. You'll agree.
I thought the entire plot was Leonardo DiCaprio and his terrorist ex-girlfriend or whatever were raising a daughter, and then the government chases them for 2 hours. I thought that was it.
Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? It's not.
Oh no.
It's worse.
It's a horrible movie. You will think it's just so dumb. Trust me.
Oh, and then the fucking the Super Adventure Fun Group, they just like, what the
Christmas
fuck?
people.
What are they even there
It-
for?
It's fantastical and weird, and it's like, why would this exist? And why would
Well,
they
they're
call
like a
it that?
neo-Nazi fucking whatever group, right?
I guess. I mean, I just don't even feel like they're fucking needed at all in the movie. I don't think the movie
Well, it's-
changes much.
I don't. It's to make the. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know what that movie was supposed to be about or what. Yeah.
I'll be
Well,
back. I'm gonna go make
did
food.
Steven
wait,
have a
one more
hot
quick thing.
take?
Wait, one more quick
Yeah.
thing for Lord of the Rings Fellowship. The whole wizard versus wizard battle, that was cringe and retarded. Cringe. I
Oh,
was
kill
cringing.
yourself.
When Gandalf is just spinning around on the floor. Oh, do a wheel. Yeah, there he goes. You fucking loser. Got him. Okay. Hi.
Wait, did you do that to trigger mood so he'd leave? What was
Yeah,
that?
that's his. He's a Gen Zer, is he?
No, he should be a millennial if he loves Lord of the Rings.
Wait, what generation is Moot? I feel like he's an old Zoomer. I think he's an older Zoomer. Bro, I don't know if this has been coming up more recently because I was talking to my parents or whatever too. I thought so apparently so there was a thread on my subreddit that said Hunter Biden liked another Instagram reel of mine, and then somebody posted in the thing, no, that's not Hunter Biden, that's his son, Hunter Biden Jr. And then somebody's like, oh, that he was born in like 2006. And then the next reply was like, oh, so he must be like only 8 years old or something, right? And then somebody replied beneath and they were like, aware. And when I read that aware thing, I thought they were making like a fucking pedophile joke or some shit. And then I read the here again and I was like, oh, Jesus. You could be born in 2006, you're 20 years old. What the fuck?
Wait, so Hunter Biden's son likes your content?
I don't know, just random reels pop up on Instagram. That's not
Okay.
that wasn't the point of the story, Connor. The point was we're old. We're getting old. When I talk to my parents now about things I did in the past, I have to say like 25 years ago. It's a quarter of a century. That's a long time.
Oh, for sure. I'm like I'm breaking down. I'm doing breakdowns on like old media, and I'm breaking down 20-year-old TV shows, and I'm like, this is amazing. This is great stuff. And I can't believe how old some of the crap is. Absolutely.
True. Well, what's up? What did you hop in for?
Well, I was hopping in because I just got done watching you bully vegan gains. And I thought it was funny, but I also wanted to see if there was like some pretty common sense crap that I don't think is like, I don't think you can rationally object to. So
You're
yeah.
not defending vegan gains in any way, right?
No,
No,
definitely am.
he's gonna
Definitely
say that
am for the
Maduro was a
memes.
bad guy and make sure that I don't think Maduro was a good guy. And I do think Maduro was a bad
Matter
guy.
of fact, like I admire his smashing of the keyboard. Like I have a $20 keyboard as well, and so like I could do it. I'm not going to, but I could.
Yeah.
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 All right. So I'll walk you
he
through it.
raged out of it. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
Are you ready?
Go for it. I'm ready. Walk. I'm walking.
Okay. So the Venezuelan invasion, military action, I don't know what you call it. It's not without historical precedent. This could be like a 5-minute conversation if we don't get spicy. But it's not without historical precedent, yes or no?
Yes, I guess.
Okay. The reason why
I
I'm
make
bringing
hold on, just as a hesitance thing here. So when people talk foreign policy and people talk historical foreign policy, I draw a big distinction between pre-91 and post-91. That pre-91, the U.S. was involved in a bunch of weird South American stuff. I get it. Whether you want to argue it was right or wrong, we were in the Cold War, domino theory, the Soviet Union was doing a bunch of crazy shit. We were doing a bunch of crazy shit. But I feel like the post-91 world order standards are different and should be different. I'm glad they're different. So when we say it's not without historical precedent, like I would say, true, we've done a lot of weird South American stuff, but post 91, not really. So that's why I hesitantly will agree
why
with
do you
there.
draw 91 as your barrier?
The collapse of the Soviet Union. We don't have as much of an incentive to kind of meddle with South American affairs because we're not worried about them all falling to communism and then becoming, pawns
Okay.
against us like Cuba.
No,
could have been
that's
during
fine. That's a
Cuban
decent
insurrection.
historical distinction. But I would still bring up, because these are the effectively the people who are sweeping for Trump doing this without an authorization for use of military force and or an authorization of Congress. They point to 3 things that are after 91. So they point to Obama's actions in Libya and Syria, and then they also point to the Kosovo intervention as well.
Okay.
So with Kosovo, we didn't have an AUMF. We just had like a moral mandate that Bill Clinton decided, relatively speaking, unilaterally. And then when we have Obama, he was citing the 2001, 2002 AUMF, but he was trying to actively depose 2 foreign leaders in the Middle East and North Africa, which no matter how you translate the AUMF, you pretty much can't get there without the most extreme of imaginations.
Sure. So what analysis, what paradigm are we analyzing here? Do we want the legal or do we want the ethical?
I'm going legal first, I think.
Okay, so for legal, I would have to go check the wording, but my understanding is that the AUMF has had pretty broad interpretation to apply to basically the entire, it's called the Greater Middle East North Africa region. Typically what we refer to as like, quote unquote, the Middle East, but that like expands to Northern Africa and encompasses Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, stuff like that, Egypt, and then all the way east to places like Pakistan and Afghanistan. So legally, I'm pretty sure the AUMF covers that. I would also say that for Libya, we had a UN Security Council agreement on that. I don't think that China or Russia voted against intervention there, and I believe NATO was on board with that. I think for Kosovo, I think that was a NATO-led thing as well. And for Syria, I don't think we had official action on the ground in Syria. So I'd have to know more specifically what you're referring to when we say toppling Assad.
Well, let me reverse the argument real quick. So the reason why on Friday, whenever we did the incursion into Venezuela, I was ready to be like, this is Trump going off leash. This is him being totally psychotic. You know, no other president has taken this drastic of military action without authorization from Congress. And then over the weekend, I started hearing historical arguments that effectively said the opposite, stretching back almost a century and probably arguably 200 years. And so that's where, for me, if you check the 2001, 2002 AUMF, we can take a look at it. It's only a page long. Within there, the key targets that are authorized are people who either participated in 9/11/2001, are people who like helped harbor people who were involved in 9/11/2001, or people who were participating in terrorist attacks against the United States, or were like imminently planning terrorist attacks against the United States. So if you wanted to say that Bashir al-Assad or Muammar Gaddafi were like planning imminent threats of terrorist attacks against the United States, you could claim that and then cover those actions under the AUMF. But I don't think that those are like substantiated by evidence. I think those would just be like post hoc claims.
Sure. But I mean, I would still argue that I don't think any of these actions were unilateral. I'm pretty sure Kosovo and Libya were both NATO missions. So
but what does unilateral have to do with it if what we're analyzing is an authorization from Congress in order to use military force? Because other people say we can do it. Why if you want to go moral, we could say, well, we have a moral case for doing it, but why does other countries saying us doing military shit gives us the authorization to do it, when I think the argument has been Trump doesn't have an AUMF? He's stretching the shit out of the 2001, 2002 AUMF, and he did this military action without the consent of Congress,
well, I think
or arguably even consultation.
I think the big issue for Trump is that the did Trump actually cite the authorization for using military force for Venezuela?
He cited it for Caribbean drone strikes. He basically reclassified them as terrorists, and then he said that the foreign terrorist orgs of Tren de Aragua and other narco terror organizations, therefore, were planning on perpetuating terrorist attacks against the United States. And then I think that's why he was, as stupid as it sounds, I think that's why he was arguing that fentanyl was a weapon of mass destruction, was because
so I think these are your issues.
When you declare them terrorists engaging in terrorist activities against the United States.
Without dipping into the ethical stuff, I think this is your difference even in your legal pushing here. For Kosovo, for Libya, and for anything related to Syria, though I don't think we had official actions there. For Kosovo and Libya, I think you had strong arguments to justify some type of intervention in these places. For Venezuela, I think you were straining pretty hard there on the fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, and therefore there's terrorist activity that the U.S. is interested in. And I think it being unilateral speaks to the lack of
moral or legal?
Well, no, I'm still kind of speaking to the legal thing. If we want to really dive into the legal thing, I would have to start. I would have to dig through the justifications that the Trump admin used.
I think it's broader than that. And can I give you an argument that Lactoid gave me?
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, hey, bro, everybody likes to cite Pisco because he's a lawyer. Lactoid passed the bar too, you know. So the thing that he was saying that if you look back for the past 200 and some odd years,
Just as a
right?
real quick thing, my issue with Lactoid is he's similar to Ryan Mullally or whatever. Basically, if Donald Trump showed up and murdered and raped his mother's corpse, he would give you a really good reason why he did it, and he would defend it to the death. That's my issue with both of these people.
Yeah,
They
maybe
have
she
no
sucked.
values. But
but
go for it. Okay, go ahead. What
anyways.
are the argument that he give? Yeah.
Yeah. So the argument that he says is like, so if you go very early into the 1800s or whatever, presidents were already using the military for non-war functions, but still arguably acts of war, like the Barbary Pirate Wars or the Indian American Wars or skirmishes with Mexicans. And so, and I'm not saying Mexicans derisively, I'm actually referring to the state of Mexico. And so basically what he's saying is that the president is given broad authority as the chief of the military service or whatever to engage in every activity up to declared war. And that war is a specific state of declared hostilities between a nation, which is a people, and a state, which is a government. And basically, these nation states are agreeing that they are now in armed hostilities. Whereas with the United States, in reference to our policing action in Korea, our actions in Vietnam, our actions in Iraq and Afghanistan, etc., you could actually say that these weren't wars because we didn't declare hostilities against the nation states of Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea, etc. We declared that we were going to engage in military action up to a certain degree. With and without Congress, by the way.
Okay, well, I don't understand. What is the point, or what is the point we're making here?
Is that the restraint of Congress on the president's capacity to engage in what we probably consider acts of war only starts once we're at the threshold of declaring open war on a rival nation state. And up to that threshold, the president has broad discretion.
Okay, so I think that this is problematic, but I think I probably agree. I think most people have given pretty broad deference to the president insofar as military actions or whatever. I think that the issue you run into, though, is that the invasion of Venezuela and then the abduction of their leader is basically the most you can be at war with a country. And that all happened absent any kind of congressional approval.
I think my pushback on that statement, though, is it's not. We could have bombed their Congress. We could have bombed their infrastructure. We could have killed more members of Congress. We could attack the infrastructure of their government systems. We could have, like within the realm of warfare, you have to bear in mind that our last declared wars were like, I think, World War II. We were openly bombing civilian logistical structures because we knew it would dampen the war effort of the Germans.
Wait, but that was after war was declared, no?
Correct. But I'm saying, like, sorry if I misunderstood you, but it sounded like this is the most at war that we could be.
Basically, yeah.
But I don't agree with that. The most at war we could be is at war.
Well, taking out the leader of another country is like it's one of the most aggressive acts you can do.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah,
if you're talking about like the
yeah.
threshold up to declared war, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely an act of war for sure.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, of all the things that you could do that would be considered like, oh, we're definitely at war. Oh, we're like, we're treading on war. Like taking out a foreign leader, that's like, whoa, we're mega at war. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Sure. But the reason why people brought up Syria, Libya, and Panama is because in Panama, we actually just did the same thing. We actually just took out Manuel Noriega. Then
but didn't Bill Clinton have approval from Congress for that, though?
It was H.W. Bush, and I don't think so. My research actually shows that he didn't have it. The reason why Congress didn't reel him in was because the country of Panama had actually already declared war on us, and we had some kind of like mandate to protect the Panamanian Canal. And also there was a like a skirmish where a couple of American soldiers had been killed in the previous week. So they didn't call HW out for invading Panama, but it was still the invasion itself was still a military action done without Congress, without an AUMF or a declaration of war. Weirdly enough, Panama, in my opinion, is the most historically analogous thing
Hold on, let me just
to
read,
what
let me
we
just read
just
this, 'cause
did
it-
in Venezuela.
Sure. I'm just going to read literally just these 4 intro paragraphs here. The United States invasion of Panama began in mid-December of 1989 during the presidency of George H.W. Bush. The purpose of the invasion was to depose the de facto ruler of Panama, General Manuel Noriega. He was wanted by U.S. authorities for racketeering and drug trafficking. The operation, codenamed Operation Just Cause, or Just Cause, I guess, concluded in late January of 1990 with the surrender of Noriega. The Panama Defense Forces were dissolved, and President-elect Guillermo Andara was sworn into office. Noriega, who had long-standing ties to United States intelligence agencies, consolidated power to become Panama's de facto dictator in the early 1980s. In the mid-1980s, relations between Noriega and the U.S. began to deteriorate due to fallout of the murder of Hugo Spadafora, and the removal
I think
from
that
office.
might be an FBI agent or something. I would have to check out who that is.
Maybe. And the removal from office of President Nicolas Ardito Barletta. His criminal activities and association with other spy agencies came to light, and in 1989, he was indicted by federal grand juries on several drug-related charges, negotiations seeking his resignation, which began under the presidency of Ronald Reagan, were ultimately unsuccessful. In 1989, Noriega annulled the results of the Panamanian general elections, which appeared to have been won by opposition candidate Guillermo Andara. President Bush responded by reinforcing the U.S. garrison in the Canal Zone, following the declaration of a state of war between Panama and the United States passed by the Panamanian General Assembly, as well as the lethal shooting of a Colombian-born U.S. Marine officer, Lieutenant Robert Paz, at a PDF roadblock. Bush authorized the execution of the Panama invasion plan. I would say the declaration of the state of war makes this quite different than where we're at right now between Venezuela and the United States.
I would agree that it's a variance difference. However, the argument that I've heard consistently from critics of this military action is that effectively, in order to engage in serious military action that could result in a hot war, the president should either have an AUMF or a declaration of war. And any time that he engages in an act of war without the consent of Congress, it's effectively a violation of the Constitution of the United States.
So I would respond with 2 points. So one, I would say, firstly, we're acknowledging there's a significant difference when the other countries actually super declared war on us, right? That's a substantial difference between this and Venezuela. And the second thing I would say is, for the language of the Alien Enemies Act and when that was passed, I am sympathetic to the concept of the president sometimes needing to respond quickly to a rapidly evolving situation. I believe, I don't know if it's in the Alien Enemies Act or something else. Like, I think the president basically gets like 3 months to do whatever, and then he has to go to Congress to try to get like some kind of approval or affirmation or to continue whatever thing. Because the idea is like, if we're being invaded, like literally, like China is like sending ships over to the United States, maybe it's like on a Saturday night, and we don't want to wait for Congress to vote to authorize, the deployment of our armed forces. The president needs to be able to act swiftly and quickly. Or if another country declares war on us and they're doing some crazy fuck shit, the president and the military might need to get to swing into action quickly, and there might be opportunities that only exist for days or maybe even hours at a time where the president needs to act. I would argue that, and I think the argument has been, in those cases, the president needs to be able to act sometimes before the approval of Congress, and that makes sense. But I don't think anything there is analogous with what was happening with Venezuela. I don't feel the same thing there. For this, I mean, it seems like I can agree Panama that declared war on us. Like they actually declared war, and then pretty quickly afterwards, I think we invaded and got their shit fucked.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would like to bring up there is that I don't think the Panamanian Defense Forces were capable of overcoming the U.S. garrison in Panama. I think that they probably did have time to seek out an AUMF or a declaration of war from Congress. However, like by doing that, you would be risking
Wait. Say that again.
I think HW, if he wanted to, he could have said, hey, we just had a shooting where a Lieutenant Robert Paz was killed. We also have increasing hostilities with the state of Panama. Their leader is illegitimate and a criminal, and also they're threatening the Panama Canal. I need an AUMF or a declaration of war in order to take action from Congress. I think he had time to do that. He could use exigent circumstances as a reason for why he didn't, but I'm saying that he had time to do that.
When you say he had time to do that, I don't know if I agree with that. They literally declared war on us. We had, how many people were living in that garrison and at the Panama Canal? Why would you risk all that?
Well, I don't think you would. I think you would use the exigent circumstances of the situation to say American lives are in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Therefore, we're going to take swift action.
Yeah. So I don't think so. He didn't have time. That needed to happen immediately, right?
It depends on how many American lives you're willing to risk.
0. I don't think we should have to risk if you can avoid it, right? Why would you risk any? They declared war on us. Why would you
Okay,
risk any?
but then here's the thing where you're saying, okay, so we're granting the president broad powers to take military action in order to engage against hostile actors who are hostile to us without the
Declared
consent
war
of
on us.
Congress,
Declared
as
war on
long
us.
as they can demonstrate like exigency.
Well, they declared war on us, and we have people living there that could be under threat. If Maduro declared war on the United States, I think it would be fucking retarded. At that point, I would have personal issues with Trump, but I mean, at that point, what are you going to say? Like, fuck. I mean, damn,
Sure.
you declare war on the U.S. and Trump takes you out. I mean, damn, what are you going to? How stupid do you have to be? Yeah, you know.
Well, I think what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to shift the conversation from this was a unilateral, ahistorical, whatever thing, where like, you know, in order to do any kind of military action, you know, the president needs an AUMF or he needs the consent of Congress. I'm trying to shift the liberal argumentation from that to no, it's bad, because the exigent circumstances that Trump is using to decide why we're invading Venezuela are largely bullshit.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's even remotely similar, though. How many people?
I
Somebody's got
think, dude, you
25,000
deposed a
people.
leader. You didn't have the consent of Congress. There were exigent circumstances. Like, what else do you need to be similar enough?
They declared war on us, and we had American lives that would have been at risk.
So, okay, hold on. Let me ask you this question because this might cut through the bullshit. Do you think that Trump could or should be impeached and or removed from office for his actions in Venezuela?
Yes.
Why? I'm gonna write these down real quick. Let me write these down while you say them. Why should Trump be impeached and removed from office for his unilateral actions in Venezuela?
Sure. I would say that everything, and there might even be individual things, you could say like there are 7 reasons, but everything related to the murdering of Venezuelan citizens in the ocean. So like blowing up all the boats or whatever, not showing any compelling evidence to Congress. If we were to believe Rand Paul when he was on Joe Rogan, Rand Paul said there wasn't even proof that those people were armed. So, and there's probably individual things you could even go further into. So like the double taps, you know, people floating on some wooden planks for 42 minutes to land. But basically everything having to do with the murder of all of the citizens outside the coast of Venezuela, I would say is one reason. I would say for the second reason, I would say it would be the invasion and the deposing of a foreign leader for one, without any kind of congressional notification whatsoever. 2, without the pretextual reasons he gave were bad. Things like we're going to invade this country to take their oil is gross and disgusting on a billion different levels. And then I don't know if this is necessarily related to Venezuela now, depending on how much you want to stretch it. But 3, I would say that the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act because of Tren de Aragua and using that to deport, you know, illegal immigrants because of their ties to Venezuela, I think I was ridiculous as well. But I would say those 3 things are my big things. Yeah.
Okay. So where I'm with you is I think the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act is effectively a smokescreen. And also the pretextual reasons for our invasion of Iraq, or not Iraq, excuse me, Venezuela. The pretextual reasons of invading Venezuela are largely smoke and mirrors and bullshit. Okay. So I'm with you there. So out of the 5 things that you said, I'm with you on 2 of them. Okay. And maybe even 3. You also kind of started what you said with the totality of circumstances, which is just kind of like, that's like a given. Like we should evaluate everything within the totality of their circumstances. The other 2 things though that you said is blowing up of the civilian boats that are accused of drug trafficking that don't have weapons. I actually agree with you there.
Civilian, I think just the Venezuelan nationals, like even if they're criminals, you can't kill them with your military. But yeah, if I said civilians,
I don't know the laws behind, like, because they're civilian vessels, right? I don't know the enforcement mechanism besides impeachment and removal from office. I don't know the enforcement mechanism for saying like the president is currently invoking national security to kill random civilian vessels. I think it's fucked up, and I have no idea like the legal rationale for it. And I think it's like the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act and also designating Tren de Aragua as a terrorist organization, I think it's a thin pretext for murder. So I actually agree with you on that one. The one that I think is the weakest is the invasion and deposition of a foreign leader without congressional authorization.
Okay.
Well, and then, but the reason why I bring that up is because for instance, like, we took sides in the Syrian civil war to depose Bashir al-Assad because it geopolitically fucked over Russia. And despite
But we didn't do it, right?
What's that?
We didn't invade and depose Assad.
Well, I mean, I think we did have special forces on the ground that were embedded with Kurds and the Syrian Democratic Forces and all that kind of stuff. And the CIA and the special forces were definitely giving money and weapons to revolutionary militias. And then also we were doing airstrikes in order to favor different factions over different factions. Mostly we did it in order to attack ISIS, but I also think that we probably slipped in a few other airstrikes.
Yeah, I agree. But why didn't we just invade and depose Assad then, right?
Well, because it was too much blood and treasure, and Obama wanted to be viewed relatively peacefully compared to Bush.
Well, I think it would have been a step too far. I think that just would have been an inappropriate role for the United States.
Sure, but the AUMF doesn't cover deposing random leaders we don't like for geopolitical advantage.
Okay, and we didn't do that.
No, we did do that. Like the whole reason why we have a new leader in Syria right now is because we made the Syrian civil war so bloody that we exhausted the Russians and we exhausted the Assad regime to the point that they got deposed.
Yeah, but there's a thing to be said for the fact
Libya's even clearer. But sorry, continue.
Libya was there was a coalition though that was involved in that.
Sure, but we're still not talking about congressional authorization or an AUMF.
Yeah, that's fine, but there's something to be said that there's a different approach between proxy warfare and actual warfare, right?
Absolutely.
If somebody's engaged in proxy warfare, it's because they know that the actual warfare is a step too far. What Trump did in Venezuela was a step too far. If Trump was just supporting other groups there, then we would be having that conversation, but we're not. We're having a conversation about formal, uniformed U.S. armed forces invading another country and stealing their leader. We didn't do that in Syria.
Sure, but we did do Air Force strikes, and we did do special forces operations in northern Syria, particularly the Kurdish regions. Like we had American special forces, real quick, just because like there are details here. We had American special forces training northern Iraqi and northern Syrian Kurdish forces that then got into fights with Russian mercenaries. And we called in American air assets to destroy Russian mercenaries that were currently serving the Assad regime.
Yeah, but do you understand how many layers removed and how much messier that is than just the U.S. was bombing, Damascus and looking for Assad?
Sure, but I'm pretty sure we also bombed a Syrian air base in response to
chemical weapons attacks,
bombing
right?
civilians.
Yeah, but like there's more clear reasons here that are articulatable that's different than we just wanted to depose Assad, right?
I still think the end goal was deposing Assad.
That can be fine.
If you want to concede to the pretense, you can concede to the pretense, but I still think the purpose was
the end goal. Yeah, but there's a difference between opposing somebody and deposing somebody, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, if we were supporting other groups in Venezuela to topple Maduro, I'm not even sure necessarily if I would be opposed to that.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to shift the argument a little bit though, because you said earlier that I think deposing a foreign leader is the maximum thing that you can do as an act of war up to the threshold of war. I'm not trying to misquote you, but I think that's something you said.
Well, I said I would be past that threshold. This is like you're clearly at war when you're deposing foreign leaders. Clearly.
Okay, I would argue that using American air assets to blow up the military infrastructure of another nation state is 100% an act of war. Like Syria, if we blew up their airbase, blowing up their military assets while they're fighting a civil war, they might not have declared a declaration of war against the United States of America. They would be 100% within their rights to.
I think that, like, if they declared war, I mean, I think I would agree with you there. But your cause for war here is so much different in terms of, like, it definitely has the dual benefit of helping what we would consider our geopolitical interests. But when we can point to like, well, you guys are launching attacks against your own civilian population, and nobody seems to be disagreeing with that, and you're shooting at UN inspectors that are trying to come in to verify what's going on, it's just such a different set of circumstances to say that like we're bombing them just to get rid of Assad, and like we didn't, right? Assad wasn't gone until like a decade and a half later, you know?
No, I mean, I agree, but I think we set up the circumstances because effectively what's happened is I mean, he is a former member of ISIS, but we have a Western-friendly former member of ISIS who's taken over. He's made signals that he wants to, be friendly with Israel and the United States. And as far as I know, Russians lost. The reason why they're fighting for Crimea and the reason why they were fighting for Syria so hard was because of two of their warm water ports. I think one of them is either in like Tyre or something, or Tartus or something like that. It might be Tartus. But one of them is in Crimea, and I think it's Sevastopol. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But it's Sevastopol. The other one was in Tartus. So like this was always part of the game.
I don't disagree that it's serving these interests, but everything is so much different.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's do Libya real quick.
No, wait. We can't wait. We're hopping through so many different things. Okay. So for Syria, ISIS is forming in Syria. ISIS at this point, I don't know if they'd already conducted foreign terrorist attacks already. Assad has lost control of the country, right? In such that there are swaths of the country that are literally controlled by ISIS. There are times when we are bombing Syrian airports, although it's in response to chemical weapon attacks against their civilian population. If Syria would have declared war against the U.S., I don't think anybody in the U.S. would be like, oh my God, that's horrible and evil. Like they would have been within their right to do it. But I think us flying in and just, if we would have deposed Assad, I don't even know. I think the only reason we didn't is because we were still traumatized from Iraq and Afghanistan. I don't even know if I would have necessarily opposed the U.S. doing it, but we didn't do it.
Well, are we talking about moral or legal, right?
Legal, even legal. But I'm trying to figure out like what the difference is, or I'm trying to figure out how this is at all comparable to Venezuela, who's not at war with us. They're not engaged in chemical weapon attacks against their people. There isn't like a blossoming terrorist network that's engaged in international terrorist attacks there. And then we were more aggressive with Venezuela than we were with Syria. Is there any fact here that I've laid out that you disagree with, or
no? But I think saying that these things are qualitatively different for me doesn't change the calculus when it comes to Trump, because the chief criticism that I'm trying to shift you away from, as a matter of fact, I hope I didn't delete this. I did delete it. Give me 1 second.
Push Control Z it all the way.
Thank you. Okay. Number one, you said totality of circumstances, which I just agree with off the bat. We should always be evaluating the totality of circumstances at any point. You're correct. You said blowing up the boats. I can't think of a legal reason under an AUMF or even under the laws of war why we should be blowing up civilian vessels, even if we suspect them of criminals. I think you could probably impeach Trump for that. The other ones that you said that I kind of agree with are that the pretextual reasons are bad. So saying Venezuela is a part of an international terrorist organization because some of the oil from the Shadow Fleet is being sold in Iran in order to generate revenue for Hezbollah, right? Like we're so far removed from the AUMF of 2001, 2002 that Venezuela itself is not purposefully engaging in terrorist attacks against the United States. Therefore, the AUMF doesn't apply. Therefore, the argumentation is poor. And then also, when it comes to declaring drug traffickers terrorists and then declaring drugs weapons of massive destruction, that already feels incredibly flimsy. Okay. But the reason why you said invasion and deposing a foreign leader without congressional authorization was another thing that you said that you would be willing to try to impeach and remove Trump from office for. I am saying that is the weakest of the five, and it's arguable based off of historical precedent. That's what I'm trying to communicate.
I just don't see the historical precedent. Syria is not one because we didn't depose the leader.
With
Gaddafi could be maybe, but that was I think there was a UN thing that was okay.
But the UN isn't Congress. Why the fuck do we're a nation state? Why do we give a fuck what a foreign country says that the United States can invade another country? What the fuck does that have to do with Congress?
I would have to go see what Congress approved back at that point in time. But
For me, I don't think that a foreign authorization or a foreign moral mandate for the president of the United States to engage in a military action has anything to do with what we could or should do. I think that the argument from a lot of anti-Trump people is that in order for the United States to conduct itself legally and morally, then it needs an authorization of use of military force from Congress, or it needs a declaration of war, or it's illegal. And I'm saying, looking at historical precedent, that doesn't seem to be true.
Well, did Congress authorize? Does our Congress have to authorize UN Security Council resolutions, or? Because otherwise,
why would the UN say? Well, hold on. Let's do an example here. Kosovo, okay. And if you want to make it hypothetical, we can make it hypothetical.
The exact example we're talking about, just Libya.
Okay, so let's say UN says, hey, NATO says, we think it's based that the United States does military action in Libya. We think it's cool. We think there's a moral mandate for the United States to do it. And legalistically, we don't give a fuck. Go bomb Muammar Gaddafi until he has no armed forces. And then Congress says, meh, like, we still don't have an AUMF that justifies the action.
Yeah, hold on. This is what I'm trying to, what I don't understand. When we say that, like, the NATO says it's going to do something and the UN Security Council agrees to do something, the United States is a part of both of these things. What part of the United States is saying yes? Is there not like a Senate? Is it just the president is who represents us in the United Nations Security Council and the NATO?
I'm sure we have like diplomats or representatives or whatever, but I still think
hold
that...
on. Well, this matters because, like, my understanding is I shouldn't remember the articles because you always so smart when you're like Article 1 powers. Is Congress Article 1? Doesn't Congress have the sole authority to authorize treaties or some bullshit? Is like the UN Security Council, does that count as like a congressional thing? I don't know. Does Congress?
Oh, so what? I think I see what you're saying. So you're saying that if we signed on to the UN Charter, and if we signed on to the NATO Charter, and then in order to reinforce those charters, Congress has already said that we signed on to those charters. That by de facto is congressional authorization.
Not de facto, de jure. That, like, they would actually.
Sorry, I actually don't read legalistic language. So
you're fine. De facto is like it's like a thing that basically, in effect, it basically is this thing. And de jure is like it literally, like, you sign on to like this thing. So somebody says like he's the de facto leader of Nambambwami. That means that he's like the general with the strongest troops and he's got a blah blah blah. But then let's say there's a guy who's like voted as the leader. Well, that guy is democratically, he's elected. That is the de jure leader. But you can have a difference where like the de jure leader is this guy who's voted, but the de facto leader is this military commander. That's just the difference in these two. But I'm saying
I think that question that you just asked, not only is it a good question, I think it would need to be resolved one way or the other in this conversation, and I could be wrong.
Okay, yeah, I'm not.
So signing on to the UN. So, for instance, one of the things that's cited for the Korean conflict is that the United Nations passed a resolution for the Korean conflict. So therefore, we didn't have a declaration of war or declaration of AUMF, but the president at the time, I don't know if it was Eisenhower, it was Truman or something. But somebody in the 50s basically said, it's a police action. The United States is in the best position to do something about it. We're going to do something about it. And based off of this UN mandate, I'm going to do something about it. Now, I don't know if that's Congress being lazy and they should have declared an AUMF or declared a state of war, or if actually by us being a signatory to the UN Security Council, it's presumed that the president can unilaterally do military action on behalf of the UN Security Council because we've signed on to the UN. I actually literally do not know if that's true. One way or the other, for me or against me.
I'm not 100%.
Yeah, so it's something we can research. It's something we can figure out later. Do you want to talk about Libya at all specifically?
No, that was just the example we were going with. But
the main reason why I want to bring that up is because the accusations against Muammar Gaddafi are, once again, he's attacking his civilians wantonly in order to maintain despotic power. He's been a dictator for decades. He's not a legitimate ruler. And then also, like, the moral argument is that I don't know what the hard evidence is, but allegedly there's enough evidence to tie him to the 1983 Lockerbie bombing, where a civilian airliner traveling over Scotland was blown up with US citizens on board, and then ultimately Libya like admitted fault and paid some level of like civil restitution, but it was still viewed as Muammar Gaddafi authorized jihadist terrorism. But that's the thing, that's 1983, not 2001. And that's also something that the Libyan government already paid some level of like civil restitution for. So how are we using that as, oh, well, Muammar Gaddafi is a jihadist terrorist, therefore we can take him out under the 2001-2002 AUMF?
Okay. I would have to I would just need more of the legal background on this. To have a stronger opinion on it. But okay.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to bring it up as analogs. While we're at it, I think we basically just landed on, I'm not saying I'm done. That's all I wanted to get across to you. If you wanted to dig into more nitty-gritty on this topic, we could. The other thing that I wanted to get into was the ICE shooting.
Oh boy.
It's okay. I mean, I think it's actually really straightforward, but I mean...
Yeah, sure, go for it.
So, Pisco's arguments that I have considered that I think are worth analyzing are twofold. One is officer-created jeopardy. I think that's an interesting legal theory. I think the other one is the deadly force used going to actually decrease the chances of imminent threat or death or great bodily harm, or are you exacerbating the scenario? But to my knowledge, officer created jeopardy and also this evaluation of whether or not deadly force actually will statistically decrease the threat of any given situation, that's not law. That's like moral argument that should maybe be enshrined in law.
Repeat the last two things.
Officer created jeopardy.
Yeah.
So that's a police officer.
No, I'm aware of that. The one that you just said about yeah.
And then the other thing is, if you use deadly force, is that deadly force actually going to reduce the threat of death or great bodily harm, or does it have no effect, or does it have a negative effect?
Okay.
So like you're driving a truck towards me, I shoot at you, but the momentum is so high already that like my bullets aren't going to do shit even if I kill you. So as a result, like I shouldn't fire because I'm taking a huge risk of both your life, but also anybody in the background. Whereas, it's not like I don't have the means to stop you in a logical sense. So I shouldn't fire. Which I don't think is the law of the land. It's actually moral argumentation.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I thought you were saying some. I mean, I didn't watch it, but people were telling me that you were getting pretty spicy about it earlier in the week.
I guess listen, you should come back tomorrow. We can argue this point, okay? I want to read. I need to read this Barnes versus Felix case. Because it's
we can fight about it later for sure. Can I kind of tell you what I read for the summary for 2025?
Sure, go for it.
So they are not. The Supreme Court has not made a ruling on officer-created jeopardy yet. They kicked back a detail of the case, and so officer-created jeopardy has not been enshrined into law yet. It's they're actually saying, hey, we can't make a fair assessment based off of this thing that the lower court hasn't considered. You have to go consider this lower thing before we take a look at it again.
Okay.
So, but Barnes versus Felix.
Sorry, go ahead. On a broader point, I guess. Then, what is your feeling? I guess, and we could just kind of like deal with the ethical or the moral part of it. Do you think that an officer? My issue with the fact pattern here is that like, there's a car that's stopped. I'm a police officer. I can step in front of the car. If I step in front of the car, there are a multitude of situations that can happen after this. Anywhere ranging from the person could try to kill me to the person could just try to escape. Every single one of these situations is going to authorize me to kill the person. And I don't have a compelling reason to step in front of the car. Do you think it's ever justified for the cop to step in front of the car then?
So talking about moral or legal, yeah, there's absolutely moral reasons why you could step in front of the car. So for instance, like if it was a violent felony, if there was a robber who had already killed someone or a kidnapper who had somebody in the vehicle, yeah, there's going to be reasons or moral reasons where you could step in front of the car for sure. And then legal reasons are kind of like arguable, I suppose. But let's say that like there's no other means of approach. You have a kidnapper, he's in a vehicle, and there's vehicles to other sides, right? And you know that there's a child in the car that you want to try to save.
Okay,
Is it
I'll
okay
grant
for
you.
you
I'll
to
grant you
step
that, but
into-
like, yeah, I'll grant you this. But clearly, this doesn't apply here. Like, if there is
Sure.
a way for you to approach the vehicle otherwise, if you're not literally forced to, they're not parked at the end of a long tunnel where it's just one way out, they're going to drive in front of you. Like, is there any reason ever to step in front of a vehicle like that?
No. And I think that's where officer cause jeopardy is a interesting idea. But before you start arresting and incarcerating cops for officer cause jeopardy, you have to write the case law, set the precedent, and you have to completely change the way that law enforcement officers are trained. Because the only way they're trained right now is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. You can pull your gun and kill someone. That's all the training is. So they're
Well,
not
sure,
doing
but also I think for all the
calculations.
training, I've never seen cops step in front of cars before. We watch a lot of cop slop on the stream, and I don't think we see cops.
No,
just step
I
in front of cars.
agree. I think Wick even brought up that the CBP was accused in the early 10s of stepping in front of vehicles on purpose to cause shootings. Now, I don't know if that's true. I haven't researched it at all. But yeah, like I think this guy also got dragged, right? Didn't he get dragged like a year ago and he got 12 stitches or something? Or am I just repeating internet
He did, yeah, he
misinformation?
did, yeah.
If he got dragged, then he should have known stepping in front of the vehicle the first time that he was putting himself into jeopardy, let alone the second time. The second time is fucking crazy. Like, if anything, I think officer cause jeopardy legislation needs to come out of the Renee Good shooting.
Okay, wait, but I'm ignoring the legal part. I'm just so ethically, it seems like the guy's kind of in the wrong. No.
Yeah. I think that civilians have, like, when they're being lawfully detained by a law enforcement officer, they have a duty to surrender. But I also think that officers have a moral duty, not a legal duty. They have a moral duty not to intentionally or negligently exacerbate a situation that leads to somebody's injury or death.
Okay. Where would our big disagreement be?
I would just say that it seems like Pisco, God bless him. It seems that like Pisco and other characters are acting like officer cause jeopardy is already the law of the land, or that this moral consideration of whether or not you firing is actually going to have an intended effect is either already the law of the land or already a part of police training. And therefore this guy should be charged and incarcerated. Whereas I think I made a bet on my stream, or I said I'd be willing to make a bet on my stream. 99.9. I don't think this guy's getting charged at the federal level. 99.9. I don't think he's getting hit for violations of policy. But you could say, oh, well, that's because of the Trump admin. I'm saying it's like, I'm going to put it 80-20. He's not getting charged at the state level. And I'm putting it at 99-1. He's not getting incarcerated at the state level.
Sure, but I think that has way more to do with political stuff right now than legal stuff. But okay, I can't argue the legal stuff yet. I'll read this case and I can do it tomorrow or the day after if you want. But
Okay. Well, I mean, we might be on the same page if I say that, like, morally this is criticizable, but legally we should create case law out of Renee Good and Felix versus Barnes so we don't have shit like this in the future. But people were telling me that you were like, this guy should be incarcerated and he should be euthanized.
I don't think euthanized, but I mean, I do feel like the guy murdered her. Yeah.
Okay, but do you
I
feel
feel
like he murdered her through officer cause jeopardy?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's like more moral than it is legal right now. Although I guess you could read Barnes and maybe you come up with a different.
Yeah, maybe I'll read. Maybe I'm different. I
argument.
would be surprised if the legality, because I know for self-defense stuff, these are all factors that are heavily considered. Like, I'm pretty sure that if I were to, like, if we were going out and I were to approach you and I were to start to fight you or whatever, or I were to start talking a ton of shit, or I were to like provoke the fuck out of you, and then you go to hit me, And you're obviously a few inches taller than me, I would say, based on our encounters in real life. And how am I going to shoot and kill you? I think it cuts against my self-defense argument pretty substantially if I'm the one that provoked the incident. I think it can take away your self-defense argument entirely.
It can.
Actually, and it did for
civilians.
the Ahmaud Arbery people or whatever.
Yes, it did for the Ahmaud Arbery. Brilliant association, by the way. I forgot he existed for a second. But, okay, here's my but. The legal execution of duties is going to heavily weight it in the favor of the state. So the cop, regardless of whether or not he steps in front of a vehicle, regardless of whether or not he does officer cause jeopardy, he has a lawful purpose, which is to detain a lawbreaker or investigate a lawbreaker, which does not give the civilian the right to either resist arrest and or flee the scene.
I don't think we're arguing that at all.
Okay. Well, but that's what I'm saying is like, when it comes to current case law, once again, I think officer cause jeopardy should become a thing and should be written intentionally, very intelligently. But I'm saying based off of the law of the land, I don't think that you're going to be able to argue that an officer engaged in the lawful performance of his duties cannot take risks in order to effect an arrest, because the nature of law enforcement in general is risky.
Well, but
you're detaining people and you're taking away their freedom. That by itself is a risk.
No, that's not true, because there are things that you can do as a police officer, even in the performance of your duty, that can like, at the very least, like they could clear the other person killing you. The guy that shot back when Breonna Taylor got killed or whatever, the boyfriend that shot back, I believe he wasn't charged with anything. I think officers did a no-knock raid on another, it was an African-American dude's house. This was like a fucking 5 or 6 years ago. And I think he shot and killed the cop. And I think he got off just fine because he had no idea. So, I mean, like, there are things that you could do to put yourself in danger as an officer, and then you can get killed and the other person could be exonerated completely.
Yeah, but you're going to, specifically, if we're keeping this to the Renee Good case, you're going to have problems with that, because she has uniformed people with like markings on their uniforms. She has a cop walking past her car. She even acknowledges, "Oh, I'm not even mad at you." So she clearly knows, you know, who or what they are. He's videotaping her and her license plate, so she already knows that whatever legal trouble she's in, she's in. And then despite that fact, despite knowing that there is and by the way, we could even check out the cell phone camera footage. In the cell phone camera footage, while she's cutting her wheel to the right, she sees that the officer is in front of the vehicle. So you could argue that just as reckless and stupid the officer is being by stepping in front of the vehicle, she's being reckless and stupid by attempting to flee and elude law enforcement officers while there's a cop standing in front of her car.
Well, that's true. The recklessness would relieve the officer of his defense of just performing his duty, right? You can't be, if you're reckless in the... I'm saying from a legal standpoint, if you're doing something with reckless disregard, then you've lost the defense of your occupation for doing so. Like, cops have pretty broad leeway insofar as they can attack or kill people as part of their job. But once they've exceeded some standard of behavior, they no longer have that protection. Like the George Floyd thing, right? Like,
I would say okay, I could be wrong. Maybe I could eat these words in a few days, but I would say you need to establish this case law.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. This is, if it's just a legal question, I'm not sure. I'll read this case and I'll come back.
No, and morally, I'm with you. Officer created jeopardy is 100% a valid moral argument from my perspective. I've even seen officer created jeopardy in person before, where a guy basically, he got an arrest of a homeless person, but he did everything by the book, quote unquote. He was using de-escalatory language. He was using a calm tone. He was doing all the things that the policy or the law states. He followed the law. He followed the policy. But what this cop did, and my supervisor and I actually like criticized the fuck out of him afterwards. He was displaying body language that seemed aggressive to somebody that was mentally unstable. So while he's saying the right things and using de-escalatory language, he's still approaching a guy who's mentally unwell. In my opinion, to trigger him on purpose so he can get an arrest. And I think that that not only is that morally incorrect, effectively like policy and law should be rewritten to show that like officers should not be able to antagonize members of the public to get them to commit crimes, so officers have a pretext to use force on them.
Okay, yeah. I can't speak. I just know what the law is, so I'm hearing what you're saying. I just don't know what
Okay.
the prior
Well,
case law
then
is.
we don't need to loop, but that was the main things that I wanted to call in about and discuss.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Well,
I'm sorry I missed the celebrations this weekend. Is there anything else that you would like to discuss while we're here?
I got another chatter who's saying who wants to tango with you a bit about the Venezuela thing.
Okay. I mean, is he jumping on, or he just want to DM me on Discord, or what?
I think he's coming in here.
Okay. I mean, I can hang out. I still got.
Oh, there he is.
40 minutes.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
One second. I'll be back. What you guys did? Let me go to drink. Hold on. Or
Hello, Connor. I'm not necessarily that interested in the Venezuela thing purely, but I was interested in mostly your analogies. I feel like your analogies were not strong, especially in terms of like the Syrian one. Do you want to restate what you said, or can I just go off what I heard from listening?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. Wait, real quick. Before you guys do this, I'm sorry, because I see some people typing in chat. In my mind, and I could be wrong, but I have no convincing argument otherwise, all three shots are going to be analyzed the exact same. I seriously doubt there's going to be an analysis of that incident that separates shots 1 from 2 and 3. All of these shots happened pretty quickly in succession. It's not like it was like 1 and then 10 seconds and then 2 and then 10 seconds and 3. My guess is whatever anybody decides for shot 1 is also going to apply to 2 and 3. It was a very, very, very quickly done thing. That would be my take on that. But okay, I read.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to restate it. Hi.
Hi,
I'd like to restate it. That way, hopefully we can deal with each other's steel mans. So what I would say is for Syria and for Libya, it seems pretty clear that our military interventions were in the attempts to depose Bashir al-Assad and Muammar Gaddafi. And if you look at the 2001, 2002 AUMFs, they basically say that we can act against jihadist terrorist organizations that are a threat to the United States. And so from my perspective, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Like, depending on the language of the AUMF, I don't think the United States would classify Bashar al-Assad as a jihadist terrorist organization, nor that he funded jihadist terrorist organizations. He was explicitly like a secular, very nationalist, like Alawite, like supremacist type of regime that was explicitly fighting against like ISIS and other like more conservative Islamic forces within Syria and Iraq and Lebanon.
I agree with your description so far.
Okay. So sorry, I continue. I just want to cut you off for a second.
No. So the strongest argument that I think you could make for Bashir al-Assad supporting jihadist organizations was that during the Iraq war, he encouraged jihadist groups in his own country to go to Iraq to fight coalition forces. But that feels pretty weak to me.
I guess my curiosity on that would be that when you talk about like, I feel like definition is very important here. When you talk about jihadist terrorist organizations, when people say that, especially in the American lens, they're usually talking about Sunni, mostly Salafi terrorist organizations that are explicitly against forces like Iran, forces like Saudi Arabia, or kind of against Saudi Arabia, and mostly against the United States. And like, I could be honest, I could be wrong, but when you say Bashar al-Assad sent jihadist terrorist organizations to Iraq to fight against their regime, the American-backed regime, my mind goes to it would be like Shia terrorist organizations fighting against the regime.
No, I think it would be Sunni, and I don't think he explicitly sent them. I don't think he gave them money. I don't think he gave them weapons. I think he looked at it as a 2 birds, 1 stone scenario, where he says, "Oh, if you're an extremist in my country and you hate me and you hate, modernism and you hate this and you hate that, go to Iraq. There's a bunch of Americans that you can fight if you think we're all great Satan or something like that." It would have been like the way that I heard it contextualized was effectively like public statements. I don't think he offered them material support. And then also this ended up being sorry, real quick. Interesting historical fact. Interesting historical fact is that these forces allegedly went to the Iraq conflict and fought against coalition forces. Well, that's actually what blooded them and made them more veteran military forces, which is why they were the most competent military forces during the Syrian war, because they had experience from the Iraq conflict. Anyways, just interesting historical.
Yeah, no, that's probably I would guess that would be true, because when you also, another thing relating to what you said earlier, you said Ahmed al-Sharaa, he was like an ISIS guy. That is explicitly like just not true. He was the head of al-Nusra, and al-Nusra was more aligned with al-Qaeda than it was aligned with ISIS. While it is true that many of al-Nusra's fighters went on to join ISIS, that was because of split between al-Sharaa and al-Baghdadi and al-Zahiri. That through a split where al-Sharaa, or al-Jawlani as he was called, went and sided with al-Qaeda. That's the reason many of people within al-Nusra went and fought with Baghdadi. And
I'll admit I was probably fast and loose, but also if you tell like an American, like I'm almost 40, if you tell an American like, hey, we're going to go kill ISIS, they'd be like, awesome. And then they're like, oh, we're going to go kill al-Qaeda affiliates. We'd be like, awesome. Because it is kind of like, I get it's different things, but to a lot of people, al-Nusra is al-Qaeda and ISIS is similar enough to al-Qaeda that it's not one thing, but it seems like one thing to an outsider.
Yeah, to an outsider, that would be true. But like, it isn't like the most perfect world where we like kind of like look at these conversations and try to have the best conversation possible. Because like if like, okay, let's use this analogy. Like if a retard is just like, oh, Bush and like Trump, they're like the same thing. That's like they have same like ideological roots almost, but it's the same thing with ISIS and Al-Qaeda. ISIS, it's another analogy is like the difference between like Trotsky and Stalin, where Stalin, he kind of wanted socialism in one country, and no, not Trotsky, and Lenin wanted like worldwide revolution, etc. Like that conflict.
Yeah, sure. ISIS wanted a global, or they wanted to start local, but eventually form a pan Middle Eastern, North African caliphate, whereas Al-Qaeda was an international organization that had like limited international terrorist goals in order to set things forth in motion. And I don't think Al-Qaeda had any aspirations of like governance. They were more like a militaristic terrorist organization. So I agree that the conflation. But then my question is, what's the beef? Because the main thing that I'm trying to say, because I actually wrote down the 5 points that Steven said, is that 3.5 of them I think are potentially impeachable. Or they're at least like worthy of moral or legal condemnation. I think I had them written down somewhere. What I was saying, though, is that specifically, because I do remember the one that I was saying that is specifically the most important. The specific one is that I think that if you are going to impugn Donald Trump for taking unilateral military action that are acts of war, then you have to look at 250 years of American executive history and see that a lot of our presidents have done acts of war without the consent of Congress, not an AUMF, not even a declaration of war. They just did that shit.
Yeah, but like what my point is, the examples you're using is they're not very strong examples. Like even the Panamanian one, the Panamanian junta, they declared war on the United States. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna like appeal,
what does that have to do with the two? But here's the two factors, though, because this is the argumentation that I consistently hear: is that the president of the United States, when engaging in acts of war, should get the consent of Congress either through an AUMF or through a declaration of war. Otherwise, it's illegal and impeachable. I don't know if you agree with that last part. Because if it's illegal and impeachable, then we basically have 200 to 250 years of presidents who have violated this concept.
Yeah, but like my main issue with you right now, I'm not hating, but like it's just like when you say 250 years, all of the events across the 250 years exist within certain contexts of what was happening. You cannot draw a complete analogy. Like it's not completely analogous. What happened in Venezuela today and what happened in Panamania in the 80s and what happened in North Africa in the 1700s. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I want to see whether or not you agree with this statement, absent context from the series of conflicts that we've engaged in over the past 200 years. Just this sentence and this sentence alone.
Okay.
In order to comply with the Constitution of the United States, the president must seek the authorization of Congress either through an authorization or a declaration of war, or military actions that he has done are illegal and therefore impeachable. Is that statement true or not?
I think it is. I think it is broadly true. Yes, it is true.
Okay, so if you think that statement is true, that is a sentence standing alone, separate from the context of various conflicts. So now we start adding in the conflicts where I understand, like, oh, there's a lot of nuances to these conflicts, whatever. Okay,
but the nuance is so important, though.
But the nuances don't affect the statement that you just agreed to. You just agreed to that if military actions are done and they can cause war, because these are acts of war, and you do not have the authorization of Congress and you do not have a declaration of war, they are illegal and therefore impeachable.
Yes, as someone who follows institutional liberalism in terms of geopolitics, that is a standard we should hold ourselves to, or the West should hold ourselves to, in terms of military conflict. We cannot go around acting like Russia or China or any like third world like shithole country and just be like invading countries without the authorization of not only our own legislature or even the authorization of the UN. That's not. We live in a rules-based world order.
Okay. But what I'm telling you is I could go to the Barbary Pirate War. I could go to the Indian American Wars. I can go to the Banana Wars. I can go to a dozen wars in the 19th century alone. And I can go to a dozen wars in the early 20th century. And the statement that we made together, which is the president cannot conduct acts of war without an authorization for use of military force or an act of Congress. And therefore, he is liable to be impeached and removed from office. That statement is not true. In the 19th century, in the early 20th, in the middle 20th, in the late 20th, in the early 21st, it's just not true historically.
The Barbary Pirate Wars were authorized by Congress.
After he had already taken action without Congress.
Okay, well, you want to... fuck, okay. Let me read this, actually. Like, Congress, okay, this is the Wikipedia. I'm not going to be like a wiki warrior, but Declaration of War and Naval Blockade. Just before Jefferson's inauguration in March 1801, Congress passed naval legislation that, among other things, provided for 6 frigates that shall be officered and manned as the President of the United States may direct. In the event of a declaration of war on the United States by the Barbary powers, these ships were to protect our commerce and chastise their insolence by sinking, burning, or destroying their ships and vessels wherever you shall find them. It's like,
right, but he had already deployed. And by the way, this is where like the War Powers Resolution of 1973, I think reasserts Congress's authority over acts of war. Okay, so what you and I agreed to should be true, and
it
yet,
should be true,
and yet,
but like, okay,
well, no. I mean, all I was going to say is we have Grenada, we got Lebanon, we got Somalia, we have Haiti, we have like, dude, I could go down another like half dozen things where the president leapt before he looked and he was not impeached and he was not removed from office.
Okay. My main point is that I feel like the issue I'm having with you right now is you're jumping around to like different, not saying jumping, like you're going to like different examples. But if we just like narrow it in one example, like I don't think like there's a broad.
Pick which one you like.
Okay, like even the ones you use like Panama, like it's like the analogy you're presenting between Venezuela and like these other conflicts. I'm saying it exists within the context of what's happening. So like for Panama, you listed as such, they declared war upon the United States. In the Barbary Pirates War, there was explicit authorization by Congress. Like we can look into these, but at the same time, I just
after the fact.
Okay, so even granted after fact, you're saying what you're saying is that throughout history, presidents have been kind of like acting without the authority of Congress and declaring war and invading and like kind of fighting against. Like,
well, they're not declaring war. They're saying that what they're doing is
actually engaging in acts of war.
Yes, acts, but that's an important difference because effectively there was, again, you could ask Lactoid. But there was a argument about Obama's use of the AUMFs and military force in Libya and Syria in the 2010s. And effectively, what this like legal author said, I would have to ask Lactoid for the thing, but what the legal author said is that Congress is explicitly told that they have the right and ability to declare war. But war within this context is specifically a state of open hostilities between a nation, which is a people, and a state, which is a government. So you have a nation state saying that we are hostile to this nation state. We are in a state of armed conflict. That is war. Whereas if you look at what Obama did in Libya and Syria, we were actually not declaring war on the nation at all. We claimed that we were advocating on behalf of the nation. We are actually taking sides in a civil war because we want what's best for the nation. And we didn't even declare war on the state. We actually did acts of war within a limited frame in order to shift things towards our geopolitical ambitions. Therefore, this is not a state of war. Therefore, Obama does not need the consent of Congress in order to engage in this action. And that argument, while instinctively, morally, it feels wrong, okay? It feels wrong based off of our understanding of the Constitution of the United States and where war powers reside. It seems historically correct.
What I would say to that is essentially that, okay, even if I grant you the thing that, like, okay, they have been acting like this in the past, I don't think that is necessarily justifying what is happening in the present with Venezuela. And like, okay, even I take some issue with the way you're framing like the Libyan intervention. Like, I don't think it was purely for the geopolitical ambitions of the United States that the United States overthrew Libya, or that the United States attempted to assist rebels in Syria. Like
but then likewise, couldn't we argue that our intervention in the Caribbean now is not just because we want to intervene and depose Maduro and the socialist regime of Venezuela? It's also because we want to enforce energy security and energy sanctions that are already on the books. And it's also because we want to stop drug trafficking north. Now, you can view these as fig leaves. You could view these as just pretexts that are very flimsy. And I would agree with you that they're relatively flimsy, but couldn't a earnest Republican or a earnest Trump cultist genuinely believe that these are additional pretexts that lend their arguments morally correct?
Possibly. I would just wait. Can you repeat that so I can fully understand what you're saying?
So what I understood you to say, and I'm not saying that I'm totally correct in my understanding, but what I understood you to say is that regime change in Libya and Syria were not our only motivations. There were other motivations, like preventing.
I'm not even saying that Libya.
Well, but I think these are good examples. Preventing the proliferation of and use of weapons of mass destruction. That's a reason to intervene in Syria. Also, to clamp down on ISIS and to make sure that Yazidis and Kurds weren't massacred wholesale. Those are also two noble ambitions of the intervention in Syria. In reference to Libya, it's to make sure that Muammar Gaddafi, who's the psychopathic dictator that's been in charge for 50 years, who's been in charge of terrorism, it's to make sure that he doesn't massacre the entire, vast swaths of his own people. These are noble ambitions that contextualize these conflicts that are more than just regime change. But I am saying that if you look at Venezuela, you can have a similar moral argument for why the despotic Maduro regime is abusing its own people and how they've done, they've engaged in this warfare that's made these actions that have made sanctions necessary, and they engage in narco trafficking, which kills hundreds of Americans every year. You can make like a multivariant moral analysis of all of these topics, and it doesn't change anything.
Okay.
Especially if you're like an earnest Republican who drinks the Kool-Aid.
Yes, but if you're an earnest Republican who drinks the Kool-Aid, you probably have a bunch of previous beliefs that influence you on.
Which is probably that Trump's right about everything, which means you're going to be an idiot about everything. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like post hoc motivated reasoning. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just what I'm trying to say. This might actually cut through the flack a little bit.
Okay.
I'm trying to say that Steven thinks that Trump is impeachable for 5 reasons. Okay.
Okay.
And I've heard one of those reasons cited the most. And I'm saying that I agree with 3.5 of those reasons.
Wait,
and
just as a
one
real
of
quick
those
thing,
reasons.
I thought that this was a general liberal thing. My contention is not usually on the legal side. It's that everything was pretextual about this in terms of his invading to steal oil. It undermines the stability of our hemisphere. It damages relationships with the United States and everything. These are generally, just to be clear. But you can go. Not a
Well, then, yeah. So there might be more overlap than I'm saying. But like the one argument that I think that liberals and progressives are currently making that is going to be nigh on impossible to achieve in an impeachment proceeding, even if the Democrats get a majority in the House and Senate, is Donald Trump acted without authorization from Congress in a military way. Therefore, he is impeachable and we should remove him from office based off of that action. That is the weakest argumentation. It's the least likely to happen. And if you look at historical precedent, it doesn't seem like Congress is very interested in changing that.
I mean, okay, I think that was I didn't necessarily come in here to like discuss the Venezuela thing specifically. I just came.
Yeah, you just heard that I called Giuliani and what I called him a fucking ISIS member, and he was an Al Nusra member, and you were like, this guy's a fucking idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about. I get it.
I didn't call you a fucking idiot. I would never call you an idiot.
Okay, use the R slur.
You
use ableist slurs in order to impugn my character.
I'm a left winger, but I just have so many issues with your framing. I just don't know how to communicate them. Can I?
Well, but I think you have problems with my framing though, because I don't think you have a problem with what I'm saying. I think you have a problem with my framing because realistically, what's happening, because we're so fucking sorry if I'm getting passionate, but we're so cucked in politics now that if you hear somebody saying something that's true, that's inconvenient to your political direction, then you think that the other person is joining the other side in order to fuck over your team. But there are like 3 of us left in the online political sphere that are just saying things that we think are true because we think they're true. It's not because we're trying to like, I'm not trying to maneuver for Trump to win. I want this motherfucker to like do a hard handshake, get bruised, have the bruise get infected, and then for him to die of like sepsis. That's what I want. But when I hear liberals making bad arguments, I'm going to call them out because they're contradictory to the cause of, number one, truth, but also number 2, having an efficacious political argument that actually sees the end of the MAGA movement.
Okay. I just don't even know how to begin with to engage with some of the. I guess I'll just have to like read more into like the. I would have to read more into like the specific like interventions in Libya. Then I think I know quite a bit about Syria, but I guess for you. I think I want to read more about like Obama's justification for the war in Syria, because you did mention the fact that you're bringing up like this is a regime change, and despite all these other factors, if I'm characterizing you correctly, despite all these other factors, you're saying that it doesn't matter and it's still a regime change, and you can make that analogy with Venezuela. Is that
correct? It's the first statement that I kind of got you to agree to, which is, if the president takes military action without an AUMF or a declaration of war, it is illegal, therefore impeachable, and a president can be removed for office for doing so. I'm saying, and not just take that in isolation. Do we think that's true? Then if we think that's true, then we need to go through Barbary Pirate Wars, Indian Wars, Lebanon, Grenada, all that kind of stuff. And we need to find all the ones where we don't have an AUMF and we don't have a declaration of war from Congress. And then we need to figure out why presidents weren't previously impeached and removed from office for said actions.
When you say Lebanon, are you referencing the bombing during the Lebanese Civil War that killed a bunch of American troops?
Yeah, I think that what might have happened is I think that there was like a UN resolution to stop the Lebanese Civil War. I don't remember whether or not we got authorization from Congress. I think we might have. But then we went into Beirut, and then we, and then like 300 of our guys got blown up in a truck attack, and then we withdrew. But almost immediately after that, I bring up Lebanon, even if it's authorized by Congress. But the thing that happened immediately after that was Reagan was taking a hit in the polls because he was viewed as a cuckold. And so he used that as a pretext in order to invade Grenada. And to my knowledge, we did not have an AUMF or a declaration of war for the Grenada intervention.
Okay. That's
So if you find like Lebanon, you're like, oh, I own Lebanon on this. We actually had a declaration of authorization of use of military force on Congress on August 20th, whatever. Then just move to Grenada, and then Grenada, I think, is a stronger example of mine.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
All right, cool. Well, I was going to ask Case if they had anything for me, or if they were here for Steven, and then based off of that, I was going to decide what I'm doing next.
I am here for Steven, but I do have a question for you. Which Game of Thrones character is Hussein?
Oh my god.
Wait. Is which one? Saddam Hussein?
No, Hussein, the one in the call.
Oh, Hussein. Hussein would have to tell me. Hussein, are you a DGG bannerman? Are you loyal to DGG, or are you a liberal or a progressive? Are you unaffiliated? What are you?
I'm a DGG bannerman, but I'm quite left-leaning.
Okay, then what I would need to do is I would need to Google like Lannister bannerman during the what like the War of the Five Kings, and then I would have to find some like some random hedge knight, some hedge knight that was loyal to the Lannisters, and then I would draw Hussein in there.
Okay, thank you.
Fair enough.
All right. Then yeah, I'm at like 5 hours, and that's how long I'm supposed to work. So I parasocially love you. Fun conversation. I hope you guys have a beautiful day, and I will see y'all soon. All right.
Love you.
Goodbye, Connor.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Just taking a look at it. I'm not going to be live tonight. Okay. I'm just going to give you a heads up. Okay. Dealing with my personal bullshit. We're going to figure out, we did break 2 goals today. Okay. So I had approximately, I had approximately 20 super chats. So I'm not going to be able to retire off of this revenue, but I do parasocially love you, and I do appreciate you guys watching the content, and I do appreciate you chipping and oiling in the chat. Ice Koozie says, did you watch my Sneeko debate, Nick, on Venezuela from last night? No, but let's add that to the list for sure. Sneeko versus Nick Fuentes on Venezuela. Let's fucking go. That sounds like content. All right, let me do it. Nick versus Sneeko, Venezuela. Cool. Dude, I would love to shift away from the ice shooting to Venezuela and Israel, Palestine, and geopolitical crap. I would love to do that. So yeah. So Ice Koozie, thank you for the good suggestion. Then like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Grid says, see ya. I got to go catch a plane to Vegas. Good, bro. I'm happy you get to adventure. And what do you guys have? What do you guys have before I dip out? Because we're almost at 5 hours. I did the 2 debate. Oh, I wanted to share something in reference to my personal drama. Okay. My personal drama is my drama to deal with. I'll tell you about it when it's actually resolved. But it is kind of serious, and it does affect the way I live my life. One of the silver linings of my personal drama is I just might have more flexibility in reference to scheduling. So I'll probably still try to keep 9:30 to 2:30 p.m. as much as possible. However, I might be more, it's all very fluctuated, okay? I might be more available for night debates. I might be more available for weekend debates. It all depends on how it shakes out. And right now it's early days. So I got to see how things shake out. They could shake out 10,000 different ways. So I have no idea what's going on, but I did want to give you guys hope. I want you to hold out hope that I won't be a 5-hour streamer forever, where I just do 9:30 to 2:30 and then I say, all right, see ya. Like I might have a little bit more scheduling flexibility in the future. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. Reading with some chats though that are recent. Grid said it wasn't nice for me to say that Donald Trump, I hoped he died from a septic bruise. It's probably not nice, but I do think that instinctively. I do feel that on a bones level. Machiko says, fight it out, bucko. True. Bongin Stuff says, natural death wishes are not indictable. True. I do hope he dies of natural causes. Grid says, I'm not a nice guy at all. Happens to the best of us. Jonas says, bro, realizing he's not built for this. Look, man, I'm not trying to be too, we all come up there, man. We hear somebody say something that's incorrect. He was correct that Al-Jilani, or whatever his name is, I don't even know the current president of Syria's name, but he was a former jihadist. And he's saying that he was a member of al-Nusra, and al-Nusra was a affiliate of al-Qaeda. I think earlier in the conversation, I referred to him as jihadist, and then I said that he was ISIS or former ISIS. Okay. He was right that I was wrong about that detail. But that detail was not the thrust of the conversation. The thrust of the conversation was that here's 5 points. I think you could nail Trump on 3.5 of them. But I think this one topic, I think, is dog shit. I think the liberals are wrong. I think even if legalistically they're correct, I think historically they're wrong. They're not considering the historical facts while analyzing this topic. And therefore, they say cringe things on the internet that frustrate the shit out of me. Fight me on the fact that you're wrong about this one cringe legalistic analysis or historical analysis. And I think that because I clearly defined my argumentation, I think that Stephen wasn't really able to blow a hole in it, nor was anybody who jumped on for the call. So I'm happy. I'm happy with what just happened. Machiko says, yeah, majority of my family is happily married. Well, majority of the older generation, lol, not so much with us grandkids. F's in chat. Ice Koozie says, did you watch the Sneeko debate, Nick, on Venezuela from last night? No, but I'm definitely going to add it to the list because that sounds great. Bud123 says, my loyalty is only to the COG and the Grill Masters. Thank you, Bud123. I parasocially love you. Somebody was saying that they're not a real COGger because they only grill vegetarian options. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care if you're a vegetarian or a vegan or whatever, you know, like I would say that if in my ideal world, I would be a pescatarian. Okay. I would be a pescatarian. I would eat nothing but fish. I would eat fish. I would eat rice. I would eat fruits and vegetables. And that's all I would eat. However, I would say fish is expensive. And so as a result, chicken is a relatively, on the whole of things, cheap meat that I can get. If there was a tofu that had the same health benefits as chicken and also had the same protein content and also tasted identical to chicken, I would have no problem switching over to a tofu that tasted exactly like chicken. Matter of fact, I think fried tofu is awesome. I did a pho. I did a pho once, and my pho is Vietnamese like soup, but it's really, really good. It's very hearty. It's got lots of noodles. It's got jalapenos and leeks and all sorts of vegetables in it or whatever. But I did a chicken fried tofu pho. It was awesome. It was awesome. Giga Impact says, all my math finals are tomorrow. Wish me luck. I wish you luck, King. Then you can afford Burger King now. Yes, I can afford Burger King. Fashion 40 says, later chat, great combos today. Thank you. Fashion 40 says, more Geopol for the win. True. But Chico says, Godspeed, Connor. Thank you. Giga Impact says, wait, the chat auto-deleted my message. Apologies. Sun Patriarch says, today was great. Thank you. I had fun as well. Fash is a fascist for fashion. True. That would be understandable. That's greeting. Lab meats, though. Dude, the second lab meats are a thing. I'll do it for real. Giga Impact says, fish, what the fuck? Dude, I love salmon. I love, not only do I love salmon, not semen, I love salmon. Not only do I love salmon, I love sushi, dude. I fuck with sushi super hard. If God was like, hey, we're going to live in heaven, but we can only have like 3 meals for the rest of existence, I swear to God, it would be like cheeseburgers and fries, designer pizza. So I don't just want like cheese, tomato sauce, bread. I want to be able to get crazy with the pizza and then sushi. And then I straight up could eat sushi, custom pizzas, and cheeseburgers and fries for eternity. And I would never get bored. I would never get bored. I would 100% be able to do it. So anyways, they have 3D printed meat that looks insanely like Wagyu and Wagyu ground beef. I know, but they got to get the lab. They got to get the lab meat sufficiently meaty. They can't just take vegetables and make it look like Wagyu and then make it taste kind of good. You know what I'm saying? Gig Impact says fish is an fish GE is an emote in DGG. Sushi is my favorite food. I get it, bro. All right, excellent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, quick shout out to the Chippers and Oilers today. Fashion 40, Anonymous Chatter, Real Serious, From the Ashes, Horse God, Fell Runner Again, Fatsimo, Sen Patriarch, Fell Runner, Vazraka, Real Serious, Vazraka, Old School, Grassroots, Fell Runner, Grassroots, It's Dubwa, and Vazraka again. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for financial support. I parasocially love you. I hope you have a beautiful day. I will read this question before we go. Giga says, could you talk to Steve about the Iran protests going on sometime? I don't think he talked about it on stream, and the other DGGP people need to know about the damage and deaths. Sure, but I think Giga Impact, one of the things that you're going to have to realize in reference to streaming is that, like, we have to kind of go where the viewership is. So if I say, hey, did you see that a bunch of people got killed in Iranian protests? And then Steven goes, no, but I mean, that's interesting. I think that's bad. And then I go, yeah, it's really bad. That's the end of the content. You know what I'm saying? Because there has to be contention. There has to be something worth fighting over where I go, no, it's awesome. It's great to machine gun civilians. And then Steven's like, no. Machine gunning civilians is bad, actually. And I'm like, no. It's actually like really cool. Like that's how you get like a 30-minute or 40-minute or 2-hour segment out of something. There has to be an element in contention. But anyways, Parasocial Love, I got some DMs from some old friends. I'm going to go check it out. I will catch you guys ASAP. Probably 9:30 tomorrow, just being real. But I wish you all have a beautiful... Yeah, exactly. What do you want me to say? Machine gunning civilians is bad. Exactly. All right. Bye, gang. See you soon.